I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us laugh off the existence of witches, today or ever, particularly today. Yet, even so casual a research source as a daily newspaper would provide us with knowledge that there are covens all over the country and the world, and that witchcraft is on the rise again. Of course, all of them, in their minds, are dedicated to good works, as the following tale will illustrate.
It does seem terrible to refuse a sister witch's check, but we don't deal with banks, you see.
Very wise, Mrs. Warlock. And fortunately, you and your husband can manufacture the elixir by yourselves.
Except the main ingredient, Dr. Callios.
Of course. That cannot be made.
We hope by tomorrow to find a new source.
A pity. I'm in the wrong medical specialty to help. Well, it was a most fruitful and rewarding service. I'm sure we all feel cleansed. And may Asmodeus shower his grace upon you, and Satan be with you. I pronounce this coven disbanded until it reconvenes the next witches' sabbath, 2 weeks from this night.
Our mystery drama, The Witch's Almanac, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Virginia Payne and Robert Dryden. I have in my hand a curious little book called The Witch's Almanac. I'm looking at a page which contains a recipe for a witch's broth. Rendered eye of newt, pressed gall of goat, extract of lizard's liver, garnish with fur of bat and minced tail of a poisoned rat. Boil in alcohol and lace with the blood of one virgin. Ludicrous or horrifying? The date of the book is 17th century. But witches still live, believe it or not, and are busy casting spells.
Well, that's the last of them.
And just on time. It's the witching hour. Here you are. 23, 24. And all is silence. 12 midnight on the nose.
What are you up to?
Oh, just checking over tonight's sales while I wait for the kettle to boil. We gotta have our own special toddy before we go to bed.
Oh, I'd have made that. I always do.
All right, lovey. I got to get a particularly good night's sleep tonight.
Why, hon?
It's gonna be a real busy day tomorrow.
Oh?
Now we've got most of the supplies in. I've got to start on a brand new batch of the elixir first thing tomorrow. At least get to preparing the mash. We did land office business tonight. Pretty near cleaned us out.
Was it that good?
All we're going to be able to do to meet the demand. Only one's trouble me is that Connecticut crowd. They're real backsliders.
Oh, who needs them? We get more and more from Staten Island and New Jersey.
Oh, it's the bat fur, Mother. Connecticut's our best source for it.
I sometimes think I'm not a very good witch. You know, I've never really seen a bat that I remember.
Well, I've often wondered if we couldn't substitute mice, but I don't know.
Oh, no. You got a good receipt. Don't make any changes. I learned that from my mother.
Well, maybe so. She was a fine witch in her own right. I'm proud of her and her heritage.
Yeah, no more than I am of yours.
Well, there's the kettle. You get the toddy made. I need a good rest. A lot of work tomorrow. I sure hope we find a nice young boarder.
Read me the ad again, darling.
Elderly couple in choice location, Brooklyn Heights, wishes to replace last boarder who was like a daughter.
Oh, yes.
Desire nice young girl of quiet habits and religious persuasion. Denomination no object. Lovely sunny room, full kitchen privileges, right, box 13, etc., etc.
Here's your toddy.
Oh.
Which of the answers did you like best?
I don't know. It's hard to tell. We'll find out tomorrow.
It's a pity we just can't come right out and ask the question directly. I just hope we don't make another awful mistake, the way we did with the Godfrey girl. I'd have sworn that she was as untouched as a lily.
Not only untouched, but what'd she finally have? Quadruplets, wasn't it?
Well, triplets, actually. One of them died before it was born. Jason? Jason?
What? Oh.
Land sakes, what a racket. It's Sunday.
It won't bother the neighbors. I waited till they got off to church or mass.
Don't say words like that in front of me. You know I don't like that kind of language.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just slipped out. Well, that's what they call it.
The way other people talk and think is their way of life, it doesn't affect us. Except in the business way, of course. That's what brought me out to the forge. It's about time for the, you know what, to be arriving.
Yeah, well, I'll just finish off this andiron here and be right with you.
Did you start up the still?
There's no point till we get the blood. But the mass is all ready for it to be added.
Suppose we don't find the right girl.
Oh, we'll find her sooner or later. Why don't you get on back and maybe start some weeding out? You're the one with the eye for them. And I got to finish these here andirons. And then I got 2 sets of fire tools and a weather vane I got to get out. And the stable needs some new horseshoes. Jangle the old bell there 3 times. If you think you have a live one, I'll come right over.
You know I like to have you with me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. At least give me till after midday mass. Till the midday services are over, and I'll be over by 1. Looks like the first of our hoped-for maidens has arrived.
Won't you just come right in, my dear? I'm Mrs. Warlock.
And I'm Kathy Pryor. I hope I'm not late.
Oh, no. As you can hear, right on time. 1 o'clock, as we agreed on the phone.
What a lovely old clock. But doesn't it stop striking?
Well, it's very old. It was left to me by my father.
How strange. It has 24 numbers instead of just 12. Just like the Army.
The Army?
Well, my father was a captain. He died in Vietnam.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It was at the beginning of the war, I mean. Oh, now I see. 1 o'clock is 1,300 hours, like Dad would say, just like your clock.
Yes. For 1 p.m., it strikes 13.
How unusual.
Come now, I'll show you the room. It's upstairs. And as we go, you must tell me about yourself. You're very young.
Yes, I guess so. 18. Not so young these days, but...
But?
Well, after Father was killed, Mother was... Oh, well, she wasn't very well, so since I was the only child, I had to take care of her until she died recently. I've lived a kind of sheltered life.
It's that door over there. Here in the city?
Oh, no, I'm from a little town in Ohio. You wouldn't even know the name of it.
Do you have more family?
No, I'm the last of the Pryors. Oh, how lovely. And the sun streaming in the window. All chintz. Dotted Swiss curtains. A big 4-poster bed, just like home.
There, Kathy. I'm just going to call you that. Maybe you found a new home here.
Oh, I just love all of it. Well, what does your husband do?
He's a forger.
A what?
I'm just teasing you. Although he really is, that's the name for it. Here, come to the window. You see our other building in the backyard?
Yes, with the smoke coming out of the chimney?
Oh, it won't bother you. We have a fan that blows it off toward the river and away from the house. That's Jason's smithy. He's an iron worker. And still, occasionally, a blacksmith.
How fascinating.
There's my husband, Jason, coming now. Tell you what, dear, you look about, and I'll go down and bring him up to meet you. Pretty as a picture, and I'm certain quite perfect for our purpose.
You sure she's a virgin?
Well, I can tell you one thing. None of the others were. You could tell that at a glance. That's why I didn't ring the bell.
Let's hope this one does. Ring the bell, I mean. Of course, by tonight, I can tell for sure when I get a blood sample. Any more coming?
No, this was the last.
Oh, honeybee, weren't we lucky? You see, Satan smiles on us. Come on, let's go upstairs and see if we can't seal the pact.
Oh, no, Mr. and Mrs. Warlock. I do love it here. Especially being able to see a little of the water and the bridge. But
what, my dear?
Well, I'm sort of embarrassed. You see, I had no idea how expensive New York would be, or how hard it would be to find a job. I have so little money left now, and you've been so sweet. I just hate to take advantage of you. Because the way things are, I'm not even sure I can afford to stay a whole month.
What sort of work do you do, Miss Pryor?
Well, back home, because I couldn't leave Mama alone too much, you see, I did part-time work for Mr. Jeffrey at his hardware store. See, we lived right over it. And a lot of the typing and bookkeeping I could do at home with Mama.
You can type and keep books?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
And take dictation and file. You know, anything a secretary has to do. I took a secretarial course after I finished high school.
Land sakes, if you aren't the one. Didn't give you much chance to see much of the boys, did it?
No, but that's all right. I'm not ready to be married yet, and I wouldn't want to date too much till I am. Boys today take, well, a lot too much for granted. And I don't know how to handle that.
Godfrey, if I had a daughter, I'd want... No, sir. We're not going to let you get away from us. Tell you what. Make your proposition. You be my secretary, straighten out my accounts for a half a day in exchange for room and board here. The rest of the days you can spend looking for a job in New York.
Oh, Mr. Warlock, that's too much. I couldn't.
Oh, of course you could, Kathy, dear. We want you to.
I only want one promise from you in return.
What's that?
That till you find that Mr. Right, you'll keep on making this your home.
Oh, you're wonderful. Of course I want to, but...
No, that's the end of buts. You're going to come with me. We'll drive over to New York to your hotel, pick up your stuff, and by the time we get back, Mother here will have a good home-cooked meal that'll not only melt in your mouth, but tell you better than any words, you found a new home.
I don't know what it is. Ever since we had coffee after dinner, I just can't keep my eyes open.
Now, what you need is a good night's sleep. Good night now, dear. And sweet dreams.
Good night, both of you. You're absolute loves. And I know I'm going to sleep like the dead.
Well, she asleep yet?
I just peeped in. She's asleep, but tossing and turning and moaning a little.
Oh, dear me. I suppose I didn't use quite enough for the sleeping draft. I didn't want to risk too much till I found out how well she tolerated it.
Oh, yes, quite right, dear. You remember it did make the Elliott girl very sick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, well, then I suppose we'll just have to use the gas.
Will you walk into my parlor, said a spider to a fly. It's the prettiest little parlor that ever you did spy. Well, we all know what happened to the trusting fly. But Kathy, what is in store for her? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Jason and Sarah Warlock were born, brought up, and married in Brooklyn Heights. Their home, a leftover gem in an overgrown city, at the end of a quiet, dead-end street. No neighbors save small manufacturers and warehouses on the street, for the Warlock house was originally a stable, a quiet place for quiet people who lived a quiet life. unsuspected and unholy.
Is she all right?
Fine. Sound asleep. Had better close the window now. The gas is all gone.
Yes, Jason. It's closed.
Put the rubber tourniquet on her arm now.
There.
Not too tight.
Oh, I wouldn't hurt her for the world. This is the only part I never feel quite right about.
Now, she won't feel a thing. And think of how much she's going to do for so many of our finest. Our youth and strength and vitality is going to spread among our faithful. Hush, hush, little one. That's all. By tomorrow, you'll never know what our coven owes you and will owe you in the vast unwinding of eternity. Sleep well, pretty. Sarah.
Yes, Jason.
If she's all she seems to be, she may turn the key in the door for all of us for everlasting life.
Breakfast just about ready, Jason. How were the tests?
Where is our Vestal Virgin?
Still asleep. Then the tests were...
As pure as any alchemist can devise.
Oh.
I've already added what was needed to the mash and started the distillery. This will be the most powerful batch of Panpharmacon Vitae I have ever concocted.
You should raise the price.
Oh, hush, woman. This is the devil's work. Would he or I seek to profit by it?
Scrambled or straight up?
Scrambled this morning, with perhaps just a lacing of the elixir.
I think she's coming downstairs.
Yeah, you're right. Put some more eggs on for her. She may feel the need of a little extra protein this morning. I'll serve the juice. Well, good morning, Kathy. Sleep well?
Oh, yes, Mr. Warlock. Except for...
For what, dear?
It's silly. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I thought I felt a pain in my arm as if something had bitten me.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yes. There is a little bit of a mark there. Well, there's nothing to worry about. Sometimes the wind blows a Jersey mosquito our way. I'll fix that in no time.
Oh, please don't worry, Mr. Warlock.
No. I want your stay here to be a completely happy one. And please, not Mr. Warlock. Can't we make it, say, Uncle Jason?
And Aunt Sarah.
I mean, we really feel, Mother and I, that we're virtually blood relations already.
Of course, if you want.
No, only if you want.
Of course I do. You're both the sweetest people I know. Uncle Jason and Aunt Sarah.
Now that's settled, Kathy. And how do you like your eggs?
Oh, just any way that you want.
Any other morning, but today is special.
Then, can I have them fried and once over lightly?
Now, how about some orange juice?
I'd love it. But let me tend to myself. I know you're busy already this morning, Uncle Jason.
What?
Well, I see from my window that the chimney is smoking away. What wonderful thing are you creating this morning?
Just some horseshoes for a stable near Prospect Park.
Well, don't let me keep you.
Why, child, I just came in to have breakfast myself. We'll all have it together.
Good. Then right after breakfast, I'll come over to the forge and start helping to get things in order.
Oh, no. Well, you see, I think that this morning I'm so busy with the forge and so on. Why don't you take today off and go over to New York and start hunting for that job you hope to find?
Well, I promised I'd get you straightened out. Oh, my goodness, I forgot.
Forgot what, dear?
In all the excitement, I forgot I have a luncheon appointment and I can't cancel it.
About a job?
Oh, no. It's just an old friend of my mother's. You know, I wrote him after she died to tell him. Just like I wrote all the people in her address book. And then when I came to New York, I called him at his office, but he was out of town. I suppose his secretary must have given him the message, because she called me back with a lunch invitation for today.
You want to cancel it?
I can't. His office is closed on Mondays. So I have no way of reaching him. And I'd hate to put the old gentleman out.
Old gentleman?
Well, he was once a beau of my mother's. And then when she married Dad, he moved to New York. He was quite old even then, I guess.
Oh, well, then it's all settled. You can whisk off to New York in the subway, Kathy. And I'll get after this old reprobate here to get his papers together so you can put them in order. Meanwhile, I'm going to have Jason put up a screen on your window, just in case any of those mosquitoes come your way again.
Oh, I don't want to be a bother.
Bother? My dear little girl, you don't know how happy we are to have you with us.
Yes, mademoiselle. May I help you?
Yes, I'm having lunch with a Mr. Patrick Trent. I don't know if he's here yet.
No, not yet. But let me take you to his table. This way, mademoiselle. Henri, a chair for the lady.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, pardon, mademoiselle. Monsieur Trent has just arrived.
That's Mr. Trent?
Yes. Excuse me?
Miss Pryor?
Yes, Mr. Patrick Trent?
Junior. I guess not that anymore. My father died in Florida 4 days ago. I just came back from his funeral.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What can I say?
Oh, please don't. Mind if I sit?
Of course not.
Dad he knew it was coming. Not so soon, of course. And he wasn't all that young. But he was meticulous about everything. And he told me he had this appointment with you. So I'm trying to fulfill all his promises and round things off. Can I order us a drink before lunch?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a drinker. I wouldn't know what to order.
Well, why not leave that to me? I'll take it easy. But we really ought to celebrate. Or at least me. You know, in a period of absolute despair, suddenly you were there, one bright, shining light through the murk. So, in the lowest period of my life, I walk into my father's favorite restaurant, and instead of a nice, aging old lady, I find you.
Well, I was looking for a nice, kindly old father figure.
Sorry, I can't fill the bill.
Well, that's all right. I found another one.
Who?
Oh, that isn't important for the moment. You know, I feel a little woozy. Shouldn't we order something to eat?
Sarah, what are you doing here? You scared me.
How's our life force coming?
Never better. Forge still burning outside?
Oh, yes.
Got to watch that. It's our excuse for this other and more important work of ours.
Oh, of course, Father dear.
You know I don't like you coming through the secret door by daytime. What is it?
I've had quite a few calls. The Bronx, Queens, and Mascot can recycle bottles for us if we pick them up. Oh, and you better stop by Mrs. Fernglass right here in Columbia Heights.
Fine. I can leave this cooking for the rest of the day and take the panel truck to pick them up. We need them. Did our little pigeon and our Kathy come back?
No, not yet. Why, are you worried?
Oh, no, not worried. Concerned. Purest blood we ever had. Oh, I wouldn't want to lose her for any reason whatsoever.
So, now you've seen the lady herself, the Statue of Liberty. Feeling more unfettered and free?
I guess I would, if I didn't feel so guilty.
Well, what do you have to feel guilty about?
Well, I should have been looking for a job.
Well, you told me you kind of have one.
Oh, that's just part-time. And also,
Yeah?
Well, I feel a little woozy from whatever you talked me into drinking before lunch.
A daiquiri?
Well, and we just had a bottle of beer. You know, I think I'm a little half seasick.
No, couldn't be. We're just coming into the slip. So it has to be nothing. Or all.
What did you mean there on the boat? Or all?
Oh, it's just a feeling I have about us. Come on, let's get the subway for Brooklyn.
You don't have to take me home. I can manage.
I know, but I have to go to work. I'm not a lawyer like my dad, just a reporter. Lowly police precinct duty, it's that. Come on, we both have to get off at the same station. Clark Street, right?
Well, that's my stop. But for you?
Before I get there, I get your phone number and address, I hope. for future reference. Then I go to work.
Hey, Pat, what do you say, boy? How's the world treating you?
Oh, great, Sergeant. I just met a girl.
Do they make them anymore? I thought they threw away the old mold when they created Mez.
You better believe this one is no mess. She's Miss all the way, Jim.
Well, she sure seems to have made a hit with you.
Oh, bullseye. I'm kind of late, Sarge, so before I have my editor on my tail, what's new on the blotter?
Well, you didn't miss a thing. Just the usual. Woman receiving obscene phone calls, 3 minor muggings. Nobody hurt, thank heavens. An old booze hound overdid it and kicked off from alcohol poisoning. All the run-of-the-mill stuff, not worth a slug of type. Oh, just one social note, you might say.
What's that, Sarge?
I'm not a sergeant anymore, buddy. You're talking to a lieutenant.
Hey, Jim, that's great. Now, we got to find you a headline case to bust wide open.
That the last case?
Yeah. It's not even half full.
Did you go by Mrs. Fernglass?
Right on by. There were cops and an ambulance there. One of the neighbors told me they found her dead.
Oh, the poor old thing. She must not have been taking the elixir.
Well, the devil take her. He must have wanted her home.
Yes.
Sure wish I'd gotten the bottles first, though. We're getting awful low.
It's a shame how careless people are.
So are we.
What?
You left the door open and Kathy's caught us.
I hope I'm not butting in. There was no one in the house, so I...
Oh, no, that's all right, Kathy. No secrets here.
I never realized you had a room behind the forge. Oh, what lovely old bottles. What are they for?
Oh, they're just decorative.
Yes. For windows and bottle glass door panels.
What a wonderful idea. And what's that thing that's bubbling away there?
Oh, that makes the grout, you see. You know, the cement that holds the bottles together after they're cut.
Well, how do you cut them?
That's my secret. How is your day and your luncheon?
Now, Jason, that's Kathy's secret.
Well, I was just interested, that's all.
Then why shouldn't you know? I'm dying to tell you about it.
Well, why don't you go in the house and freshen up for dinner? We'll be having it soon. And you can tell us all about it then.
All right. But someday soon, I want to watch you making one of those windows.
You think Kathy suspected anything?
I doubt it. I hope not.
I hope not, too. But if she does, she'll have to go. Just like Vera Blythen. You know that, dear.
I know. Satan's work must be done.
And nothing, or no one, can stand in the way.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. The ingredients are gathered, and the witch's broth is fermenting. Pharmacon vitae, the elixir of life. They all believe they must drink. Has Kathy learned too much to be safe? And who is there to protect her if she has? I'll return shortly with Act 3. There is nothing more inexplicable than an obsession. Otherwise charming and sensible people can do the most outlandish things in the name of some irrational belief. And the terrible danger of witchcraft is that it is a hidden belief, secret and unknown. In their wildest dreams, no one who knew that dear old couple, the Warlocks, could have suspected the havoc they are capable of. Least of all, Kathy, as she prattles away about her day in town with her newfound aunt and uncle.
Now, you're sure you won't have some more cherry cobbler, Kathy?
Oh, no, thanks. It was yummy, but I couldn't hold another thing.
Tell me, dear, are you going to see this young man of yours again?
I don't know. He did take my address and phone number before he went to the police station.
What? The police station?
Yes. He's a reporter for the Brooklyn Journal.
Oh.
I would be a little careful of those reporters. They're a wild lot, they say.
Oh, not Pat. He's very kind and quiet and thoughtful.
Still, The ones that work the police beat get pretty hardened by the things they see.
Yes.
I'd be very careful about a young fellow like that.
Why, you two dears. You're protecting me like I was your own flesh and blood.
So you are. Now we got you.
Come.
Couldn't wait to show off your new office, huh, Lieutenant? That what you had to call me?
Forget it, Pat. This is strictly business. I have a story for you. I'd like you to get it on the front page of tomorrow's paper.
Oh, Brother Jim, you're not asking much. I don't think I can beat the deadline.
Let me talk first. Ever see anything like this?
No. Old-fashioned bottle. Strange shape.
Read the label.
Panpharmacon vitae. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, you got the college education, Pat. You tell me.
Well, it's gobbledygook. I mean, it's part half-baked Greek, half Latin. Roughly, I guess you'd say all the medicine of life. Or like maybe all the drugs you need to sustain life. What is it, some kind of patent medicine?
Unlicensed. I sent the rest of the bottles to Food and Drug to have them analyzed. But meantime, all I need is my nose to tell me what it's mostly made of. Smell it.
Phew, smoke, right, Jim?
Loaded with wood alcohol, I guess. Alcohol, anyways.
Where'd you get this?
Remember I mentioned earlier today some old booze hound got knocked off from alcohol poisoning?
No, not particularly. Oh, yeah, I guess.
Well, she was poisoned, all right. But she wasn't any booze hound. When we followed up on the story, we found she was a Mrs. Fernglass, local librarian, very well respected, but very quiet and kept very much to herself. And we found a whole case of this gook, most of the bottles empty. Some lousy con talked an old lady afraid of dying into buying her own death. And I want him.
How do I help?
First of all, get me a story in the papers so anyone else who has this stuff doesn't also knock themselves off. Build it up so maybe we can get someone who bought it to tell why, how, and where. There's no instruction on this label. It's homemade. Now, whoever makes or sells this stuff is a ghoul.
Paper come, Sarah?
Just brought it in. Here you are, dearie.
Thank you, sweetheart. By God.
Jason, you're swearing.
Never mind that. Come out to the forge with me.
But I'm getting breakfast and
Do as
Kathy
I
will be
say.
down.
Come on.
Yes, but Jason, I never heard you.
Don't talk, just follow me.
Morning, Aunt Sarah, Uncle Jason. They're gone. Uncle Jason? He must be out in the forge. Maybe it's for me. Hello?
Kathy?
Yes? Pat?
True Blue.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to call me when you didn't call last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got tied up with a big story. But forget that for the moment. When do I see you again? Tonight?
Well, yes. Matter of fact, how'd you like to come and meet these two gorgeous old people who are taking such good care of me?
No wonder the police were at Mrs. Fernglass's yesterday.
Oh, poor old thing. If she had only been taking the Panpharmacon.
She took too much. You know, I always warn everyone against that. Now this witch hunt is on. I may have to get rid of all the bottles I filled.
But why, dear? We're not doing any wrong.
Yeah, we know that, but the rest of them, they outside, the unbelievers, they'll want to persecute us.
But how can they find us? Nobody in the coven will come forward.
No, but Kathy might. It's a chance we can't afford to take. She's got to disappear.
Oh, do we have to, Jason, darling? She doesn't have to see the paper.
It's on every newsstand with that big headline. How can she miss it?
Well, we'll just have to keep her home.
It's dangerous. I'd have to be sure there was some way she'd never get wind of this story.
What are you doing here, Jason?
I had to come, Dr. Callius. I have a problem.
I can't fit you in today. I'm booked solidly.
Not a psychiatric problem. This affects you directly as high priest of the coven. There's somebody I'm afraid will have to be removed.
Oh, don't see how it could happen so suddenly. Hit me right after breakfast.
No, dear. Just let me make you comfortable in bed. And
I want to see a doctor.
Shush, baby. Jason has gone to see about one for you right now. You just try to drink this nice medicine I made for you. It'll settle your stomach.
All right, Jason. That will do the job, all right. Just inject it in the vein, if you feel it has to be done.
I don't want to hurt the poor child. Besides, she was such a perfect subject. But we must protect the coven at all times.
I asked her out, yes. But how can you dispose of the...
The body? Oh, for a smithy, that doesn't present any problems. For a witch, isn't cremation what we all want afterwards?
Jason?
Yeah, it's me. Where's the girl?
Upstairs, sound asleep. I gave her something in this glass as well as the small dose of arsenic.
When the young man calls, we'll tell him she suddenly left.
And if he doesn't believe us?
Well, what can he do? We open no doors, and he can't break his way in. As soon as it's dark, I'll do what has to be done, and by midnight there'll be nothing left of our poor little girl but ashes.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear.
Pat Trent speaking. Who? Oh, yeah, put her on. Hi, Kathy. What? The story? Oh, look, I told you. All right. It was just an old lady who was buying some kind of phony patent medicine that killed her. It was loaded with alcohol and had... Huh? What shape was the bottle? Well, it was old-fashioned, sort of octagonal and... What? Look, honey, I'm at work. I can't just walk out on... No, wait a minute, Kathy. Wait a minute. Kathy? Kathy? Damn. Is she crazy or something?
Kathy's still asleep?
Yes.
I'd better answer that. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Trent. Oh, well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Kathy walked out on us this morning. No, she's gone. No forwarding address. Well, I'm sorry. I really don't want to discuss it. She left without paying her rent.
Jim, you've got to help me.
You say you went to the house and no one asked.
Yeah, but I am sure someone was there. Jim, this kid's in danger.
Well, what can I do, Pat? I can't enter a search without a warrant.
So how do we get one?
I don't know. Wait a minute. You want to square out a complaint against Kathy Pryor?
For what?
Stealing your wallet will do.
Oh, if that'll get us in, you got it.
Open up. This is the police. Open up or we're coming in.
Oh, dear me, what is it?
I'm looking for Kathy Pryor, charged robbery.
Oh, she's not here. She left.
I have a search warrant here. Open up and I'll decide for myself.
Police, help!
Okay, that does it. Open up, or do you want me to kick the door in?
It was all just too much. I never get sick or sleep that heavy. I couldn't face that last drink, so I poured it down the sink and just lay there pretending to be asleep. Lying there, a lot of little funny things started to add up. And then, when I heard what they planned...
Hey, take it easy, Kathy. You're okay from here in.
I thought they were so sweet. But they're ghouls. Absolute ghouls.
You're right, Miss Pryor. But they don't think so. They think they're right. But don't worry. We have enough on them and the doctor to put them away for a long time.
They confessed?
We bore down a bit on the old man, and the old lady came to his defense like a tiger. She blurted enough of it out for us to get the rest.
But what's the matter with them?
They're witches, Miss Pryor. And in their world, that means they're good. That's the way they feel. I'll tell you how I feel. To hell with them.
To which I can only add, from ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. As he did Kathy Pryor. I'll be back shortly.
State Farm is there with a discount for drivers 50 and older. Millions of drivers 50 and older are saving important money with the State Farm discount. They're getting the personal agent service and great claims handling State Farm is famous for, and saving too. If you're 50 or older with no unmarried drivers under 25 living at home, see a State Farm agent now. And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. The discount's not available in every state. Other restrictions apply.
If you have not yet prepared your will, please listen carefully. Without a will, the laws of the state and not you will determine who receives your property and in what amounts. Who manages the affairs of your estate? Your choice as guardian of your minor children may never be known. Your loved ones could face unnecessary legal costs and needless court delays. Now, for only $12.95, you can make your own will quickly and safely with the American Will Kit. You'll receive simple fill-in-the-blank will forms with easy-to-follow directions. The forms were prepared by lawyers to be valid in all 50 states. Order now, and you'll also receive free of charge our easy-reading personal protection guide, giving you important tips and special information that can save you money. Now is the time to take advantage of this special mail order opportunity. To order, call toll-free 1-800-542-1212. Only $12.95 plus shipping. That's 1-800-542-1212. Money back if not satisfied. Call now, 1-800-542-1212.
Sarah and Jason were put away for life, and all existing bottles of Pan-Pharmacon Vitae were located and destroyed, and the coven dispersed. Incidentally, the analysis by the FDA confirmed a small quantity of blood in each bottle, human blood, and, of course, alcohol. Other ingredients defied analysis. Kathy, who married Pat, sleeps deeper but more tranquilly these nights. The coven was broken up, but it's only one of many, and witches are still abroad. Always be on your guard. Our cast included Virginia Payne, Robert Dryden, Jada Rowland, Marshall Borden, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
I've been teaching math here for 16 years. And you know what I expect of my students? Everything. You want to stay in my class, you show up every day and do your homework every night. Like logarithms, calculus. You've got to know your stuff better than anyone else. Think it's tough? Next to real life, it's a picnic. The world doesn't want to hear excuses about why you failed. Neither do I. I only pushed them so hard because I promised them that if they paid their dues, did all their work, then they'd get to go to college and make something of themselves. Now, please, don't make a liar out of me.
Support the United Negro College Fund. A mind is a terrible thing to waste.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Afternoon Theatre presents a play specially written for quadrophony by J.C. W. Brook. But you can still listen in stereo and mono as usual.
Listen, and I will tell the tale of the night the witch and the dragon. Listen, and you will hear a story of the past of the imagination, where all things are possible. Listen, and you will hear of power and love and sacrifice, and of when the last fingers of myth and legend, sorcery and magic trailed across the earth before the world was certain. Listen, a tournament is taking place.
Steady there. Steady, steady. My lance, Ian.
Sir Knight.
Steady, steady.
May God go with you, Sir Hugh.
May I hit him clean and fair.
Sir Edmund, are you ready?
I am ready.
Sir Hugh, are you ready?
I am ready. Steady,
Then
steady.
my lord the king bids you fight. Fight fair and well, and may victory go to the strongest and most skilled. My lady Edith will give the word.
Sir Knight, prepare. Sir Knight, begin.
You're at my mercy. You yield? I yield, Sir Knight. My liege, Sir Edmund yields.
My lord the king proclaims Sir Hugh of Monred his champion of knights, foremost warrior in the land.
You did it, Sir Knight. You did it.
Ian, I did it.
You swept him from his charger like a fly. And then your sword. His helmet was dented, all out of shape.
Ian.
When you struck, I thought you would cut his head off, but no. Stopped on the throat. Had him helped.
Ian, my armor. It needs removing.
Oh, yes, Sir Knight, of course. It was such a noble sight, Sir Knight. You were magnificent.
Magnificent. No, I did my business better than he, that is all.
Oh, they say he has a broken rib.
Oh, do they? But he will heal and grow strong, while I get fat and weak. Time marches with him, not me. Hurry with this breastplate, Ian. My belly longs to sag.
I am very proud to be your squire, Sir Knight.
Well, make the most of it while you may.
Sir Knight?
I aim to retire.
Retire? But why? I cannot understand it.
Wait until you reach my age. Wait until you start feeling tired. The breastplate.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, that's better. Now, bring me wine.
Sir Knight.
When I stood there, Sir Edmund at my mercy, the world at my feet, I knew in my heart I would have to retire, follow other dreams. Dreams I've put aside for too long.
Even so, Sir Knight,
Yeah, I have been fighting and jousting for 20 years. This afternoon, I gained my ambition in that direction. Champion knight. Oh, I will revel in it for a few months. The winter, perhaps. But when the spring comes and Sir Edmund and his like start sniffing at my heels... Nope, better I go in my own time, with good grace. There is nothing more pitiful than an old man not accepting it past his prime. Dreams. Dreams. How old are you, lad?
17, Sir Knight.
And what do you dream of?
Oh, lots of things, Sir Knight.
Knighthood, glory, riches.
Yes, indeed, sir.
women.
In what way, sir?
In what way? I warrant you see women the same as I did at your age, in terms of beauty, objects to be worshipped from afar. But I no longer look for that. All I wish for now is a comfortable matron with ample curves, childbearing curves, a woman who will give me peace and offspring. And if she have some hides of land, I'll not complain. And to tell you true, the land will be the first thing I will inquire about.
I think the Princess Edith is very beautiful, Sir Knight.
Huh?
Very beautiful. I was watching her this afternoon and...
Aha! But like me, you were over 30 paces away. How could you tell her beauty?
It was obvious, Sir Knight.
Obvious, eh? Bit of a shrew, if you ask me.
A shrew?
Bad features, all scrunched up together. Shows a spiteful nature.
Sir Knight.
I pity the man she marries. Cross-eyed, too, I shouldn't wonder.
Sir Knight, her loveliness was so apparent
that you should know when I jest.
Jest?
Of course. More people this afternoon were watching her than me. You don't have romantic thoughts of the princess, do you?
No. No, I just thought it was an observation only.
An observation only. You observe all you want, Ian, but remember, she is out of reach for you, completely unobtainable.
But...
Never let your ambition truly fly that high. Never.
Jane? Jane?
My lady?
Oh, what are you doing?
Turning your bed, my lady.
Oh, Jane, turning beds.
Needed turning, my lady.
But today, with the grand tourney just over and a feast tonight, how can you think to turn a bed?
I thought it looked a little damp, my lady.
Oh, Jane, you are so beautifully down to earth. Perhaps it's just as well my head is in the sky and my heart is pounding. I can feel it. Tonight, I must look my best.
Oh, dear.
My very best. My blue dress, I think, the one cut low, and my gold chain around my waist, and slippers. Yellow slippers.
My lady.
Yes.
My lady, who is it this time?
Keep a secret?
I always have done, my lady.
His name is Ian.
Ian?
The squire of Sir Hugh.
The squire, not even a knight.
He kept looking at me all afternoon. I swear his eyes are blue.
My lady, you did not look at him.
Oh, no. Well, out of the corner of my eye. Otherwise, I was terribly distant and aloof.
I should hope so.
I should think he hardly thought I noticed him. But I did.
My lady.
Oh, do not worry. Nothing will come of it. He is too far beneath me. Oh, but one day, Jane, one day soon, before I marry, I will have an adventure. I have everything, Jane, including boredom. Do not begrudge me a little excitement.
Well, no harm will come of it, I suppose. You have been in love before and fallen out just as quick.
Not with Ian. Ian I will love forever.
And each of the others you swore you would love forever.
Oh, did I? Ah, but that is the beauty of love. You always think it will last forever.
I know.
Even when you know in your heart it is only pretense. I wish I had some companions, Jane. Someone of my own age. My own rank.
I wish that too, but... Oh, I will go and prepare your clothes for this evening.
The blue dress, Jane?
The blue dress, my lady, and the yellow slippers.
Tonight I shall dance. Dance with my father's aging courtiers. And they will tread on my dress and catch the hem. But I will not mind. Because tonight, in my imagination, I will be dancing with Ian.
A cozy world, at peace, where war is make-believe and people know their place. A set, defined, established land of order and tranquility, where evil only lies in the past. But listen, that past approaches fast.
Breathe! Let them see your might!
broken ribs, Sir Edmund.
Bruised, badly bruised, not broken.
Oh, I am glad of that.
And I'll be after you again next year, Sir Hugh, never fear.
I know. It's not like the old days. You were young, you would not know. Then, no knight could say with certainty he will be here next year.
You talk of the dragon.
And the witch. Haven. Even now, that name sends a chill up my spine.
You fought her?
Aye. Well, the dragon, rather. That is where her power lay. And I've the scars to prove it.
There's more valor when the foe is real.
More death, too.
Even so.
Oh, even so nothing. When I rode forth against the dragon 15 years ago, I was one of 50 knights. It took Skrull 20 seconds to wipe us out. 20 seconds! They left me for dead. We were like ants against a lizard. A lizard who spat fire.
Maybe, but we beat them in the end.
Aye, we beat them in the end. Oh, there's my squire. Ian! Ian! Bring us more wine. Oh, warrant he's been partaking too. He looked a trifle fuddled.
The wine, sir.
Well, pour it for us.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, sir.
Not on the table, Ian.
Sorry, sir.
What are you looking at, Squire?
I'm trying to see if she has arrived.
She?
He has taken a fancy to the Princess Edith.
Well, I don't blame him.
She is too beautiful to describe. She is like the sun.
Oh, like the sun.
I have composed a lay for her. Would you like to hear it?
He's seen her once from 30 yards.
Her nose, like porcelain, gleams forth from between her shining eyes. It needs some polishing.
Well, her nose?
A poem, sir. I've not composed much.
You have poured our wine, Ian. You may depart.
No, let him stay. I want to hear more.
His foolishness reflects on me. Ian, leave us.
Yes, Sir Knight.
And
yes,
tell your poem to none else.
No, Sir Knight.
I'll keep the wine away from him in future.
Our nose gleams forth.
He should have happened to him what happened to me when I was... It was a long time ago. A red-haired woman in a tavern. She ripped my back open. Claws like a cat. I lost my virginity, my innocence, and my romantic notions of women in the space of one night. I never even found her name. Nor have I ever seen her since.
Going to a convent, I expect. A last fling before the doors closed.
Aye, that would explain it. Oh, drink up. Let us talk of other things. This harking on the past makes me feel my age.
There. How do I look?
You look lovely, my lady.
Yes, I think I do. Oh, my father sends for me. Enter.
My lady, the king.
Father.
Edith.
My lord.
Sire.
You may leave us, if you please, madam.
Sire.
Father, why have you come to me? I was only now preparing to...
I have something to tell you. It is not easy.
Yes, Father?
I am an austere man. I have sacrificed emotion because I must rule. And that requires cold logic. I love you, child. You are very precious to me.
I know that, Father.
You are my only child. The stability of the country after I'm gone will depend upon you, and that is not a burden to be carried lightly or alone. I have arranged your marriage.
Yes, Father.
Yes. He is of blood royal, the Duke of Senarth.
Senarth.
He will be here in 3 days. The wedding will be announced then, and will take place in 3 weeks' time. You will please prepare yourself.
Yes, Father.
Well, I have told you now, Edith.
Could you not have told me sooner?
Yes, I could, but nothing was certain until recently. I was afraid, am afraid, that you might not love me when you knew. I wish to retain your affection as long as possible. He is kind and considerate. That is the first thing that I've made certain of. I am sorry that I leave you no choice in this matter, Edith, but it is too important an issue to be decided by your heart.
I know, Father. If you will excuse me, I do not wish to feast tonight. With your permission, I will stay here.
Very well. Good day, daughter.
Father.
Sire.
Margaret.
My lady, what has happened?
I am to be married.
Oh.
To the Duke of Senov.
I have heard he is very kind, my lady.
Yes, it would seem so.
And noble.
Yes. Leave me, Jane.
My lady.
I cannot dance tonight, and I do not feel like eating. I have 3 days left of childhood. 'Tis a sober thought.
You will learn to love him. And not a fleeting passion, either.
Yes, I expect I will. Leave me now, please, Jane. Please.
Yes, my lady.
Oh.
An hour before dawn, just as the first frost of autumn was dusting white in the fields, a shape appeared, high in the sky, nearing. They had traveled far from out of the cold east, but they were not tired, for malignant power needs no rest. The moon was full. The thin, cold light etched vast wings, glittering, golden, claws like steel, cruelly hooked, a tail barbed, dipped in poison, teeth of red, a tongue of fire. On his back, balanced tall and naked, gaunt-faced, eyes hard, was... They circled once and then made south. The witch had returned from the past, and fear settled cold in the hearts of men.
Sir Hugh of Monred, my liege.
You sent for me, sire?
Yes. Walk with me a while, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
You are well?
I am, sire.
Yes. I hear Sir Edmund is not so.
He will heal?
Yes. I am glad that you are my champion.
Thank you, sire.
Look at these roses. They have lasted well, but already the frost begins to blight them.
I'm no gardener, sire.
I have something to ask of you, Sir Hugh.
Sire.
Caven and Skrull have returned.
I know that, sire.
You saw them?
I saw them. Skrull seems bigger than before.
It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, directed at me when they flew over the castle. It was a challenge, Sir Hugh, that you must accept.
Aye.
You are my champion, and you know them from old.
Sire.
What is in your mind?
I had hoped my fighting days were over, sire.
If you destroy them, I will not be ungrateful.
If I destroy them, sire, you know you send me to my death.
Yes, do not think that I have not thought on this. I would not lightly send you. This time, Sir Knight, we have no child.
When do you wish me to depart?
Today.
Today?
Rumor is already growing. It must be seen that I act and fast. I would that I could send another, and others I know would gladly take your place, but you are the most fitting.
Sire.
I leave your route to you, and I grant you powers to parley as if you were me. But I will grant the witch no land, or title, or respect. I will not have sorcery in my realm again.
Parley? I parley with nothing.
She must see that I will have no truck with witches. Cleanse this land of her for me, Sir Hugh. I beg you.
I have served you all my life, sire. And where you send me, I will go.
I hope that we will have your courage when it is our turn to face her. May God go with you, Sir Knight.
Sire. Caven and Skrull. God in heaven, it begins again.
We're finished! Let's go! Let's go! My lord, the king decrees, and on this day, Sir Hugh of Monret, the king's champion, the king's champion, the foremost warrior in the land, will ride forth to slay the witch, Caven, and the dragon, Skrull.
We will do it! We will play the witch! We will save you!
Stop waving your hat, Ian. This is serious business we're about.
Sorry, sir, but listen to them cheer.
They cheer only because they lack our place.
Does not your heart lift, Sir Knight?
At what?
Why, their trust and confidence.
Who needs the trust and confidence of fools? Skrull could burn this moat dry with 2 breaths, had he a mind to.
I wonder if the princess is on the battlement. Yes, there she is. Do not fear, my lady. We will chase the nasty witch and dragon away. Do you think she heard me?
All others did.
She's waving. And now she's gone. She waved to me, sir. She waved to me. The Princess Edith waved to me.
She could do little else.
Sir Knight, when we have slain the dragon, do you think the king will knight me?
Perhaps.
Do you think he will grant me land?
Ian.
Knighthood, land. What honor I might not win.
Ian.
Sir Knight?
You have little idea of what you say. Tell me, last night, did you see them when they flew over?
Indeed not, sir. I must confess that I am not used to wine, Sir Knight.
I did notice. Well, I had been drinking too, and hard. But when we heard the shouts outside and went to see, I could have been drinking water. I was that afraid.
Afraid, Sir Knight?
Skrull measures 50 or more paces from wingtip to wingtip. His tail can flatten a house with one blow. His breath is so fierce that where he breathes, all is blackened and scorched to nothing. He's invulnerable to sword, club, lance, or mace. There is no way to slay him.
Then we must use his strength against himself. Win by stealth.
Ian, he is not an adversary at a wrestling match. The dragon kills. He kills swift and gives no quarter. When he sees us, we will die.
Even so.
And then there is the witch herself. Caven can change into any shape or form. She can make you see what is not there. She can bring down lightning from a clear sky. She could tie us fast with spells so that we're helpless. And like the dragon, she has no pity.
Then how, Sir Knight, was she conquered before?
She had a child.
A child? The witch gave birth?
Yes. It is not generally known. A country must have pride in her fighting men. So it was put about she was defeated by strength of arms, but we were at her mercy. The country was hers for the taking. The dragon was roaming unchecked. She thought the child safe, but it was not so. The king gained custody of her. A girl child, a babe in arms, innocent. The king threatened to have her skewered with red-hot irons and then quartered. And so Caven left. She was then more mother than witch. So she left. Oh, it is not a pleasant tale. Hardly one of gallantry. There is no honor in it.
What happened to the babe?
She was returned to Caven. It was part of the bargain. I tell you this now, Ian, because I expect us to die. To be snuffed out like a candle when first we meet them. And it is fitting that you should know the truth.
If things are as you say, then why has the king sent us?
You heard them cheering. It gives hope and leaves him time to plan and marshal his forces. But now there is no child. He has no hold on her. Like me, he can see only death. If you wish, Ian, I will release you from your vows to me and you can go home. I would not think that you lacked courage.
That would be small thanks for your concern, Sir Knight. I am bound to you by more than vows. I could not leave you even if you ordered me. Anyway, they must be growing old.
Oh.
We might catch them dozing by a fire, like an old woman and her kitten.
Some kitten.
And if they fight, their bones will creak with age.
Mine creak, too, do not forget.
We'll dance rings round them, Sir Knight.
Hey, my dancing days are over.
Then I will dance, while you creep up and stab him in the rear.
And blunt my sword, no matter what part I hit. No, lad. If we triumph, it will be because of unforeseen circumstances, naught else. But your optimism gives me hope. Come, we must hasten.
My lady, what are you about?
Nothing. A few clothes only to give to the poor.
May I see?
There is no need. I have finished.
Your wardrobe is my concern, my lady.
I tell you, there is nothing here. A few shifts, nothing more.
Then I will have them washed and aired. A few shifts, my lady. These are boys' clothes. A page's. My lady, what are you planning? My lady, please, trust me. Oh, then I must take the clothes to your father.
No.
My lady, I saw you watch Sir Hugh and his squire leave and saw you cry. I know you were fearful of your coming marriage, but, my lady, if you have planned what I think you have planned, then you are being very foolish.
Oh, Jane, I love you like a mother. But what I have planned is very little. I intend only leaving the castle for a day, and perhaps the night.
The night?
One night only. A small adventure before I wed. I will take my mare and ride as if for sport. And then, once out of sight, I will become a boy with my hair under a cap. And then I will gallop like the wind. I will gallop south.
South?
Oh, not too far. Just enough to circle beyond the ruined convent of St. Agnes. And at the ruins, I will spend the night.
I see.
And tomorrow I will be back, no longer a boy, back to await my betrothed. What could be more harmless?
The convent ruins, my lady, lie directly on the route Sir Hugh will be taking.
Oh, really?
And he and his squire will doubtless spend the night there.
I only wish to meet them, to join their talk.
My lady.
They are going to die, Jane. They go alone against the dragon. My father sends them as a sacrifice.
Even so, but to satisfy a childish whim.
It is no whim, Jane.
It is.
No, I have planned it down to the smallest detail. Nothing can go wrong. Unless you betray me.
It would not be betrayal.
It would. I mean to go, Jane.
You do not know the squire. If you knew him, if you had spoken with him, even of love and found it returned, I still would not agree. It is not right for you to do this thing.
It is right. It is very right. Oh, Jane, except with you, have I behaved other than with discretion? Have I not obeyed my father's every wish? I am to marry soon. A man I do not know. I will spend my wedding night with a stranger, and people will say it is right for me to do so. Oh, Jane, although I have never met Ian, I know him better than the Duke. Surely it is as right for me to talk with him innocently without his knowing who I am, as it is for me to bed down with my husband.
No, it is not. My lady, a princess cannot choose, cannot make comparisons. You know that as well as I.
Not even once, Jane. Are the walls around me so very solid?
They are, my lady.
And you are a part of them. Well, I hate them and I hate you.
My lady.
I do. I hate you, Jane.
Child, I love you as if you were my own, but I must do my duty. Now, will you promise me you will not go?
No.
Then I must take these clothes to your father.
I will say you have invented it.
He knows I have no reason to. He knows I love you.
Jane! Oh, stay here.
My lady?
When you were young, did you not do such things?
Well...
And did any harm come from them?
No.
And will any harm come from this?
If people find out...
No one will unless you tell them. It will be safe, Jane, as safe as if I had stayed here.
You would not tell them who you are?
Oh, no.
You would not say you were not a boy?
No. And the disguise would be my chaperone.
Oh, but they might see
it. It will be dark, and firelight jumbles features, you see? I have worked it all out. Oh, say you will let me go, Jane. I know you will. And you will stay here. Say that tomorrow I may ride out early.
No, I will not do that, my lady.
Jane.
I will come with you. I could not let you go alone. You object?
Oh, no, dear Jane, no. I cannot imagine you as a boy.
I will go as I am and be your mother.
My mother?
And as for my safety, my age will see to that. Now, we will need food and blankets.
Oh, my darling child. Oh, we have much to do. Oh, darling Jane, you are so practical.
And now, like a hawk, we must soar, winging high and fast. Beneath us rolls the countryside, unfolding emerald green. Thin brooks meander, fields sit square. Distance lends a toy-like peace. But as we gain height, arching up, a gentle, innocent stain of brown appears, heading south, the dragon's root, where all plants wither from its passing, a deadly road to the witch's castle.
Marianne?
Yes, Mother?
Is the turret room prepared yet?
I think so, Mother.
It must be done by night, for without the pentacle, I have no eyes.
Yes, Mother.
Did you see the cat?
Cat? Did you see him run? A stray, I think. But he felt my power and was frightened.
A small black cat with white on his chest.
Yes. You'll not see him again.
I gave him some food this morning. He rubbed up against me and purred.
You are soft, daughter. No fit child to me.
I'm sorry, Mother.
And for you, I break my word.
I did not ask you to.
All this should rightly belong to you. None else.
I do not like it here. Damp.
Cold. Damp. Cold. If you would but use your powers, child, you could alter it as you wished.
I do not like these powers, Mother. They give much for little effort. I gain small satisfaction from them.
You will learn. Once I thought like you, tried to live a natural life, but men hate what is beyond them. Like the cat, They could sense the difference, so they turned on me. You will learn. Hate breeds hate, and now I hate them back.
It could not always have been so, Mother, for I exist. Did not my father love you? And you him?
Love! Alas, that was all. I had no love for him. It was you I wanted. A daughter. Nothing else. Even I cannot create life without a man. Let me see what you have done. The king will move fast, I know. Men already will be traveling here, and I must be prepared.
But Skrull will frighten them away.
Skrull is my affair, not yours. I'm sorry. The dragon grows in strength. It worries me. Oh, he would do as I require. Doubt not that. Once I unleash him, he will waste this land to dust. But his control is not for unskilled hands. Stay clear of him, daughter, until you decide to use what lies within you.
Is the area large enough, Mother? Have I cleared enough space?
It will do. You may leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
If I think right, the king's men tonight will just be within the borders of my power, and I will stop them.
You will slay them?
Perhaps. Perhaps. I will see how fancy takes me. Leave me now.
Yes, Mother.
More wine, Sir Knight?
No, lad. And you'll not touch it either. Put more wood on the fire.
Yes, sir. Will the witch know where we are, Sir Knight?
She might. Depends if she looks.
What do you mean?
She can spread her power like a spider's web. Sense all that lies within.
Oh.
Think not on it.
No. It grows dark.
Aye.
I begin to think the ruins change shape.
It is the firelight.
They say that when the witch is near, the air freezes.
Aye.
Even in summer or autumn, the air freezes.
Ian.
It is cold now. Do you think the witch...
If she be near, Ian, you will know it.
How?
It gets dark and cold, but too dark to be natural, too cold to be normal.
But...
It is not that now. Grasp in your mind what you know is real and dwell on nothing else, or you'll be like a cat that jumps at shadows.
Yes, Sir Knight.
What now?
It is nothing.
Ian?
It is nothing. I thought I saw a rock move.
Then walk over and sit on it, but do not think.
Someone nears.
My shield.
2 horses, I think.
My shield and sword, boy.
Yes, Sir Knight.
You stand to my back. Watch for me there. In spite of the peace, there are still rogues about.
We come in peace, my lord.
It is but a boy.
Keep to your post. Stay there, boy, and state your business.
As you wish, my lord. I am escorting my mother to the king's castle. We are but 2, my lord.
Where have you come from?
Wraxham, my lord.
Wraxham.
My mother is tired with travel, and we both are cold.
Come closer, both of you.
Yes, my lord. Come along, mother.
Let me be.
It is not mother.
They're unarmed.
Yes. Take their horses, Ian. Tether them with our own.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Sit down and join us. You're welcome.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
May I offer you food, wine?
Mother?
Oh, a little wine.
I am Sir Hugh of Monreth. My squire is called Ian. You are...
My father was John Preen, sir, of Wraxham.
Was?
He's been dead for some years.
Ah. Madam.
Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
And for you,
Edward, sir.
wine?
Oh, no, let me serve myself. It's not fitting that you should wait upon such a lad as I.
Oh.
Thank you. How could I have suspected you rogues when he's so well-mannered?
Oh, he has been well brought up, sir.
I can see that. Oh, take more, lad. You've hardly enough there to fill a thimble.
The bottle is empty, Sir Knight.
Ian, another bottle. And help the lad to wine.
Yes, Sir Knight. Here, let me help you.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
You have no man with you for protection.
No,
we cannot spare them, sir. The harvest is late this year.
Ah, I see. Let us draw closer to the fire. You have many men working for you, lady?
Oh,
My mother has no head for figures. We have some land, sir, about 9 hides. A steward assists us with the running.
9 hides, eh?
Well, about 8.5 to be precise, I think.
Even so. And there are more sons, daughters?
I am an only child.
Oh, yes, an only child.
Well, this is timely. New companions help pass the hours more swiftly. Your land, lady, it's all good pasture?
Oh, yes. Yes. Yes, why not?
Good. Well, your health, widow. Your health.
And your health, too, Sir Knight. May you live long.
May we all live long, lady. Drink, all of you, drink. I feel the future drawing near.
Alone in the pentacle, the witch sat, bat-like, motionless, spinning strands of power, spider-like. Eyes closed, face tense, hands clenched, bird-like. Blackness gathers, pulsating dark, drumming, cold, breaking forth as she opened her green and slitted eyes. Her power spread, a slow black chill creeping over the land, knowing all, knowing.
Oh, it is good to talk like this. Spin tales, even if one exaggerates a bit.
More wine, Sir Knight?
No, I'll need a clear head on the morrow, and you'll not have some either. He composes poems when he's been drinking.
Oh, sir.
Poems?
Love poems.
Love poems.
They are very poor, and I cannot remember them.
A good thing, too. Romantic nonsense. Do you not think so, lady?
Well, for the young, perhaps it does no harm.
But you and I are too old for that.
It would seem so.
The fire gets low. Ian, more wood.
There's little here, sir. I must gather more.
Oh, I will help you.
Oh, let him go.
Mother.
They'll not be far. The moon is full.
We will bring back armfuls, won't we, lad?
Oh, yes, we will indeed.
You seem pensive, mistress.
I worry about my son.
Yes. Your son. I've been watching him closely.
Oh.
A delicate lad, is he not?
Yes, very delicate.
Small-handed, white-skinned, large-eyed. Hair, I think, longer than he shows.
Well, he has lived a sheltered life.
Very sheltered by the look of him. My squire knows little of young women. He cannot see those subtle signs that tell them apart, particularly if they are disguised in the clothes of a boy. I am not my squire, however. Within 5 minutes of your arrival here, my eyes were open.
It was for safety.
Oh, I thought as much. I only wonder what other lies you've told as truth.
Oh.
But it does not matter, and I will not pry. Except in one thing.
And what is that?
You are unwed.
Oh, yes, I am unwed.
And unspoken for.
That, too.
I will not ask of land. I would not wish to stretch my luck.
Be glad that you do not, sir.
You know we go to fight the witch.
Yes, you have said.
Mistress, this is hard to say, for it presumes a lot. But if I return, the witch and the dragon will be dead, and I would wish to settle down. The king will reward me well, I know. I would not need land or dowry or... Mistress, if I return, may I call on you?
You may, Sir Knight. You would be welcome.
I will do my best to do so, then. Storm is gathering. Here, take my cloak until they return with the fuel.
The wood is dry here.
Ah.
I think Sir Hugh has taken a fancy to your mother.
Really?
I did not notice.
You're fortunate.
How so?
Oh, come, lad. He is champion knight. Foremost warrior in the land. He could have his pick of noble widows.
Ah, and you? Could you have your pick of the daughters of those widows?
I'd not thought on it. But anyway, my heart is taken.
Oh, who by?
You could not expect me to tell you that.
Is she so very great, then?
Among the greatest in the land.
Oh.
We'll need more wood than this, lad. Look over there.
Yes, sir, yes. I have heard the King's Castle is very grand.
Oh, it is. Very grand.
And the people there are very clever.
Some are, some aren't. It depends on who you meet.
You have met many.
A few. Being squire to the champion knight does not allow much time.
Tell me, did you meet the princess? Edith, I think she is called.
In passing, a few words, nothing more.
Oh. When was that?
You're very inquisitive.
I am going there. I wish to know how I should behave should I meet the princess. And you, sir, are obviously used to meeting such great people.
Are you playing with me, lad?
No, sir, not I. They say the princess is quite presentable.
Presentable? She is too beautiful to describe.
Oh. Tell me, is she among the greatest in the land?
Of course she is. You are astute for one so young.
'Tis the princess that you love.
It is.
Does she love you?
I do not know. I would not let my fancy ride that high.
When you spoke with her in passing, did you not tell her of your love?
No, I did not.
But you intend to when next you meet her in passing.
It is possible. I shall see how I feel. Here, hold your arms out. Let me load you up.
Certainly, sir. Tell me, if the princess were here now in front of you, would you tell her of your love?
We must hurry.
Oh, please, sir, tell me.
All right. I would not.
Why not?
I would be afraid she would do no more than sport with me. And anyway, you know we go to fight the dragon and the witch.
I do.
It is not likely that we will return, and dreams are too precious to throw away. I would not have her use me as a plaything.
I think you think her very cruel.
Thoughtless, rather. And vain, perhaps. Imagine for a moment that you were the princess, boy. Would you not have fun with me?
What was that?
Nothing. The storm gets close.
It was so cold and dark.
Clouds over the moon.
Clouds, but there are no clouds.
What?
A boy. 2 boys. No, a boy and a girl.
The witch.
No, more than a girl.
A girl. You.
Much more than a simple girl. Much more.
What have you done? A girl? Where is she? Ian! Ian! The knight! Over here!
What has happened? Where
is the witch was here! The witch! Haven!
Even so, Sir Hugh. Even so.
What have you done with her?
Silence, Ian! Caleb, where is the boy?
Boy? I know of no boy.
Girl, then!
She is in that castle.
My lady!
Lady!
She was highborn.
The highest.
What?
Caleb! Caleb!
Behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb!
Still behind you, Sir Knight.
Caleb, let the girl go. She is no concern of yours.
No concern, Sir Knight. Ask my lord, the king.
The king?
Red-hot irons. For his daughter, my red-hot irons will be the dragon's teeth.
His daughter?
Ask the woman. Ask the mother. And then come and fetch her. If you dare, come and fetch her from the dragon's mouth.
Mistress, does the witch say true?
Oh, yes. She was my lady, the Princess Edith.
The princess?
Sir Knight, what can we do? We cannot go back without her.
We will rescue her. I will rescue her.
Do not be foolish, Ian.
But Sir Knight...
Put your sword away.
But...
Ian!
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, go and see to the horses. Make sure they're well tethered.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Now, mistress, why did you come here?
She is to marry. She wished... Oh, she has had little excitement. Oh, why did I let her? She twisted me round her finger like a ring.
The king does not know that she came here.
No.
When he finds out, he will have your head for this.
I would have naught else. I would that I could exchange it for her safety. Oh, Sir Knight, we must get her back.
Yes, we must. Though, I see nothing but to go on and hope.
And I must come with you.
No, you must not.
Oh, but...
Women have taken too great a hand in this affair already, madam. 3 leagues from here, I know a family. They will care for you. It is on our road. We will leave you there tomorrow.
But Sir Knight...
The matter is ended.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Mistress, what I said before when we were alone still holds. But for now, I must not think on you. And you must keep your place. Ian, were the horses undisturbed?
They were, sir.
Good. We will need them fresh tomorrow. We must travel fast.
Yes, sir.
And we will take your horse, too, mistress, when we leave you.
We're leaving you?
Oh, yes. Yes, you must. There is no place for me in this.
Fighting is for fighting men, Ian. And when we face Caven and the dragon... Caven, if I catch you clear of sorcery, I will slay you dead.
Mother, what have you done? Done? The girl in boy's clothes, sleeping in the turret.
No girl, child. She is the Princess Edith.
The princess?
Last night she strayed too near. I reached out and took her. It was easy.
Well, what will you do with her?
Use her, as once the king would have used you. She will be a pawn. I will gain for you what I wish, and then...
And then?
That pawn will never be a queen. Skrull will make sure of that.
Oh, do not do it, Mother. I beg you.
You have no right to beg.
I have every right. You do this in my name, as if for me. Yet I do not want it. You will turn all men against me if you continue. Oh, I cannot leave you, Mother, for I know you love me. But better I were dead than be like you.
Daughter, you know nothing.
I do, Mother. I know what is within me. Clear and still. An ache, a void, a need for love.
You have mine.
More than yours, a different kind. Soon I know I will need a man to love. Soon I know I will want a child. But I do not wish to have to do as you. I want to gain no man's love by sorcery.
You touch me, daughter. But you are wrong.
No, I am not. Oh, please. I plead with you. Give up this scheme. Release the girl. Let us leave. We can go away, find another land, and live once more in peace, even if alone.
We cannot.
Why not?
It is not possible.
It is. We could leave today, within the hour.
No, Skrull will not have it so.
Skrull?
Yes. The dragon lies at the center of our being here.
What?
He would have the old days back. He knows not of love or peace. Skrull has the power, Marianne, more so than I. If we had not come here with him, he would have turned on us.
So you aid him?
I had no choice. My spells may have him mute and sleeping now. But when he wakes, Marianne, believe me, we have no choice but to ride upon his back. No choice. None.
How much further to the witch's castle, Sir Knight?
Less than a league now. Once we top this hill, we should see it.
I have been thinking, Sir Knight, about the princess.
So have I. Damn the girl. She makes our task impossible.
I was thinking why she came to the ruins. Why she would wish to meet us. Maybe she was taken with me, Sir Knight.
Do not flatter yourself. She would have come had it been Sir Edmund and his squire that rode against the dragon.
That I do not see.
We're marked to die, Ian. Last night was our last on earth. She came to share it.
That was kind of her, then.
Had she come as the princess, perhaps, it would have shown concern. But as a boy, it was romantic nonsense and cruel. She was using you, Ian. Using both of us to gain a brief and spiteful pleasure.
On the surface, what you say is true, but that cannot be the whole of it. It makes her out a vulture. I prefer to think she was thoughtless, nothing else. Had not Caven taken her, we would have seen her true concern, I'm sure of it.
You may be right. It does not matter. Only one thing stands clear now. We've got to get her back. That is our first consideration.
How will we attack, Sir Knight?
I do not know. I hope that she will let me prepare. Let me get my armor on and ride properly into battle. I do not want to be crushed like an insect before I've drawn my sword. There's only one thing I know from the past. The witch likes drama, set-piece battles. That would be fitting for champion knight, foremost warrior in the land.
I have been thinking, sir. Let us suppose that the witch and the dragon ride forth for battle. The castle then would be undefended. Could I not circle behind and reach the princess unseen?
Ian, you forget that she sees all. For the princess, there is no safety until the witch is dead, and the dragon, too.
But surely, sir, my plan gives some hope.
No more hope than mine, which gives none. Ian, I say again, fortune must take a hand in this affair, and soon, or else all has been lost since we began. Listen.
The witch!
Steady, steady. Oh, it is different. But sorcery all the same. You're ready to defend yourself?
Yes, Sir Knight.
At first, the figure they saw was ghostly, pulsating red, uncertain.
A girl!
Hold your place.
Then it condensed, became solid, real. A girl with softly flowing hair, gentle shape, sweet face, sad, sad.
She faints.
Stay here.
You think it is the witch?
A witch for sure. Who are you, child?
I am Marianne, Sir Knight.
Marianne?
Yes. My mother is Caven the witch.
The witch?
You're Caven's daughter.
Yes, oh, please. Might I beg a little water? Oh, I do not often use my power, and it makes me weak.
Water? Here is water.
Oh.
Come, take it from my hand.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Sir Knight.
I'll have you now. One move, bitch, and I'll cut your head off.
Sir Knight.
Dismount here and put your dagger to her ribs.
But,
do it!
But, sir...
And if she move at once, strike home and deep.
Yes, Sir Knight.
If she be what she says, we have something Caven treasures. We must not let her slip. Hold her fast, Ian.
I have, sir.
And if she is not, she is still a witch and must die. Now, bring her here. Watch her close. Keep your dagger firm. Now, bitch, we may talk. Only no deceit, either by your tongue or witchcraft, or my squire will kill you. Now, what do you want with us?
I come to offer aid, to put my powers at your service.
Do you? You hear that, Ian? The witch's daughter offers aid.
Oh, not against my mother, sir, but against the dragon. My mother I could not harm, but Skrull, I would have him destroyed.
The dragon destroyed? That strikes at the witch. You're not consistent.
Oh!
So, tell the truth about your being here.
Oh, it is as I say. My mother cannot control the dragon now. I would have him dead so that we may depart.
Depart?
Oh, yes. Oh, why else should I come here? Why else should I place myself so easily in your power?
'Tis not enough. There must be more.
Oh, no more, Sir Knight, I swear it. Oh, no more. I stake my life on it.
Your life is forfeit anyway.
Oh, please, may I have the water now?
Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Stay close, Ian. I do not trust her yet.
I will not flee.
Even so. Why would you help us? Why would you turn against your mother?
Oh, Sir Knight, once you discovered my identity, you called me bitch. You would have slain me, would slay me now, except you think I might be useful. I do not like it so, this hate that men feel for me, although I do no harm. With your help, Sir Knight, I would show that I am human.
Ian, do you believe her?
I do, Sir Knight.
Why?
She is too beautiful to be false.
Beautiful? Ian, beauty means nothing. When will you learn? I do not trust her. I dare not. It is too simple and convenient to be other than Caven's work.
'Tis not so, sir.
My mother.
We'll pay heavily for you. You will serve to get the princess back.
How so, sir?
We propose an exchange to Caven. Her daughter for the princess.
And if she does not agree?
Then we kill this bitch here.
Sir Knight!
My liege begged me to cleanse this land of sorcery, and we will make a start with her.
But, sir...
And you'll not gainsay me, Ian.
Sir Knight, you read this badly.
I read this badly.
You throw away our only chance.
Speak on.
Things will be as they were before if we get the princess back.
Not so. She will be safe.
How long for? A day, perhaps? You said yourself, defeat Skrull and all else unravels. But that we cannot do unless we trust the maid, so that she can strike when least expected by the witch.
Her beauty makes you eloquent, Ian. And convincing.
Sir, I see it clear the course we have to take.
Perhaps. But I think not you would think the same if she were ugly. Beware, child. He falls in love with any pretty face. Tell me, what are the witch's plans?
My mother. She would kill the princess out of spite.
When?
I do not know. Soon, I think.
How?
By waking the dragon and putting her in his path.
The dragon sleeps?
Yes, but...
Then we have him.
Not so. It is my mother who makes him slumber. It's an artificial sleep that he is in. If you get close, he will wake.
Where does he rest?
Beyond the castle, there is a valley. He lies there. Oh, Sir Knight, if you would put your trust in me, we must move this business swiftly. I must be back before my mother knows that I am gone.
What would you have us do?
I will tell you what no one knows about the dragon. Draw close and listen hard. It is her sorcery that keeps him safe. She coats his scales with power that turns aside all arms. Oh, Sir Knight, you could charge him fair and hit him hard, but you could not touch his skin, not while my mother provides the shield. But take away that defense, and you can slay him like any animal.
I did not know this.
It is the secret of his invulnerability. Now, what I suggest is this. That you confront the dragon, throw all caution aside, and charge. The dragon will be careless, but we will not touch him.
So, you betray me, Marianne.
And give you...
You betray me.
Princess wakes. Her last awakening.
Ian! Jane! Does anyone hear me?
I hear you, my lady.
Who are you?
Your jailer, my lady.
Let me free. My father
is the king. I know.
Then let me free. I command it.
On his authority? Oh, that does not run here, my lady. Look at my face, child. It means death for you.
The witch?
Even so, my lady. Even so.
What do you want with me?
You will see.
Where is Ian and Sir Hugh?
They are plotting. They think to be heroes, but they plot their death. And my daughter, she plots with them. With her help, they force my hand. I can no longer wait to put the king upon the rack. Blame them, child, for what is about to happen.
And what is that?
Your death.
My father will give anything.
Your father is not here. I wish he were.
It is not fitting that I am guard like this. Bring me a gun, some women's clothes.
You have spirit. That is dignity enough.
I think you jest with me to frighten me. You do not mean it.
I mean it, child. Doubt it
but
not.
I am innocent. I have done nothing.
You carry your father's love. That is guilt enough. The dragon will eat you, child. Eat you whole. Then he will destroy your friends. You will have company in death. Never fear.
You're trying to humiliate me. I will not let you. I will not. I'm my father's daughter, the princess. I will not crawl to you.
I despise you. You use emotions as toys, not feelings. You think you are being noble now. You are not. There is no nobility in death. When you feel the dragon's breath, you will scream like that. dragon and the knight. When I have placed you as I wish, I will have sport with him again. Your hair is strong. A worthy rope to hang them with.
And that is my plan, sir. What do you think of it?
It has many gaps. I do not like it. You pit my skill against the dragon.
You will succeed, Sir Knight. Your lance can pierce him now.
If I get close, perhaps. But it is staking all on a single throw. You can do no more than you have said.
I can open up a path for you through my mother's power so that you can reach the dragon. But my arts will stretch no further.
And for this, you want the witch's life?
If it should come to that.
My oath on it.
It would be enough, Sir Knight.
An oath to break an oath. I must think on all of this. I'm not yet convinced that it is not a trap.
It is no trap, sir.
Stay here, both of you. Ian, if she should seem like leaving, kill her.
Yes, sir.
Do not take long, Sir Knight.
I will not.
I wish to thank you for your defense of me.
It was nothing.
Oh, you went against his authority and corrected him. Oh, that takes courage.
No. He fires quickly, but he sees reason just as fast. I learnt that long since.
Be that as it may, I thank you. Tell me, you said that I was beautiful. Did you mean it?
Why, yes. Every word. You are very lovely, Marianne.
You do not hate me.
No. Why should I?
Seeing who my mother is and what I am.
It makes no difference.
But Sir Hugh...
sees things in black and white, I think, and he is under stress.
And so are you?
Not so great. I do not carry the responsibility that is his. I have time to look at other things.
Could a man love me, do you think?
Yes. Very deeply. Marianne?
Yes?
Can we speak of love again when this is over?
I would like to, but it will not be possible.
It must be possible.
No.
It must. Just say that you would not turn me aside.
Sir Hugh returned.
Say it, Marianne. You would not turn me aside?
I would not turn you aside. I could not.
I have considered. Your plan is the only one that gives us hope to finish this. I will trust you and spare the witch. We fight as you say.
Good.
Maid, you must return, and fast.
I will, Sir Knight.
Ian, see to my armor.
Yes, Sir Knight.
My mother is here. She watches. All is lost.
Even so, all is lost.
Not so. Come here.
Oh,
sir.
We do as I first thought. Caven. Caven. Answer me, witch.
Sir Hugh. Sir Hugh of Monrath.
Caven, I have your daughter cold, my sword upon her neck.
So I see, Sir Knight.
Parley, witch, or I strike.
You think I value a daughter who would betray me?
I know you value her, witch, from 15 years ago. So parley.
What would you have of me?
The princess.
Nothing more?
And your departure.
Only that?
And the dragon's death.
Say on, Sir Knight. Oh, there must be more. My head, perhaps, upon a block.
I swear, witch, that if it were so, then I would gladly cut it off.
You set a high price. Too high. Sever her neck, Sir Knight. I do not care.
You care, witch. You care. You gave up all before.
A thing I will not do again. So go on, Sir Knight. Why don't you strike?
Curse you, witch. You pushed me too far.
Mother, help me.
He will not kill you, and he knows it.
I will, and you can watch.
You must not, sir.
She leaves me no choice.
I will not let you.
Stand clear.
No.
I will cut through you to reach her, Ian, unless you move aside.
Then cut, sir. For if she die, we all die with her. Be not too hasty, sir. Think on what you do.
Caven, my lowest price is the princess for your daughter.
I thought it would come to that.
Bring her here, Caven. Bring the princess here.
And if I do not?
Then your daughter dies.
You had better stop him, little squire, for I will not bring the princess here.
She seeks to trick you, Ian. She will barter. Caven, no more talk. Fetch her to us. Caven, answer me.
I am thinking, Sir Knight, about the past.
The past?
Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, in a small tavern? Do you remember a woman, Sir Knight, with flame red hair?
What of it?
Do you remember a night of love, of passion, 17 years ago?
That is of no concern.
You were a handsome man, Sir Hugh, and gentle. I often thought of it, your gentleness. And your strength. You are very virile, Sir Knight, very virile.
You lie, witch.
Lie? I lay with you, Sir Knight. With you. Watch.
A woman appeared, tall, stately, red hair, deep belly, desirable, standing, smiling on the grass, strong arms outstretched.
This is how I came to you, Sir Knight. And you did not flinch, not even when I scratched you till you bled.
Does she say true?
She lies.
I do not, Sir Knight, and you know it.
You lie, witch, you lie.
Look upon this body, and then say you know me not.
Which, had I known who you were...
You would have taken your pleasure still.
Even so, it means nothing now. It is in the past and dead.
I think not, Sir Knight. Nothing? The child you threaten, you call nothing?
Child?
Me? She is your daughter, Sir Knight. Your daughter as well as mine.
Mother, is this true?
It is true.
You would not lie to me on this.
I would not. I do not. There is no need. Sir Hugh, you have your daughter cold, your sword upon her neck. You had better strike. Strike hard and deep, for I make no bargains now.
Mother, wait.
You are safe, Marianne. He will not harm you now.
Oh, no, do not leave me, Mother.
We will meet again when they are dead. The time approaches when I must wake the dragon.
The dragon? Mother, do you want the dragon dead? Oh, Mother, do you want the dragon dead?
You know I want him dead. But it cannot be.
It can be, Mother, by force of arms.
Sir Hugh.
If you do not aid the dragon, Sir Hugh can slay him.
And leave me almost helpless.
We can leave, then. There will be nothing to keep us here.
No.
You swore you would not harm her, sir.
Yes, but...
Swear again. She'll agree.
Cavan, if the dragon dies, you can depart in peace. I swear it. Give me chance to kill him, Cavan. Give me one chance.
You would wish me only to stand aloof?
Only that.
Only that? Then I agree. I will take no part in it.
You swear it?
I swear it. On our daughter's life, I swear it.
Good. Now...
Sir Knight, what of the princess?
I will not harm her.
She's safe?
For now. I will not touch her until this is over.
Your word on it?
My word on it.
As ever, it comes down to naked strength and skill. Ian.
Sir?
Prepare my armor. I go to fight the dragon.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Cavan, does the dragon sleep?
He sleeps, but light. If you approach within 100 paces, the scroll will wake. And I warn you, sir, he will be hungry.
100 paces. I wish it were less. Marianne?
Yes, Father?
Father. We are newly found.
Yes, newly found.
Will you forgive me for what I called you?
I forgive you gladly.
You will give me your blessing before I fight.
I will.
And will you look to Ian as a sister should? For he is like a son to me.
I will look to him, Father.
Your armor, sir.
Then, prepare me. And my steed. For we must do this right.
Skrull was deadly. Make no mistake on it. A monstrous beast of glittering gold, with no compassion, no humanity. He was a killer, cold and clean, a murderous machine of death. Listen. He sleeps as yet, but soon he will awake and kill.
Steady. Steady, easy, Ian. Scroll.
He is so large, Sir Knight.
Aye. Now you know why I've always said we were marked for death.
You will kill him, sir.
If I do not, then... Where stands the witch?
She stands on that hill there, sir.
Ah, she would watch this. I know, a set-piece confrontation. And Marianne, where is she?
She stands with her, sir.
Then give me my lance and go and join them.
Here, sir.
And Ian.
Sir?
If you think the witch would interfere, then take your sword and strike. You might not kill her, but perhaps it would distract her, or... If I do not kill the dragon, then do your best to slay the witch.
I will, sir.
And as for Marianne, I hope she does not come to harm.
I wish that too, sir.
Well, Ian, we have come far together.
Aye, sir.
My hand?
Sir Hugh. May fortune favor you, sir.
And you too, Ian. Leave me now.
Yes, sir.
Now it must begin. May God ride with this beast. 100 paces. 100 only. And then we must move with lightning speed.
Balanced finely in his saddle, his visor closed, his lance held level, Sir Hugh of Monreth, champion knight, arrowed silver across the plain. 300. 200. 100. The dragon woke.
The princess is there.
I swore only that she would be safe from me.
Scroll will kill her.
Even so, daughter, even so.
Oh, it was a trick. A trick with words.
They would have done the same to me. It is ironic, is it not, that the knight should cause her death?
Mother, did you plan this?
You talked too much of leaving, child. I grew frightened.
I would never have left you, Mother. But I must do so now. If the princess dies, then I do not wish to live.
Marianne.
Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye!
Marianne! Marianne!
Marianne!
She was a shard of amber splintering down. And the dragon saw her, turned his head, and spat out flame.
Marianne!
The witch, bat-like, hawk-like, black, swooped down and landed at the dragon's side.
Scrowl! Scrowl! Stop! Stop!
The dragon saw her,
Scrowl!
lowered his head,
Stop, Scrowl!
and bit.
Now. Faster.
In the eye, Sir Knight! In the eye!
In the eye. God guide my hand.
The lance ran true. 10 feet of gleaming, polished steel slid through his eye into his brain.
Mother.
Marianne, I have brought you water.
Mother.
Let me tell you. You are so burnt.
Oh. But at least we are alive.
I lost my mother 4 years ago. I know your pain.
She thought to love me, and she did. Too much, perhaps. I know that now.
We have all learnt much from this.
Yes.
I thank you for what you did, in my name and my father's. I am to marry soon and will have my own court. I would be honored to have you as my companion and my friend.
Ask me again in a little while. For now, I cannot think.
I will do that, for I need a friend like you.
Here, Sir Knight. I have brought you wine.
Good. But first, take off this breastplate.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Ow! Oh, I swear I will fight no more dragons, boy. He must have thrown me clear by 50 feet. But I spit at him. I spit at him like a pig.
It was a grand sight, Sir Knight.
Land, Ian, land! I will get much from this.
And honor, sir.
Aye. And you will have your share.
Yes, Sir Knight.
Where is the princess?
Well, she is unharmed.
She is almost within your means now, eh, lad?
Even if she is, I will woo another.
And who might that be? The witch's daughter?
Your daughter, too, sir.
I know, Ian. I was not forgetting. You talk of wooing. I know who I will woo and win.
Sir?
Her farm may be imaginary, but she has ample curves and a kindly nature. It'll be enough. Ian, this thing turns out well. It turns out well.
Indeed it does, Sir Knight.
Not even old age can fright me now, after this. Nor death, too. For Skrull was death. And I killed him, boy. I killed him clean.
In our story, the dragon died and did not live again. But our story was set in the imagination. And in our fancy, dragons can always exist. Listen. You can hear them, and hear them forever. Their wing beats echoing across the sky, casting dark shadows in a moonless night.
The Tale of the Knight, the Witch, and the Dragon. The Knight, Sir Hugh of Monreath, was played by Patrick Stewart. The Witch, Caven, by Peggy Page. And the Dragon was created by Peter Howell of the Radiophonic Workshop, who also composed the sound score. The King was played by Anthony Newlands, the Princess Edith by Elizabeth Proud, Sir Edmund by Gavin Campbell, and the Herald was Henry Knowles. Ian, Sir Hugh's page, was played by Marcus Campbell, Jane, the Princess's Gentlewoman, by Sheila Grant, and Marianne, the Witch's Daughter, by Kate Binchy. The King's subjects included Kenneth Shanley and Jonathan Scott, and Scrimp the Storyteller was played by Timothy Bateson. The studio managers were David Greenwood, Peter Novis, and Lloyd Silverthorne. The Tale of the Knight, the Witch, and the Dragon was written by J.C.W. Brook and directed by Ian Cotterill.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Holiday greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you've all had a perfect Christmas. Wonderful presents, too much dinner, and lots of merry company. But sometime during the day, I'm sure you've said, Christmas really belongs to the children. And so, before they have to leave their toys and cowboy suits, we want to tell them a story. And you'll want to listen too, because it's The Wizard of Oz, one of those wonderful Oz books that we've all loved since they were written by L. Frank Baum 50 years ago. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer turned The Wizard of Oz into a screen classic and a lovely little singer into a star, one of the most talented stars of Hollywood, Judy Garland. Audiences have asked her to be brought back again and again to be entranced by Judy's performance and those fascinating Oz characters, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodsman, the Cowardly Lion, and the delightful little people, the Munchkins. Now it's off to The Wizard of Oz, starring Judy Garland as Dorothy. This is the story of a girl named Dorothy, who lives with her aunt and uncle on a farm way out in Kansas. Her dearest friend is her dog, Toto. But Dorothy has other friends, too. The farmhands, for instance. Zeke and Hunk and Hickory.
Hey, what's your hurry, honey? What's wrong?
It's Toto, Hickory. Toto.
Toto? Something wrong with that dog? Well, he looks fine to me.
Well, he is, Zeke, but he almost wasn't. Miss Gulch hit him just because he gets in her garden and chases her nasty old cat.
Oh, sure, honey, sure. Only we're busy, see? I got them hogs to get in.
Now, look, Dorothy, you just ain't using your head about that mean old Miss Gulch. You'd think you didn't have a brain at all.
Hunk, I have so got brains.
Well, use a man. When you're walking home with Toto, just keep away from Miss Gulch's place. Your head ain't made of straw, you know.
Gosh, Dorothy, that Miss Gulch ain't nobody to be afraid of. Have a little courage, that's all.
Courage, Zeke?
Why, sure. You know, like me.
Well, look who's talking. You, courage.
There ain't a man in the county who scares easier than you.
Well, that's a fine thing to say.
Look out, Zeke, that pig's gonna bite you.
Where? What pig? Help!
You see what I mean?
Now, cut that out. Scaring a man half to death like that.
Here, what's all this jabber-wapping when there's work to be done?
It's about Toto, Auntie Em. Miss Gulch says she's going to go and get the sheriff, and then...
I thought you and Hickory was supposed to be fixing that wagon.
Oh, we are, Miss Gale. Hand me that wrench, Hickory.
And feed them hogs, Zeke, before they worry themselves into anemia.
Yes, ma'am.
Now then, child, what's your trouble?
Auntie Em, really, do you know what Miss Gulch said she was going to do to Toto? She said she was...
There you go again, imagining things. You know, you always get yourself into a fret over nothing.
Oh, but this time...
Now, you just help us all out this afternoon. Find yourself a place where you won't get into any trouble. I got to get back in the house.
Yes, Auntie Em. Come on, Toto. Do you suppose there is such a place, Toto, where there isn't any trouble? There must be. Not a place you can get to by a boat or a train, but it's far, far away. Behind the moon, beyond the rain, somewhere.
Honey, Toto must have jumped out of her basket and run back home because there's a little brown and white dog looking all over for you.
Oh, Toto, you're back. Toto. You came back to me, Toto. Oh, I thought you were dead. They'll be coming after you. Miss Gulch and the sheriff, maybe. We've got to run away. Now, Toto, where no one will ever find us or take you away again. Yes, Toto, we've got to run away. It's getting dark, Toto. I think maybe there's a storm coming. But we'll just keep going, won't we? We're not afraid. It's just like Zeke said. Courage. I see what you mean, a wagon. A horse and a wagon and a man. And there's a big sign on the wagon. Wait, I think I can see what it says. Professor Marvel, acclaimed by the crowned heads of Europe. Let him read your past, present, and future in his crystal.
Well, who might you be?
I guess it's all right, Toto. He looks like a nice man.
Well, if you're not going to tell me who you are, suppose I tell you.
But how can you?
Professor Marvel knows all, tells all. Your past, present, and future for 25 cents, $0.25. 2 bits, if you prefer.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can afford it.
Oh, so your name's Dorothy, is it?
How did you know that?
Well, on the one hand, perhaps I saw you in my crystal, and on the other hand, perhaps a fellow named Zeke passed by a while ago looking for you.
Oh, I see.
But don't you think for 1 minute I couldn't have figured it out for myself? Why, Professor Marvel and his magic crystal have amazed royalty and peasantry alike the world over.
Oh, please, Professor, can't we go with you and see all the crowned heads of Europe?
Oh, do you know any? You mean the sign on my wagon?
I don't suppose you could take just a little look in your magic crystal for me. For nothing, I mean.
Matter of fact, young lady, I already have. Oh, just practicing, you understand. And you know what I saw?
What?
A woman. Tears in her eyes. Careworn. A woman looking for someone. And her name is...
Auntie M?
Kindly allow me to supply the answers. Her name is Auntie M. Someone has almost broken her heart.
Me?
Well, someone she loved very much. And then just before the crystal went dark, I saw her put her hand over her heart and drop down on the floor.
Oh, no. No. You don't suppose she could really be sick, do you? Oh, I've got to go home right away.
Go home? I thought you were going along with me.
Oh, but I've got to get to her right away. Toto, come on, Toto. We're going up. Goodbye, Professor, and thank you.
Don't waste any time. There's a windstorm blowing up. Oh, poor little kid. Hope she gets home all right.
What's happening? We're in the house, but the house is up in the air. Everything's moving. Everything's rushing through the sky. Barns and buggies, and there goes our chicken roost. Toto, we're caught in a cyclone. We're right up inside the middle of a cyclone. What? But there's old Mr. Gallagher in his rowboat. Mr. Gallagher!
Howdy, Miss Dorothy. Kind of breezy, ain't it?
And Uncle Henry's heifer. Bossy! Bossy! I don't understand this at all. Things are flying around so fast that I can... Look! Miss Gulch! Now she's on a broomstick. She is a witch. Don't worry, Toto. I won't let her... We've stopped moving, Toto. We're standing still. Oh, we can't stand still up in the middle of the air. We're going to fall. We are falling. We're falling. We're falling. We're falling. We've landed. But where? Where are we? Oh, it's a regular little village, and look, houses and streets and trees and fountains. Yes, you're quite right. That is our house over there. We must have bounced out when we landed. But what place is this? I have a feeling we're being watched. I have another feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. Why, we must be over the rainbow. Toto, look. There's a big bubble coming down the street, and there's someone inside it. A lady, and she's stepping out of it. Oh, now I know we're not in Kansas.
Tell me, please, are you a good witch or a bad witch?
Me? Oh, I'm not a witch at all. I'm Dorothy Gale from Kansas.
Oh, well, I am a little muddled. The Munchkins just summoned me because...
Munchkins?
You happen to be standing in the very center of their village, you know.
And they sent for you?
Because some new witch has just dropped a house on the Wicked Witch of the East. See, over there.
Oh, but that's our farmhouse from Kansas.
Now look where I point my wand.
2 red slippers.
Exactly. 2 red slippers protruding from under the farmhouse. All that's left of the Wicked Witch of the East. And since it's your farmhouse, obviously you're responsible. Oh, you've made the Munchkins very happy, my dear.
If you please, what are Munchkins?
The little people who live in this land. It's Munchkin land, and you are now their national heroine.
And who are you?
Why, I'm Glinda, of course, the Witch of the North.
Witch? But you're beautiful.
Thank you. You see, only bad witches are ugly, and I'm considered a very good witch. Now, suppose I call the Munchkins.
Come out, wherever
wherever you are, and meet a young lady who fell from a star. She fell from the sky. She fell very far, and Kansas, she says, is the name of the star.
Well, Munchkins, have you nothing to say to her? Where's the mayor? Oh, there you are.
First of all, Miss Dorothy, a little floral tribute.
Oh, what beautiful flowers. Oh, thank you, thank you.
There will be, of course, a parade and general celebration with a brass band and a regiment of cavalry. Meanwhile, oh, let the joyous news be spread. The wicked old witch at last is dead.
Ding dong, the witch is dead. Witch, oh witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead. Wake up, you sleepy head. Rub your eyes, get out of bed. Wake up, the wicked witch is dead. She's gone where the goblins go. Below, 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 yo-ho. Let's open up and sing and ring the bells of ding dong, the merry-o. Sing it high, sing it low. Let them know the wicked witch is dead.
Smoke! A cloud of red smoke! Shooting fire! An explosion! The witch is coming! The wicked witch!
But I thought you said she was dead.
She is dead. This one on the broomstick is her sister, the Wicked Witch of the West.
And she's even worse than the other one!
Silence! I demand silence!
It's Miss Gulch. That's who it is, Miss Gulch.
Hard of hearing, are you? I said silence. Now then, who killed my sister? Was it you?
No. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill anyone.
Well, my little pretty, I can cause accidents, too.
Aren't you forgetting the ruby slippers?
The slippers. My sister's slippers. There they are, still on her feet over there. Well, I'll just take them.
Just a moment, if you please. Ruby slippers, slippers red, leave the feet of she who's dead. I summon my authority and bid you serve Miss Dorothy.
The slippers. What are you doing to them?
Now they're on my feet.
You give them back to me.
Never. There they are, and there they'll stay.
You nasty little girl. They're of no use to you.
Don't be frightened of her, Dorothy.
You stay out of this, Glinda. I'll fix you as well.
Rubbish. You have no power here. Be gone before somebody drops a house on you, too.
Very well. I'll bide my time. As for you, my fine lady...
You heard what she said. Be gone.
I'll get you yet, my pretty. And your little dog, too. Away, broomstick! Away!
It's all right, Munchkins. Don't hide your faces. She's gone. Now then, my dear, the sooner you get out of Oz, the safer you'll sleep.
Oh, I'd give anything to get out of Oz. But how? Which is the way back to Kansas?
Kansas? The only person who might know would be the great and wonderful Wizard of Oz himself.
The Wizard of Oz? Is he good or is he wicked?
Oh, very good, but very mysterious. He lives far off in the Emerald City. Did you by any chance bring your broomstick with you?
No, I'm afraid I didn't.
Well, then you'll have to walk. The Munchkins will see you safely to the border. And remember, never let those ruby slippers off your feet, or you'll be at the mercy of the Wicked Witch of the West.
But how do I start for the Emerald City?
All you have to do is follow that yellow brick road. Help her, Munchkins! The yellow brick road.
Helpers, attention! Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Follow, 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 follow the yellow brick road.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. If ever, oh, ever a whiz there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful things he does. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of The Wizard of Oz. And now, here is our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, to give us the Lux Radio Theater's movie news of the week.
Tonight, John, it's the new Howard Hughes production Vendetta, starring a lovely newcomer to Hollywood. She's Faith DeMerg. and she's been given just the role her dark, exotic beauty calls for. This RKO picture tells the story of a family feud in old-time Corsica, and Faith plays the girl who vows to avenge her father's murder.
Quite an intense melodrama, Libby. Isn't that a terrific set they built for the dueling scene?
Oh, yes, indeed. No California landscape could quite convey the bleakness of that wild Corsican country. So they built the whole thing on a soundstage. Faith Domergue is photographed in dark costumes throughout. Of course, they set off her startling beauty all the more.
There's a highly dramatic, exciting quality about her acting, too.
Well, she's quite a perfectionist, you know. Spent years of study before attempting her first screen role. And, John, Faith Domergue is a perfectionist about beauty, too. Naturally, her skin has to look soft and smooth in the close-ups. That's why she depends on daily facials with Lux toilet soap. She says it's a care that really works.
Lux soap is just right to protect delicate skin, Libby. No wonder so many famous stars say they wouldn't be without this gentle soap.
Yes, John. Active lather does wonders for the skin. It's so easy to take a Lux soap facial, too. You just smooth the rich lather well in, rinse with warm water, follow with a quick cold rinse, and pat with a soft towel to dry. It works like a charm to give your complexion quick, new beauty.
Yes, Libby, that's a tip for smart women everywhere. For thorough, protecting care, there's nothing finer than Lux toilet soap. When you see Faith Domergue in Howard Hughes' exciting new picture, Vendetta, notice the smooth perfection of her skin. You'll want to try her daily active lather facials. So why not get Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow? Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of The Wizard of Oz, starring Judy Garland as Dorothy. With the magic slippers on her feet, her dog Toto at her heels, and the little munchkins marching on ahead, Dorothy is on her way to the Wizard of Oz. They've reached the border of Munchkinland, and the little people have waved goodbye and disappeared.
Well, Toto, now what? We're still on the yellow brick road, but now it goes in 2 different directions. Which way do we go?
Pardon me, but that way's a very nice way.
Who said that? Oh, don't be silly, Toto. That's just a scarecrow in the cornfield. Scarecrows don't talk.
On the other hand, that way is very pleasant also.
Why, he did talk.
Is there anything so unusual about that?
Well, yes, there is. And why do you shake your head? I mean, both yes and no at the same time.
Oh, that's my trouble. I never can make up my mind about anything.
Oh?
The fact is, I haven't got a brain. Take a look at my head, you see? It's straw. Just straw like the rest of me.
But how can you talk if you don't have a brain?
Oh, some people without brains do an awful lot of talking. Don't they?
Yes, I guess you're right.
Oh, what's he doing, your dog?
Toto, why, he's licking your hand.
Oh, that's what I thought. I guess I don't scare him, huh?
No, of course not.
I can't even scare a crow. They come from miles around. They pick off my straw for their nest. It's not at all flattering. I'm a failure just because I haven't got a brain.
Well, what would you do with a brain if you had one?
Do? Why, if I had a brain, I could
I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. And my head I'd be scratching while my thoughts were busy hatching, if I only had a brain. I'd unravel every riddle for any individual in trouble or in pain.
With the thoughts you'd be thinking you could be another Lincoln if you only had a brain.
Oh, I could tell you why the ocean's near the shore. I could think of things I never thought before, and then I'd sit and think some more. I would not be just enough in my head all full of stuff, in my heart all full of pain. And perhaps I'd deserve you and be even worthier of you if I only had a brain.
Wonderful. Just imagine a scarecrow singing and dancing. Why, if our scarecrow back in Kansas could do that...
What's Kansas?
Well, that's where Toto and I come from. And I want to get back there so badly that I'm going all the way to the Emerald City to get the Wizard of Oz to help me.
A wizard? Do you think if I went along, he could give me some brains, maybe?
Oh, I think you better stay here. I've got a witch mad at me, and you might get into trouble.
Oh, but I'm not afraid of a witch. I'm not afraid of anything. Oh, except maybe a lighted match.
Well, since you're made out of straw, I can hardly blame you for that.
Oh, won't you take me with you, please?
Of course I will. Gladly.
Oh, hooray! I'm going to leave the cornfield.
And see a wizard, I hope.
What are we waiting for?
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is the wizard of wizards.
Scarecrow?
Huh?
Do you see what I see?
Well, not knowing what you see, how can I say that what I see is what you... Wait a minute. Look, over there.
That's just what I mean, at the edge of the forest.
It's a man. A man made out of tin and holding an axe. Come on, Dorothy.
Be careful, please. You too, Toto.
Look here. Here on the grass. An oil can.
Did you say something?
Oh, no. He did.
He said oil can. He wants me to oil him.
My mouth. He said his mouth.
All right, just a minute now.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, joy. Oh, bliss. I can talk again. I can talk. Oh, my arms, please. My elbows. Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful.
Am I doing it right?
Oh, yes, what a relief. I've held this axe up for ages.
But my goodness, how did you ever get like this in the first place?
Oh, well, about a year ago, I was chopping that tree when suddenly it began to rain. I rusted so solid, I haven't been able to move since.
Well, you're perfect now.
Perfect? Just bang on my chest if you think I'm perfect. Go ahead, bang on it.
Beautiful. What an echo.
You see? Empty. The tinsmith forgot to give me a heart.
No heart?
No heart.
Oh.
All hollow. And believe me, not having a heart, well, presents problems.
When a man's an empty kettle, he should be on his mettle, and yet I'm torn apart. Just because I'm presuming that I could be kinda human if I only had a heart. I'd be tender, I'd be gentle, and awful sentimental regarding love and art. I'd be friends with the sparrows and the boy that shoots the arrows if I only had a heart. Picture me, a balcony above, a voice sings low. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? I hear a beat. How sweet just to register emotion, jealousy, devotion, and really feel the part. I'd stay young and chipper, and I'd lock it with a zipper if I only had a heart.
Well, I certainly see what you mean.
You were whispering, you and him, while I was singing.
Well, we were just wondering if you'd care to go with us to the Emerald City. Then you could ask the Wizard of Oz for a heart.
But suppose he wouldn't give me one when we got there.
Oh, but he will. He must. We've come such a long way already.
Ah, you call that long, my pretty? Why, you've just begun.
Who's that? Who's laughing?
The witch, the wicked witch.
Well, my two fine gentlemen, helping the little lady along, are you? Well, stay away from her.
Oh, yeah?
Stuff a mattress with you, you straw man. And you, I'll use that tin carcass for a beehive.
Gosh, what a witch.
Want to play ball, Scarecrow? Well, here. Catch.
No, look out, it's a ball of fire.
No.
Stand still. I'll stamp out the fire with my 10 feet. There. You can move now.
Oh, much obliged, Tin Woodsman.
Oh, yes, we both are.
But I'm still not afraid of her. I'll see that you get safely to the wizard now, whether I get a brain or not. Stuff a mattress with me. Ha!
And I'll see that you reach the wizard whether I get a heart or not.
Oh, you're the best friends anybody ever had. And it's funny, but I feel as if I'd known you all the time. You're just like Hunk and Hickory. But I couldn't have known you, could I?
I certainly don't see how.
I guess it doesn't really matter. We know each other now, all right.
That's right.
We do.
Then to Oz?
To Oz!
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was.
Does anybody happen to know where we are?
That's easy. We're in a forest.
And I don't like it. It's so dark and creepy. Toto, come back. Stay on the path.
He sees something behind that bush.
And so do I.
I think I do, too. It's a lion. A lion. He's coming this way.
Stay where you are. Put them up. Put up your fists. I'll fight you with one paw tied behind my back. I'll fight you standing on one foot. Stand up and fight. I'll swallow you first, you little peewee dog.
Shame on you. You let that little dog alone. Let him alone.
No. Why did you have to slap me for? I didn't bite him.
Look, the lion. He's crying.
Well, you tried to bite him.
Well, you didn't have to go and hit me, did you? Is my nose bleeding?
Oh, of course not. My goodness, you're nothing but a great big coward.
You're right, I'm a coward. I haven't any courage at all.
Do you suppose the wizard would help him to...
I don't see why not. Why don't you come with us, Lion? We're on our way to see the Wizard of Oz and get the Tin Woodsman a heart.
And him a brain.
And I'm sure he could give you some courage.
Well, wouldn't you feel degraded to be seen in the company of a cowardly lion? I would.
No, of course not. Here, you better take my handkerchief.
Thank you. You've been so nice to me.
Now, please stop crying.
I'll try.
But how did you get this way in the first place, Lion?
Well, if you can spare the time, it was like this.
Yes, it's sad, believe me, missy, when you're born to be a sissy without the vim and verve. But I could show my prowess, be a lion, not a mouse, if I only had the nerve. I'm afraid there's no denying I'm just a dandelion, a fate I don't deserve. I'd be brave as a blizzard.
I'd be gentle as a lizard.
I'd be clever as a gizzard.
If the wizard is a wizard who will serve,
then I'm sure to get a brain,
a heart,
a home,
the nerve.
Then let's be on our way without any more delay.
That's just what I was going to say.
Hip, hip, hooray.
We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, if ever a whiz there was.
Ha-ha! Little do they know I, too, was hiding in the forest. I'll still get those ruby slippers, and then my power will be the greatest in Oz. And woe to those who try to stop me. Hi-ho! Broomstick! Away!
Look, everybody, look! Emerald City, oh, at last!
Emerald City, eh? Gosh, it's all green.
And with turrets and towers, and look how big it is.
But how do we get in? This wall goes all around everything.
Most certainly does.
Look at the top of the wall.
Oh, who are you?
That's my question. Who are you?
Well, if you'll let us in, we'll be glad to tell you.
Let you in, huh? Well, you look harmless enough. Open the gates of Emerald City.
We can go in. The gates are opening.
Well, that's the general idea of gates, isn't it? Kindly step forward and state your business.
We want to see the wizard, please.
The wizard. Oh, but nobody can see the great Oz. Nobody's ever seen the great Oz. Even I have never seen him.
Oh, please. The good witch of the north sent me here.
Prove it.
She's wearing the ruby slippers she gave me, you see?
Well, bust my buttons. So she is.
Then you'll take us to the wizard?
There you go again. Wizard. Yeah, of course, wizard. Meanwhile, you'd all better wait.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, what is it now? Good grief, man, can't you?
You're wanted, sir, in the public square.
Who wants
the
me?
entire population of Emerald City. There's something going on, sir, and I don't like the looks of it.
No. What's everyone so excited about?
Don't you see up there in the sky?
Huh? Well, that's quite a trick, isn't it?
Dorothy, it's skywriting.
Letters of black smoke all across the sky.
Baba, what does it say?
It's the Wicked Witch. It says, surrender, Dorothy.
Dorothy?
The wizard will explain it. To the wizard.
Nobody's going to bother the wizard now. The great and powerful Oz has the situation well in hand, I hope. So you can all go home. Go on, scatter. You draw flies.
But if you please, sir, we want to see the wizard right away.
Certainly not. Not nobody, not no how.
But she's Dorothy.
The witch is Dorothy? Nope, not even you.
Oh, please. Please, it's the only way I'll ever be able to get home.
Not nobody, not no how.
Auntie Em was so good to me, and I never appreciated it. Running away, hurting her feelings.
What's that?
Professor Marvel said she was sick. She may be dying, and it's all my fault.
I'll get you to the wizard somehow.
He's crying, too.
Oh, you see, I had an Aunt Em once myself. Oh, this is all highly irregular, but just follow me.
Gosh, he just left us in this chamber. It's so dark and echoey, huh?
He said the wizard would be waiting for us.
I'm closing my eyes. Just tell me when it's all over.
Silence!
Who was that?
I am Baum, the great and powerful.
But we can't see anybody.
Silence! You shall never see me.
But if you please, we must tell you something.
Nobody ever tells me anything. I know everything. You're a little girl who wants to go home. And you, Tin Man?
Yes, Your Honor.
Clinking and clattering for the heart. And you?
Me, your wizardry?
A billowing bale of bone-meal breakfast food begging for a break. And you, Lion?
He's fainted.
Well, Lion, wake up. The wizard will be awfully mad.
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Frightening the poor cowardly lion like that when he came to you for help.
Silence! The beneficent Oz had every intention of granting your request, but you must first prove worthy.
Oh, we will. We'll do anything.
Very well. Bring me the broomstick on the Wicked Witch of the West.
Oh, but if we do that, why, we'll have to kill her to get it.
Bring me her broomstick and I'll grant your request.
But what if she kills us first?
Silence! Leave the great gate of Emerald City. Follow the arrow-bark haunted forest and head to the witch's castle. Now go!
haunted forest, the witch's castle. Well, I guess there's nothing else to do but go.
That's the spirit, Dorothy. Come on, Lion.
We're not afraid. We'll get that old broomstick.
And they think I don't know about it. They think they'll take me by surprise. At last I'll have them in my power. The little girl, her nasty dog, and the magic ruby slippers.
In just a few moments, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Wizard of Oz. I particularly want you to meet our guest for tonight, Paula Stone, writer-producer for MGM Radio Attractions. She'll bring us news of the world premiere in Hollywood last Wednesday of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's great picture, The Magnificent Yankee. As commentator at the premiere, you interviewed the many stars who attended, didn't you, Paula?
Yes, I did, Mr. Keeley. It was one of the most thrilling evenings I've experienced. Over 100 stars were there.
To cheer for Louis Calhoun and Anne Harding, of course.
Oh, yes. Everyone was so enthusiastic about the picture. And the superb performance turned in by Louis Calhoun as Justice Holmes and Anne Harding as his devoted wife.
There's a picture as rousing as a brass band. The distinguished career of one of our greatest men is presented in the authentic atmosphere of our nation's capital. Why, you actually feel the march of stirring events.
It's an exciting treatment of our recent history, but it's also a beautiful love story.
Yes, indeed. The deep attachment of Justice Holmes for his wife is something to warm the heart. Anne Harding brings dignity and beauty to her role in The Magnificent Yankee.
And she's completely charming and very lovely, too. Of course, as you might expect, like so many famous stars I interview from time to time, she gives credit to Lux Care for her skin and just keeping it right for the cameras.
Well, after all, Miss Stone, it's Hollywood's own beauty soap, you know.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kennedy. And Lux soap in the big bath size is just as popular. I know I wouldn't be without it. There's nothing more luxurious after a busy day than a refreshing Lux soap bath.
There's something special about the lather. Rich and creamy, even in hardest water.
Yes, it leaves skin really fresh, fragrant, too, with a nice, delicate perfume.
No wonder screen stars prefer this satin-smooth bath cake. Thank you, Miss Paula Stone, for being here tonight. Now, here's a shopping hint for the ladies in our audience. Get the generous bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Enjoy its luxurious lather and delightful perfume. You'll discover why screen stars say it makes you sure of all-over Lux loveliness. 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Wizard of Oz, starring Judy Garland as Dorothy. Well, if Dorothy is ever to get back home to Kansas...
And if I'm ever to have a brain...
And me a heart...
And me courage...
Then Dorothy must first get the broomstick of the Wicked Witch and bring it back to the Wizard of Oz. But if the wizard knows everything... The Wicked Witch, unfortunately, knows quite a lot herself. Now, in her bleak and dismal castle, she gloats over a newly captured prisoner.
Excuse me for laughing, but it was so easy to capture you that I can't help it.
At least my friends got away. Toto, too.
What do I care about them? It's you I wanted. You and the magic ruby slippers. I had every warrior slave in this castle on the watch for you. Now give me those slippers.
No. The good witch Glinda told me not to.
Fool that I am. I should know the slippers will never come off as long as you're alive.
You mean...
Now how shall I do it? I think I'll make up a special batch of poison. Yes, that ought to do it. Some nice, fresh poison.
Look, it's Dorothy's dog. Tin Man, Lion, look.
Oh, we're goners now, all right. He'll lead the witch's soldiers right here to our hiding place.
No, he's come to take us to Dorothy, up there in the castle.
We can't fail her now, we can't.
I'll go. Witch or no witch, I'll tear him apart. I'll knock him cold. I may not come out alive, but I'm going in there.
Oh, Lion, that's wonderful.
There's only one thing I want you fellas to do.
What's that?
Talk me out of it.
Oh, no, you don't. Come what may, we're going to rescue Dorothy.
All right, Toto, show us the way.
This is the room. Toto sniffed her out.
Dorothy?
Who is it?
It's us. We've come to save you. Open the door.
I can't. She's locked me in here.
Tin Man, your axe, chop down the door.
But that'll make a noise, and the guards...
Who cares about the guards? We'll save you, Dorothy. We'll save you.
She'll be back any minute. Hurry, please.
Here goes the door. Stand back, Dorothy.
Oh, I knew you'd come. I knew it. And Toto.
Oh, we'll have you out of this castle before you can say Jack
The witch, the wicked witch.
My little party's just about to begin. Guards! Seize them! Seize them! Thought you were being pretty foxy, huh? Now I've got the whole lot of you. Let's see. How shall I start the fun? You first, Scarecrow. How about another ball of fire?
No, not fire. The hell, I'm burning.
I'll help you. This bucket of water. Here.
No. Put down that water.
Oh, thank you, Dorothy. Thank you.
Oh, you cursed brat. You've killed me. You've killed me.
Nonsense. I just happened to splash some water on you, too.
Oh.
Look, the witch. She's melting.
Oh, what a world, what a world. Who would have thought that a good little girl like you could destroy my beautiful wickedness? I'm going fast. Oh.
She is gone. Look, nothing but a little steaming puddle.
She's dead. You've killed the wicked witch.
But I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't know that water would...
You don't understand. Now we're all free. She enslaved us, but now her spell over all of us is broken. All hail to Dorothy! The wicked witch is dead!
Oh, thank you, and if you don't mind, may I please have her broom?
Here, take it with you.
Now we can go back to the wizard.
And tell him the wicked witch is dead.
Onward to Emerald City.
She's gone where the goblins go.
I still can't believe my eyes. You've come back to Emerald City.
And we did exactly what the Great Oz told us to do. Here's the witch's broomstick.
And now, if you don't mind taking us to the wizard...
You see, he promised us.
Yeah, promised to. A broomstick. Oh, what an unhappy situation.
Unhappy? After all we've gone through?
Oh, I'm glad there's no one else around to hear this.
Hear what?
Oh, little girl, there is no great and powerful Wizard of Oz. That is, I am the wizard.
But he spoke to us himself.
I spoke to you. Oh, it was no great trick, a dark room, a few smoke powders. Your own imaginations did the rest.
Why, you humbug.
Exactly.
Oh, you're a very bad man.
Oh, no, my dear. I'm just a very bad wizard.
What about the heart you promised Tin Man?
And Scarecrow's brain.
Well, anybody can have a brain. That's a very mediocre commodity.
Well, I don't have one.
Then listen a moment. Back where I come from, we have great universities where men go to become deep thinkers. And when they come out, they know how to think just fine. And with no more brains than you have.
What?
But they have one thing you haven't got, a diploma. Therefore, by virtue of the authority in me vested by the Universitatis Committee, I hereby confer upon you the honorary degree of Ph.D.
Ph.D.?
Doctor of Thinkology. Here's your diploma.
Oh, Scarecrow, how wonderful.
But what about me? I'm still a coward, I think.
Of course not. You are merely under the unfortunate delusion that because you run away from danger, you have no courage.
A simple matter of confusing courage with wisdom. Oh, joy, oh, rapture, I've got a brain.
Back where I come from, Lion, we have men who are called heroes. Yet they have no more courage than you have. But they do have one thing you haven't got, a medal.
Medal?
Therefore, for meritorious conduct and conspicuous bravery against wicked witches, I award you the Triple Cross.
The Triple Cross?
Oh, shucks. It was nothing.
You are now a member of the Legion of Courage. As for you, my galvanized petitioner, you want a heart. You don't know how lucky you are not to have one. Hearts will never be practical until they can be made unbreakable.
I still want one.
Back where I come from, there are men who do nothing but good deeds all day long, and their hearts are no bigger than yours. They're called philanthropists. But they have one thing you haven't got, a testimonial.
Testimonial?
Therefore, in consideration of your kindness, I present you with this small token of our esteem and affection.
A heart. It is a heart.
Just remember that a heart is not judged by how much you love, but by how much you are loved.
Listen, it ticks. My heart even ticks. But what about Dorothy?
You still want to go back to Kansas, hmm?
Oh, I do. I do.
I wish I could help you, child, but I can't.
You mean I'll never get home?
But it's really rather pleasant here once you get to know the place.
And we want you to stay, Dorothy. You see, we love you, you and Toto.
And I love you, but what am I to do?
What was that?
Look what's coming.
A bubble. Who's been blowing bubbles around here?
Hey, there's somebody in it.
It's Glinda. Glinda the Good Witch. Oh, help me. Help me.
But you don't need my help, child. You've always had the power to go back to Kansas.
I have?
Then why didn't you tell her before?
Because she wouldn't have believed me. She had to learn by herself.
Have you learned, Dorothy?
Well, I think that it wasn't enough just to want to see Uncle Henry and Auntie Em. And it's that if I ever go looking for my heart's desire again, I won't look any further than my own backyard. Because if it isn't there, I never really lost it to begin with. Is that right?
That's all it is, my dear. Now, your magic slippers will take you home in 2 seconds.
Oh, that's too wonderful to be true. Only it's going to be so hard to really say goodbye. I love you all so much. Goodbye, Tin Man. Oh, don't cry. You rust so dreadfully.
Now I know I have a heart. It's breaking.
Goodbye, Lion. Oh, I know it isn't right, but I'm going to miss the way you used to holler for help before you found your courage.
I never would have found it if it hadn't been for you.
And Scarecrow? I think I'll miss you most of all.
Goodbye, dear friend.
Are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready. Say goodbye, Toto.
Now close your eyes and think to yourself, there's no place like home. There's no place like home.
There's no place like home. There's no place
like Dorothy, child, oh, wake up. Please wake up.
No place like home. No place like home.
It's Aunt Em, darling. Oh, Henry, look, she's opening her eyes.
Oh, Auntie Em, it is you.
Yes, darling.
Hello there. Can I come in? I just dropped by because I heard the little girl got caught in the big cyclone.
Got a bad knock on the head, Professor Marvel, but she's coming around now.
We thought for a minute she was going to leave us.
Sure had us worried, Dorothy. Why, you remember me, your old pal Hunk?
Oh. And me, Hickory?
You couldn't forget my face now, could you?
Zeke, I must have been dreaming. I was in a place far away, and you were all there.
We were?
But you couldn't have been, could you?
Oh, we dream lots of silly things, dear, when we're...
No, Aunt Em, this was a real, truly live place. And all I kept saying to everybody was, I want to go home. And they sent me home. Oh, Toto, you believe me, even if nobody else does.
Of course we believe you, Dorothy.
Oh, well, anyway, Toto, we're home. And this is my room, and you're all here. And I'm never going to leave here ever, ever again, because I love you all. And, oh, Auntie M, there's no place like home. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find
Goodbye to the Wizard of Oz, and congratulations to our lovely star, Judy Garland, and those remarkable characters from the land of Oz. Judy, we can't tell you how much we appreciate your giving up Christmas with your family to appear on the Lux Radio Theater.
Oh, thank you, Bill, but I didn't really. You see, I brought my 4-year-old daughter, Eliza. It says 3 in the script, but she's really 4.
Oh, gosh. I'd like to meet her.
I'm afraid you're too late, Cowardly Lion. Liza fell in love with the Scarecrow. He's teaching her to dance.
Where is he? Let him put up his fist. I'll fight him with one paw tied behind my back.
Imagine only 3 or 4 years old and has 2 men fighting over her already.
Well, that's because she's a Lux girl, Bill, just like her ma.
Well, I can see you're bringing her up right, Judy. Now what are you girls going to do? Go home and eat more turkey?
Oh, no, positively no more today. But I promised Liza if she was a good girl, I'd take her to the movie tomorrow.
Well, why not take her to see Esther Williams in the Pagan Love Song? Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's new musical.
Well, that sounds good. Liza loves singing and dancing.
Then be sure she listens in next week, because we'll have another holiday special. 2 of Hollywood's brightest musical comedy stars, Ginger Rogers and George Murphy. And we'll present them in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's recent musical screen success, The Barclays of Broadway.
Oh, well, we won't miss it, Bill. Good night.
Good night, Judy. And may your new year be a very happy one.
Who is this Hollywood star?
One of 3 beautiful sisters. She's written a best-selling book on charm. She's the glamorous mother of 4 lovely daughters.
A glamorous mother of 4?
Uh-huh.
How about Joan Bennett?
Right. And the girls are always as perfectly groomed as Joan herself. Of course, she insists on luxe care for all their washables as well as her own. Everything from dainty party dresses to 2-year-old Shelley's gay cotton play clothes. Hollywood stars love gentle luxe because it keeps colors new-looking so much longer. Take a tip from Joan Bennett. Get a big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. Give all the children's Christmas washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in hoping that you've all had a joyous Christmas. And be sure to join us again next Monday night when we'll present Ginger Rogers and George Murphy in The Barclays of Broadway. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is John Daly in the Salem court of Massachusetts Bay Province. The recess in the witchcraft trial of 71-year-old Rebecca Norse, which started at 10 o'clock in the morning of this 29th day of June, 1692, is just about over, and the trial should soon resume. As you know, Rebecca Norse, great-grandmother and mother of 8, whose husband owns a 300-acre farm not far from the Crane River Bridge, went on trial this morning as a witch. The penalty for witchcraft is death. This courthouse on Townhouse Lane is jammed to the rafters.
Salem, Massachusetts, June 1692. CBS is there.
A Salem court tries a woman as a witch. CBS invites you to believe that our microphone is there waiting for the verdict. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
CBS is there.
This broadcast, the fourth in a special summer series produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Salem, June 29th, 1692, and John Daly.
We'll tell them how this trial is progressing. The tension with which this day opened here in Salem has grown greater, if possible. In this trial, second in the biggest roundup of suspects these colonies have ever seen, 2 key witnesses for the prosecution this morning testified that the defendant, Rebecca Norse, was responsible for fits, seizures, and the unnatural torment which have been plaguing a dozen or so Salem girls for the last few months. Another woman named by these girls, Bridget Bishop, has already been hanged, and waiting in jail at this very moment to be tried by this same court on these same charges of witchcraft are 150 local residents who were seized in their homes in nearby Lynn, Topsfield, Marblehead, Amesbury, Andover, Wells, as well as Salem, and as far off as Boston. This morning, a prosecution witness, the Reverend Mr. Samuel Parris, minister of Salem Village, testified that the alleged unnatural activities of Rebecca Norse against the afflicted children are actually part of a much larger plot against the government. Is that correct, Mr. Parris?
If that plot had not been discovered, the plotters would soon have succeeded in sinking this government.
On the stand this morning, Mr. Parris, you spoke of proof.
They have been holding meetings, sir. They have been holding meetings and plotting to root out the Christian religion from this country.
I see. You said, too, that they were prepared to blow up all the churches and wreck our government.
And set up instead their own diabolism.
So, well, I'm told, sir, that before you came to this church, you were a merchant in the Barbados Isles.
I gave up commerce for the ministry.
You brought back with you some slaves, sir.
2.
Is it true, Mr. Parris, that there has been a dispute going on between you and members of your congregation as to what were the terms of your salary agreed upon 2.5 years ago?
When I accepted the call to this parish 2 years and 7 months ago, my salary was clearly determined.
But there is a dispute, isn't there, as to whether it gives you permanent ownership of the parsonage or merely the use of the ministry and the pasture.
The salary for my services includes full and permanent ownership of the parsonage and surrounding grounds. Those who have disputed it are simply not in possession of the facts.
I see, but is the prisoner's husband, is Francis Norse, among those who have disputed your claim to permanent ownership, Mr. Parris?
Francis Norse is not in possession of the facts.
Just one more question, Mr. Parris. About the committee charged with furnishing you with firewood last November, when you tried to have them brought to law.
The committee had stubbornly and for a long time been derelict in its duty to furnish the parsonage with firewood.
But it was argued then that an extra sum had been added to your annual salary to compensate you for finding your own firewood. Mr. Parris, Rebecca Norse's husband, the husband of the woman against whom you testified this morning, is on the firewood committee, is he not?
Rebecca Norse has been plotting the destruction of our government.
Thank you very much, Reverend Samuel Parris. Also on the stand this morning, we heard Dr. William Griggs, village physician, testify that a number of his patients had been bewitched. Dr. Griggs, you said that you yourself had seen evidence of their unnatural affliction.
I saw the minister's, the Reverend Mr. Parris's own niece, try to fly up the chimney.
You described how she was picked up by an unseen force.
An unseen force hurled her through the room so that she flew from wall to wall. Then she began to show every evidence of starting to fly, stretching up her arms as high as she could and crying, wish, wish, wish.
This morning, Dr. Griggs, you testified that the girls were under the baleful influence of an evil eye. Now, speaking as a medical man, what is the explanation of the evil eye?
When a witch turns her evil eye on a subject, an invisible and impalpable fluid darts from the eye of the witch and penetrates the brain of the bewitched. From then on, the witch can do with the bewitched as she pleases.
Thank you, Dr. Griggs. The excitement over the witches brings to a head the anxiety and unrest which has been disturbing these people of Salem. Dissatisfaction with a succession of governors, high taxes, a high cost of living, and lately rumors of war make it easy to understand why the distracted Salemites feel, as one put it to me this morning, that Satan is loose in New England, and why they're not surprised to learn that 150 of their own neighbors and even friends have been plotting with the devil against them and their government. The judges are coming in now. Judges Sewell, Sargent, Winthrop, Richards of Boston, Corwin and Gedney of Salem, and here comes the Deputy Governor, the Honorable William Stoughton, who has been acting as Chief Justice during the trial. This is the sign that the recess is over, the prisoner is about to be brought in, and the trial resumed. The crowd grows quiet. Attorney General Thomas Newton has walked over to say something to Deputy Governor Stoughton.
Here she comes.
Oh, here she comes. Here comes Rebecca Norse, accused witch. She's flanked by George Herrick on the right, another constable on the left. Her husband is standing up. Francis Norse is waving to his wife, trying to get her attention, but the elderly prisoner seems to be either too indifferent or too tired to look up. That was her daughter's voice. The voice you heard was Sarah Norse's, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter. She called out, "Mother," and her mother seems to have heard her. She raises her head. She looks a little bewildered. Judge Stoughton is pounding on the desk for order. The trial's about to start. In the front row, the afflicted girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, who are here to testify against Rebecca Norse, are staring at her. The marshal helps the prisoner to the platform where she stood this morning. Apparently, Rebecca Norse is still not going to sit. She's going to stand through this session. She's standing about 8 feet from the judges now, facing the judges. Attorney General Newton has opened the trial, and he tells Rebecca Norse, "You are now in the hands of authority."
I adjure you to answer the questions of the court truthfully and not to lie.
He warns her not to lie, and now I'll throw open the microphone on the witness stand and let you hear the proceedings.
Rebecca Norse, why do you hurt these children?
I do not hurt them.
If you are guilty of this fact, do you think you can hide it?
The Lord knows.
Ann Putnam, have you seen this woman hurt you?
Yes, she beat me last night.
Despite the fact that Rebecca Norse was locked in the Salem jail last night, 12-year-old Ann Putnam accuses her of having beaten her in her own home, thereby implying that Rebecca Norse can be in two places at once and is therefore a witch.
Abigail Williams, have you been hurt by this woman?
Yes.
Now, Rebecca Norse, here are two, Ann Putnam, the child, and Abigail Williams, who complain of your hurting them. What do you say to it?
I do not hurt them.
This morning you heard read the confession of one Abigail Hobbs, confessed witch. She named you as the queen of a witch's feast. What do you say to it?
How could she say that? She is one of us.
What do you mean by that?
By what?
What do you mean by one of us?
She is like the rest of us, innocently imprisoned.
Didn't you say you would tell the truth? Who hurts these children now? Look upon them.
May I go to prayer?
We have not sent for you to go to prayer. Why did you stop coming to church when the girls were seized with fits?
It made me ill.
Why didn't you visit them in their affliction the way the other neighbors did?
I was not able to go out of doors because of illness.
What sort of illness?
I suffer from weakness of the stomach, sir.
What did he say to you?
We mustn't believe everything these distracted children say. There is no one whispering in the ear.
You dare to lie before this whole assembly. You are now before authority. I expect the truth. What did the man whisper in your ear?
I ask anyone here to tell me they saw anyone beside me. You can see I am all alone.
Next on to the sacrament, David. Please do not
There has been talk among your neighbors, Rebecca Norse, that your illness is of a supernatural character. What do you say to that?
But I've had difficult times, sir. I am the mother of 8 children, and I suffer with the weakness that any woman would, my age and condition.
Do you have any wounds?
Attorney General Newton has asked the defendant perhaps the most dangerous question of all so far. Do you have any wounds? Referring to those marks found on the person of a witch which betray that she is in league with Satan. But Rebecca Norse, being slightly deaf, he has to repeat the question, do you have any wounds? I have none but old age, she answers. 71-year-old Rebecca Norse is beginning to tire. Her white hair, somewhat disheveled, is clinging to her forehead. She's wringing her hands, nervously clasping and... Something strange is happening. 12-year-old Ann Putnam is screaming. She is pinching. She is pinching. And now Abigail Williams is screaming. She is choking me. Both of these girls seem to be having some kind of a spasm. They're writhing on the floor, clutching at their throats and crying that Rebecca Norse is choking them. Deputy Marshal Herrick and another constable have run over and are each holding one of the prisoner's hands to keep her from pinching and choking the girls, who are at least 10 feet away from her. They're now manacling her hands behind her back. The turmoil is dying down. The spectators are taking their seats. Attorney General Newton again turns to the prisoner, who seems visibly
You
shaken.
see, Rebecca Doss, what a great condition these girls are in. Why do you hurt them?
I do not hurt them.
But when your hands are freed, the girls are pinched and choked.
May I sit down? I do not feel well.
You are strong enough, Rebecca Doss, to bewitch these girls. You are strong enough to stand at your trial. Do you think these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily? What do you say, Rebecca Norse? Do these girls suffer voluntarily or involuntarily?
No.
The court is not able to hear you.
May my husband come up to wipe me for it. Sweat from me for it. My hands are bound.
These girls charge you with hurting them. If you think they suffer involuntarily, then you admit that what they say is true. And if you think they suffer not willingly, then you are calling them murderers. Which do you say, Rebecca Norse?
I do not mean to call them murderers. I don't know what to make of their conduct.
Answer the question, Rebecca Norse. Do you think these girls suffer against their will or not?
I do not think they suffer against their will.
Rebecca Norse is showing extraordinary courage. Old, alone, pitted against men of superior education and legal training, with no lawyer to defend her, she nevertheless sticks to her point that the girl's fits are not involuntary. Now Ann Putnam's mother, Mrs. Thomas Putnam, takes the stand.
Tell the court what happened.
One morning, Rebecca Norse came to me.
What time was it?
It was very early morning. Just as it grew light. She was still in her nightgown. She came to me, and she brought a little red book in her hand.
She tried to make you sign it?
She said if I wouldn't, she would tear my soul out of my body.
What happened then?
Then there appeared to me 6 children in winding sheets. And they called me aunt.
Who were these children?
They told me they were the children of my sister Baker, who lives in Boston. And they said that Rebecca Norse had murdered them. And they told me to go and tell it to the magistrate, or they would tear me to pieces.
The testimony piling up against Rebecca Norse has become more serious, if possible. And now another neighbor of the accused, Sarah Pepper, a widow, takes the stand.
Now, without fear, will you tell the court, Sarah Pepper, whether anything ever took place between the prisoner and any member of your family?
Yes, sir. About this time, 3 years ago, my dear husband, Benjamin Pepper, now dead, may the Lord bless his soul, was as well as I ever knew him in my life.
Yes, go on, please.
He was healthy and happy till one Sunday morning, Rebecca Norse.
The same Rebecca Norse who now stands charged with witchcraft?
The same Rebecca Norse who now stands charged with witchcraft.
What did she do?
She came to our house and fell to scolding and railing at him because our pigs had gotten into her field.
Your fields are close together?
Yes, sir. And we're only supposed to keep half the fence mended. It's up to her to mend the other half. That was the agreement.
What happened then?
Her side of the fence was down and our pigs got through. We told her we'd kept those pigs hobbled, but there wasn't a thing you could say to quiet her down. She railed and scolded, calling on her son Benjamin to go and get a gun and kill the pigs.
How did your husband answer her?
My poor husband never said one word amiss to her. And it was right after that he was taken with a fit.
Was his seizure the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having?
His seizure was the same kind as the afflicted girls have been having.
Did your husband have any seizures after that?
My poor husband was never the same again. The day before he died, he talked very cheerful, but he was seized at midnight, and this fit lasted till the next night. And then he died.
The deputy marshal is leading the weeping widow Pepper back to her seat, and Attorney General Newton turns to confer with the 7 judges behind him. This looks bad for the defendant. So far, all of the testimony... Wait a minute. A young man is coming towards the judge's bench. It's Samuel Norse, the prisoner's son. The sheriff challenges him.
Speak. If you have any evidence to present, Samuel Norse, present it at the proper time.
This is the proper time, and I ask leave of the court to present my evidence.
Tell your story.
On the 27th of March, I and my sister's husband, John Tarbell, he's here now, and he'll swear to everything I say.
Tell your story.
John and I went up to Thomas Putnam's to find out why his wife and daughter were making shocking accusations against my mother.
The reason why is no secret. You heard them tell the court.
I wanted them to tell me. At the house, I found Miss Putnam, her daughter Anne, and one of Anne's friends. I asked young Anne how she came to name my mother among the witches. I said, did she mention my mother's name first, or did someone else say it to her?
What point are you trying to make?
When I asked young Anne how she first came to mention my mother's name among the witches, she replied that she had seen the apparition of a pale-faced woman sitting in her grandmother's chair. I said, who was that woman? She said she didn't know her name. I said, who told you to say my mother's name?
Are you saying?
That's when her friend spoke up. Why, Anne, don't you remember? She said it was your mother. That made Miss Putnam very angry. She cried, why, it was not. It was you told her to say Rebecca Norse. Then they turned on each other and they said it was you told her to say the name.
I still don't understand the point you are trying to make, Samuel Norse.
What I'm trying to say is that not one of those who now accuse my mother would admit it was they first named her among the witches.
First, all us, they named her.
Attorney General Newton seems to be a little impatient as he motions Samuel Norse to return to his seat. His sister has risen. The Norse family seems to be on the attack now in defense of their mother. Sarah Norse, the defendant's 28-year-old daughter, without being asked, without permission, has come up and is now standing before the bench. Attorney General Newton ignores her. He's conferring with the judges. Rebecca Norse is looking at her daughter. She's smiling, a strange, vague smile. Now Attorney General Newton has turned to Sarah Norse. He's taking her testimony.
I was in the meeting house on the 24th of March, the day the committee first examined my mother. I was there when Miss Bibber...
You are referring to the widow Bibber, who lives in Wenham?
That's the one. I was there when she went into a fit.
The court knows that.
I was watching her when she began to scream that my mother was sticking her with pins.
You're adding nothing new to the facts, Sarah Norse. If that is why you have asked for permission to testify...
But I saw Miss Bibber take the pins out of her clothes. I saw her take the pins out of her clothes. That's a lie! I saw Miss Bibber take some pins out of her clothes and hold them between her fingers. Then I saw her clasp her hands around her knees. And that's when she began to scream that my mother was sticking pins in her. That's a lie! You're a liar!
One of the spectators, probably Mrs. Bibber, is screaming, that's a lie. She's a liar. Sarah Norse is answering her, shouting, it's the truth, and you know it. The marshal is making her go back to her seat.
Go on down and take your seat. I would like to speak.
Benjamin Putnam is asking to testify.
forward.
The Attorney General is inviting him to come forward, is asking the brother-in-law of Mrs. Thomas Putnam, who testified against Rebecca Norse just a minute ago, to come forward.
I have a paper here, signed by 39 people of Salem and Salem Village. I ask the court's permission to read it.
You may read it.
We, whose name...
Will you read it a little louder?
We, whose names are hereunto subscribed, being desired by Francis Norse to declare what we know concerning his wife's conversation for some time past, can testify to all whom it may concern that we have known her for many years. And according to our observation, her life and conversation were as she claimed it, and we never had any cause or grounds to suspect her of any such thing as she is now accused of. Signed, Benjamin Putnam, Sarah Putnam, Job Swinnerton, Esther Swinnerton, Samuel Abbey, Hepzibah Ray, Daniel
This
Andrews.
is a surprise. 39 of Rebecca Norse's neighbors, including Ann Putnam's own brother-in-law, testified by petition to their belief in Rebecca Norse's innocence. Rebecca Norse seems stunned by this unexpected turn in her favor. The spectators, too, seem visibly impressed by the long list of responsible and respectable names. Mrs. Putnam looks startled. She keeps brushing her hair out of her eyes. Her face is pale. Judge Stoughton is turning to the jury.
Rebecca Norse! Didn't you bring the devil with you? Didn't you tell me to tempt God and die? How often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation, Rebecca Norse?
That was Mrs. Putnam. She's screaming, how often have you eaten and drunk your own damnation? She's hysterical. She's becoming violent. She's ripping her clothes. Her husband has received the court's permission to take her outside, and he's lifted her bodily. He's carrying out, kicking and screaming out of the courtroom, and has taken her out now. The trial can start again. Rebecca Norse seems to be on the point of fainting. It doesn't look as if she can keep standing on her feet much longer. Once again, Judge Stoughton... Wait a minute. Something else has happened. A woman among the spectators threw her shoe and hit Rebecca Norse in the face. There's a red streak on Rebecca Norse's right temple where Mrs. Pope's shoe hit her. Rebecca Norse looks white and shaken. The courtroom is quieting down. Judge Stoughton turns to the jury. Apparently there's going to be no more testimony. He's going to send out the jury for a verdict right now.
I charge that you, being the judges of the facts, if you find that Rebecca Norse did bewitch the said girls, Ann Putnam and Abigail Williams, so that they were sore afflicted and tormented, then you must find her guilty of witchcraft under the statute of James I.
The jury has risen now and is filing out of this courtroom to consider the verdict. The judges are leaving too, and Deputy Marshal Herrick is taking Rebecca Norse from the courtroom. Some of the spectators are leaving for a breath of fresh air. The jury is out of the courtroom now. Of course, there's no possible way of knowing how long they will be. They may return momentarily, and if they do, we will switch back here to the courtroom immediately. Meantime, there are about 150 other suspects, as we told you, who have been rounded up in this drive and who are now in nearby jails waiting to be tried by this same court. My colleagues Harry Marble and Ken Roberts are at this moment in two of those prisons, Boston and Ipswich, with CBS microphones. And we switch you first to Harry Marble in Boston Prison.
This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I'm standing in a room about 25 by 35 and 7 feet high. The walls are of stone and the windows are barred. Leaning against the walls and chained to the benches here are about 25 or 30 men who are waiting to be tried for witchcraft. Right beside me, his hands manacled, is Navy Captain John Alden. Captain Alden, what are the specific charges against you?
Witchcraft, I presume.
You have to pay your own room and board while you're in prison, don't you, Captain?
Yes. And should I have the misfortune to be found guilty, my family would have to pay the cost of my execution. And, of course, my property would immediately be confiscated by the authorities. The deputy governor, I imagine.
I am told that some of your fellow prisoners confessed to practicing witchcraft, Captain.
I will tell you how one confessed. A boy of about 18. They had him tied neck and heels until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He confessed.
One more question, Captain Alden. Are you by any chance related to the John Alden who married Priscilla Mullins?
That was my father, sir. My parents met on the Mayflower coming over from the other side.
Thank you, Captain John Alden. This is Harry Marble in Boston Prison. I now switch you to Ken Roberts in Ipswich Jail.
This is Ken Roberts in Ipswich. The jail here is crowded with women of all ages. Beside me here is the prisoner, Dorcas Good, accused witch. How old are you, Dorcas?
I'm 4 years old.
4-year-old Dorcas Good was arrested the same day as Rebecca Norse.
I'm
Dorcas just corrected her age. She is 4 going on 5. Why are you here, Dorcas?
I want a piece of bread with honey.
Do you know why they put you here, Dorcas?
My name is Dorcas Good, and I am 4 years old, going on 5.
Chained beside 4-year-old Dorcas here is Mrs. Rebecca Jacobs of Salem town. Why have they put you in prison, Mrs. Jacobs?
They ran in the street. They ran in the street, and I said, look at the children. They are running in the street.
Mrs. Jacobs.
Then the men said, these are your children. They are running after you. Tell them to go back.
Your children saw you arrested, Mrs. Jacobs?
Come home, Mother. Mother, come home. I want my children. I want my children. I want my mother.
Do you get enough to eat here, Mrs. Jacobs?
Children, don't cry. Mother will be home. The nice men are just taking your mother for a walk.
Mrs. Jacobs, have your children been allowed to visit you?
Bloodroot and windflowers, sweet Mary and lilacs, they grow in my garden. When night comes, they close their eyes and go to sleep. I want my children. I want my baby.
I want a slice of bread and honey.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, but a message has just been handed to me. The jury trying Rebecca North has just come back into the courtroom. So this is Ken Roberts returning you to John Daly in Salem. This is John Daly in the Salem courtroom. The jury has come back. The jury charged with the fate of Rebecca North has just returned. The judges are in their places. The prisoner, her hand still manacled, stands facing the bar. The spectators are silent, waiting. The jurymen have taken their seats, all except Thomas Fisk, the foreman. The foreman is standing, and now Judge Stoughton turns to the jury.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What have you found?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. The jury has found Rebecca North not guilty. She looks stunned and stands bewildered and confused, pale and shaken. Her husband is fighting his way up to her. 72-year-old Francis North is crying, and his wife, Rebecca North, is now in his arms. Rebecca North, her gray head sunk on his shoulder, is crying for the first time since this trial began. Her sons and daughters are kissing and hugging her. They're all trying to touch her. They're patting her face, her hair, her dress, and they're laughing, and at the same time, tears are streaming down their cheeks. Now Judge Stoughton has left the bench and is talking with Thomas Fisk, the foreman of the jury. George Herrick, the deputy marshal, is pushing his way through to Rebecca North, probably to tell her that he's glad she was acquitted. The deputy marshal is saying something to Rebecca North now, and for some reason or the other, he's taking her by the shoulder. And now the jury is going out again, and Sam North has run over to the deputy governor. He seems to be having a heated argument with Judge Stoughton. I'm going to get over there to find out what's going on. There's something going on. There's a great deal of confusion all around here.
Do this to my mother. I did not impose on the jury. I'd merely given them a fact which they had overlooked.
Mr. North, what has happened?
They're making the jury convict my mother. The jury comes back with a verdict of not guilty, and Stoughton sends them out again. They come back and he tells them that they have misinterpreted the facts. They have my mother on the stand, and they tell her Abigail Hobbs said she was a witch. And she says, how can Abigail say that? She is one of us. Now the judge says that when my mother said she's one of us, she admitted she was a witch, too. But he heard my mother say she didn't mean that. She meant Miss Hobbs was just one of the prisoners. Why, what Stoughton's done is tell the jury to hang her.
But why? Why should Judge Stoughton do this?
Because they've got some people in office around here who are scared of being pushed out. There are too many people who don't like them. So they find themselves some scapegoats. They take women like my mother. They say she's a witch. They say they're trying to bewitch our children and sink the government. All they're trying to do is save their own necks, and for that they're going to hang my mother.
Sam North is angry, frenzied. He seems to be absolutely sure the jury will change its verdict. I've never seen anything like this happen in a courtroom before, and it's hard to believe. But we'll see. The jury is coming back already. They've only been out a short while. With Tom Fisk leading them, they're coming back into the jury box. Their faces are grave. Judge Stoughton is banging his gavel for order and has turned now to jury foreman Thomas Fisk.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
We find Rebecca North guilty as charged.
Mother! Mother!
Rebecca North has been found guilty. What Sam North feared has happened. Everything he said was apparently true. And if this is contempt of this court, let it be so. A woman adjudged innocent by a jury of her peers, by almost precise direction of a presiding judge, has been found guilty and now must pay the supreme penalty.
Salem, June 29, 1692. Rebecca North is guilty, and the witch hunt goes on.
You have been listening to CBS Is There, the fourth in a special summer series of broadcasts of famous events. Next week...
July 29th, 1588, the English Channel. Sir Francis Drake defeats the Spanish Armada. CBS Is There.
CBS Is There is produced and directed for Columbia by Robert Louis Cheon. The Salem witch trial was written by Sylvia Burger. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The thrill of the nighttime, the hushed voice and the prowling step, the crime that is almost committed, the finger of suspicion pointing perhaps at the wrong man, the stir of nerves at the ticking of the clock, the rescue that might be too late or the murderer who might get away, mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure. We invite you to enjoy stories that keep you in suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present The Lord of the Witch Doctors by John Dixon Carr.
The drums were beating that night. The Lord of the Witch Doctors was on his way. 20 miles off the East African coast, fanned by the blistering heat of the Indian Ocean, lies the island of Zanzibar. Here, many years ago...
To be exact, in the year 1889.
3 nations were rivals for imperial German eagle. At Mogadishu were the Italians. A mixed population boiled along that coast, Portuguese, Arabs, Swahili. On the island itself, Sayyid Khalif, Sultan of Zanzibar, ruled the remains of a once mighty empire. Mohammedan Bantus of the tribe of Zeng. Look over there, in the moonlight. That white building, patched and rotted, was the palace where Sayyid Khalif lived with his fat wives and his captive lion. Not far away on the hill overlooking the harbor stood the British Residency. The British resident, or crown official, held uneasy sway against German and Italian influence. And at the Residency on that hot night long...
Martha.
Yes, Father?
Come away from the windows, please.
But, Father, those drums are on the mainland.
Never mind.
20 miles from here.
I'd rather you stood back.
It's the fires I don't like, sir. You can see the red light all this distance. They're having a beano of some kind.
You'd better stand back, too, Mr. Harris.
Oh, look here, sir.
Yes, Mr. Harris?
I've been your diplomatic attaché in this place for 3 years. Couldn't you call me by my first name in private?
Just as you please. Lower the sun blinds and turn down the wick of that lamp.
You don't think there's any danger?
There's no danger whatever, but...
Nero seems terribly restless tonight.
Only natural, my dear, with the drums going.
Everybody seems restless. This has been going on for days. You begin to get on your nerves.
So you feel it too, eh?
And I do wish Sayyid Khalif wouldn't tease Nero. Jab at him with the meat fork and that kind of thing. If that lion ever got loose...
Nerves, my dear, nothing but nerves.
Let's face it, sir. There's something very queer going on over on that mainland.
Well, suppose there is.
All we know is what Nyoka knows. This great witch doctor, whoever he is, been making a triumphal progress to the coast. The whole bush is afraid of him.
You alarm me.
Nyoka says he's got horns. He can make himself 7 feet tall. Like stretching an accordion.
Oh, really, Bill Harris?
Well, I don't say I believe it. I say it might be dangerous. Now, for instance, could this be one of Dr. Schmidt's tricks?
Dr. Schmidt is a friend of ours.
Yes, he's also head of the German East Africa Company.
Dr. Schmidt is a gentleman.
Look at that coast over there. He's got every native chief in his pocket.
Dr. Schmidt assured me that the German emperor has no more territorial claims in East Africa.
We get our trade concessions from Sayyid Khalif. Said's our only friend, but we can't even be sure of him. The Germans give him trade gin and a grand piano. The Italians give him 3 new wives for his harem. What do we give him?
I have no instructions from London about the situation in this island.
No. Somebody in Whitehall probably forgot to post them.
For the last time, Mr. Harris, I will not hear His Majesty's government criticized like that.
Sorry.
these things take time. If there's any danger, we'll be notified in due course.
Listen.
Well, they're only our own natives. They beat their own drums, you know.
Somebody went past that window.
That's probably only Nyoka, my dear. Surely you're not afraid of our own servant.
No, but
Master! Nyoka, listen to me. Don't hang on to that big curtain. You'll pull it down. Now stand up straight and tell me. What is it?
He here, Bwana. He here, yes, please.
Who's here?
Big witch doctor here, yes, please. He come up past in moonlight. He walk slow, boom, boom. He got big teeth eat with. He outside front door now.
What was that?
the drums have stopped.
Nyoka's right, sir. We have got a visitor.
Are you English?
That's right, miss. Born and bred in Streatham. Which of you is the British consul?
I am the British resident, sir. My name is Richardson. May I ask the meaning of this tomfoolery?
Well, that's just what I'm here to tell you. Or maybe I'd better show you. Now, observe me right hand. I hold it up so, and as I live, a lighted cigar. But perhaps the lady doesn't like smoking in the drawing room. Now, look here. There's nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I turn over my hand, and would you believe it? A glass of water.
Is this man insane?
Father, I think he's trying to tell you he's a magician.
That's right, miss. Direct from the Egyptian Hall, Piccadilly. Animal taming and magic. That's my line.
Then you're the famous witch doctor that's got all the natives in an uproar?
Nobody else, young fella.
Yes, well, you tell us what you mean by this nonsense. Scaring everybody when there's no danger.
No danger? I suppose you haven't heard about Sayyid Caliph and his Gatling guns?
Gatling guns?
Kindly presented by Dr. Otto Schmidt. And believe me, all you've got is an appointment with a Gatling gun, unless my nonsense steps in. Here, take a look at this.
But you can't be from the British Foreign Office.
Well, that's just what I am, Governor, and going up in the world, don't you think? By the way, I'd better give you your instructions. The envelope's pretty dirty and a little bit smelly from being under my furs and devil paint, but...
Read it, sir. Go on and read it.
Foreign Office, Whitehall, British Consul, Zanzibar. Bearer of this letter, the Great Mephisto.
That's me. Real name, Barney Hicks.
They must be out of their minds.
Are they? Listen, old man. I've been 3 weeks in that jungle with a Swahili interpreter. I've been bitten and stung and fried to death. But Schmidt or no Schmidt, I've got those native chiefs just where I want them. You see what happens when I announce I'm a friend of the Great White Queen? Why, you'll have 'em eaten out of your hand.
Well, that's true.
And all we've got to do is get around Sayyid Caliph here on this island.
But do we need to get around him?
The young lady, be good enough not to speak until you're spoken to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. Say it may be lazy and as fat as a hippopotamus. He's rather a fine old boy.
Is he?
You said something about Gatling guns.
Now, listen. Here's the game.
Father, I don't like this. I've never heard Nero as restless as that.
Never mind, Nero. Go on.
Well, I came over here tonight in a steam launch. Tomorrow I'm paying my state visit to the great Sultan Sayyid Caliph. Now, you present me as your friend and a friend of the Great White Queen, and I do my best tricks at it. Is anything wrong with your native boy?
Nyoka, be still.
You're not afraid of our witch doctor friend, are you?
No, I good Christian.
Here, what are you doing? Come out from under that sofa.
But, Bwana, I see something. I look out through window slats. See Bwana Baldhead coming up past.
Well, a Baldhead?
That's Dr. Schmidt.
Dr. Schmidt? Well, he mustn't find me here.
Yes, I quite agree. This is most irregular.
Is there a back way out of here?
Yes, through that arch. Stay in the back room. Nyoka will show you.
Me go with witch doctor.
Yes, hurry, please.
I know like.
Never mind what you like. You go.
All right, master.
It's all right. They've gone.
Yes, about time, too. Well, good evening, Dr. Schmidt. Pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to see you.
Ah, my friends, I wish I could say it was such a pleasure to see you.
Isn't it, Doctor?
This at any time but now. Do not mistake me, I beg of you. No, it is that confounded lion, Nero. Always I say it will happen, and now it has happened.
What about Nero?
My friends, I regret. He has made his kill. He has tasted blood.
What's that?
You permit that I sit down and take off my sun helmet. I am not young, and I'm tired.
It's not Sayyid Caliph.
Yeah, it is so. Yes, tis that line once too often.
Oh, poor old boy. He was our friend. He's not dead.
Yeah, I regret. Yeah, he is dead. Sultan of Zanzibar is dead.
Good God. But how did the lion ever get at him?
He drank too much pum. That was his trouble. He got drunk and think he can do too much. So he opened the door and went to the lion's cage.
Into the cage?
Yeah, would you believe it?
Not easily.
But it is true. Over to Paris, there's what you call gnashing of teeth. His son Nobius in tears.
Did you see this happen, Doctor?
No. I go there later and they tell me. It's all the worse because of some foolish toy, a doomhead toy. That just been stuck over the head and thrown into the cage by someone who did not like him.
That's more likely, if you ask me.
My friend, it is foolishness. Everybody liked old man. He was a father to his people and a kind friend.
Doctor, are you telling us that Said may have been put into that cage unconscious?
It is what one African soldier says, yeah.
Well, then he may still be alive.
Alive? It is impossible.
It's more than possible. A lion may maul an unconscious man, but it doesn't often kill him. This is vital. Vital to Said himself and others as well. You're a doctor. Can't you go and make sure?
My friend, I regret. I am not that kind of a doctor.
Harris, you may be right. I think I'd better go myself.
Yes, that's a good idea, sir. I'll stay here and entertain Dr. Schmidt. Unless, of course, he wants to go, too.
No, I thank you. I do not like sights of that sort. I have a tender heart and I have illnesses. Besides, you can do nothing. I tell you, he is dead.
Yes, we'll see. Martha, you'd better come with me. Your nurse's training may be of some use at last.
Of course. Hadn't we better go the back way and speak to Nyoka?
Yes, Nyoka mustn't be troubled in that back room.
A very good evening to you, Dr. Schmidt.
Mr. Harris, they have good hearts, but they're so foolish. I would give my own right arm to aid that poor man. But, well, we must have philosophy. We must cheer up and bear it.
Yes. Now, Doctor, we're all alone.
So we are. We must sit down and have a nice, comfortable chat. Yes?
Definitely, yes.
Oh.
I wanted to have a word with you anyway.
So? About what, Mr. Harris?
Oh, various things.
I am happy to give you all the time in the world. I like talking to young people. It makes me feel young again myself.
Like, Nobi?
Nobi?
Said Khalif's eldest son, the new Sultan.
One fine young man. Or a savage.
Yes, but weak, easy to manage. And very fond of his father, too. It's a wonder he didn't have the lion shot after they got the body away.
Shot with what, my friend? I beg your pardon, Himmel. I do not consider the matters funny. No. But shot with what? These brutes, they have nothing but loading muskets. Kill Nero with those? No.
Suppose they had Gatling guns.
Pardon?
Just suppose that, of course.
Of course.
Well?
My friend. Gatlings would be of no better use. You only wound. To kill a lion, you must reach the eye or heart with a high-power bullet. What is the matter with us? Why are we talking of these things?
Talking of death, you mean? Of Said Khalif, who gave all the trade concessions on Zanzibar to the British?
My friend, I was talking about express rifles.
Look here, don't you find it warm in here?
Yeah, a little.
Yes, it smells of animal's fur, doesn't it? I'll just raise those sun blinds.
No. You must not trouble yourself to do that.
It's no trouble.
I beg of you not to trouble. It is not necessary.
Doctor, you've been mopping your forehead ever since you've been here. Little fresh air never hurt anybody. Here. Isn't that better?
Much. Why not sit down, my boy, and we have a nice chat?
Fine enough night. No smell of the animal's cage here.
My friend, you talk like a hunter.
Yes. Or a victim. Yes, it's a fine night. At least for this part of the world. Fire's still burning on the mainland. I wonder if that's a good sign.
Of what?
I wish I knew. And the sea is like skim milk under the moon. And, good Lord.
What is it? What makes you jump?
Look there, in the harbor.
My friend, see nothing. Perhaps if I take off my spectacles and
Why, man, you must see it. In the harbor, out at the left there, beyond the shadow of those big palm trees. Don't you see our riding lights? It looks like... By George, it is. It's a warship.
It's only a German gunboat, my friend. Only a very little German gunboat.
German gunboat?
My friend, you must not be so distrustful. That is not kind.
Let me get a telescope.
But I tell you who she is. It is nothing. She is on what you call a goodwill tour. You're not angry.
Angry? My friend.
Well, I did not know. I could not guess. That is, England is our heart understands.
We know that ourselves.
I tell you something in confidence. The Germans are sensitive. The British objected. The natives feel too strong. I tell the gunboat to go away. I fire an express rifle. It has a sound. Boom! You cannot mistake one another. That is why I think of an express rifle. But if nobody will object...
Why, not the least bit. Tell me, Doctor, do you like it here on this island?
Well, it's not bad.
Don't you ever want to get away from a forsaken mud heap like this?
My friend, I am a German. My duty is here, as I stay here.
Yes, I know. Between ourselves, that's exactly my position.
But you are young.
That's not the point. It's the importance of the job. The British don't rule Zanzibar. We hold the trade concessions from Said Khalif, and our residency has to protect them. But even you, Doctor, would be surprised at the amount of trade that we have to protect and the revenue that comes out of this island.
It's so now. You don't say so.
I do say so.
It's so much?
More than you think. Of course, I'm not allowed to give you any figures.
No. Of course not. I would not dream of asking you. How much would you say it comes to, roughly?
Oh, come now, Doctor. As one gentleman to another, you're not asking me to give away secrets.
Oh, no. It was only a joke, you understand. Please do not try to up-trip me. I would try to pull your leg, and it was only a joke, believe me.
Yes. It's all in the game, as it were.
Yes, all in the game as gentlemen.
Oh, Doctor, you're quite a humorist.
You're not offended?
Not at all. No, as I was saying, I hold a rather important job. Of course, Mr. Richardson holds an even more important one. He's been very friendly with old Said Khalif on this job. Of course, you know what that job is?
Of course. He's the British consul. What is the matter with you? You're not smiling any longer. Why are you looking at me like that?
So that's it. That's the game. You made exactly the same mistake that he did.
Who did?
Dr. Schmidt, have you met the great lord of the witch doctors? The maker of spells and the tamer of lions?
I am a good Christian. I pay no attention to what natives say. I do not believe in witch doctors.
No, neither do I. Not in this one, at any rate.
What one?
The witch doctor who came here tonight and said that he was on a mission for the British Foreign Office. He's an imposter from the word go, and you're working with him. Oh, don't upset your chair like that, Dr. Schmidt. Because if you fall on it, you may hurt yourself.
I have not hurt myself, young man.
Oh, yes, you have. The fellow who came here tonight addressed Mr. Richardson as the British consul. That might have been a slip of the tongue. But then you see the letter on the table there?
I have eyesight, I thank you.
That letter is supposed to come from the Foreign Office, and it calls him the British consul, too. I heard it read aloud. The Foreign Office may make mistakes, but they don't make mistakes like that. That letter, Doctor, is a forgery. It was forged by a German, and probably by the German who calls himself Barney Hicks, or the Great Mephisto. He's in the back room now.
No, he's not, Governor. He's standing in the doorway behind you now.
Yes, I thought I heard you.
But don't turn around to look at me. I'm just warning you.
Have you got anything to enforce that?
Yes. I've got a 500 express rifle that could smear you all over the opposite wall.
Karl, was du auch immer tust?
Ja,
Und keinen...
Well, if you fellows are going to shoot me, I wish you'd speak English about it.
Karl, I beg of you. No. Don't fire that rifle.
Exactly. You see, Carl, I'm turning around.
This is all very... now, Karl.
You see what the doctor means, Carl? If you fire that rifle, you'll send your gunboat out of that harbor just when you need it. Isn't that the signal, Doctor? To send the gunboat away?
Carl, I beg of you.
Yes, it is. Very simple, economical German signal. So, you two killed Said Khalif.
That is slander. That cannot be proved.
Had to do it, I imagine. Said was the one chief that you couldn't buy or frighten with your witch doctor, so you got rid of him. Tomorrow morning, the witch doctor would have appeared. He'd have scared the daylights out of a weak and superstitious son, Noby.
I told you I was fairly good at my work, Governor. And I am.
Yes, and then the witch doctor would have taken over everything. The British resident had to be bamboozled for 24 hours to keep him out of the way with a ghost story about a British agent. And there was a gunboat in the harbor in case of trouble.
Slight mistake there, Governor. There is a gunboat in the harbor.
Yes.
It's really worked out beautifully. The Emperor should be pleased. I don't think your White Queen will be very happy, though. I'm the great witch doctor to that frightened mob over there. Say it is dead. And there's a German gunboat in the harbor.
Listen. I think I hear something.
Whoever's out there, stay back. Whoever's out there, stay back.
Bill, listen to me. Sayed's alive. He's alive.
This is impossible.
We can see him breathe. We don't even think he's badly hurt, but he's still in the cage, unconscious.
Still in the cage?
You mean they can't get him out of there?
If he wakes up or they attempt anything, Nero will tear him to pieces. The whole crowd over there is nearly crazy, but they don't dare go into the cage.
Well, gentlemen, you should have been more careful. If they do get Said out of there alive, you're done for.
Be quiet. Listen.
Noby and the rest of the natives are coming up here now.
See here, miss. Are you talking about the old boy's son?
Noby, yes. He wants to see the witch doctor.
The witch doctor? This puts you in some slight trouble, Carl.
Listen to me, miss. I couldn't get that old buzzard away from a mad lion, even if I've got to get out of here.
Too late now, my dear witch doctor. The natives have surrounded the house.
Who's that?
It's Noby. He's coming down the hall.
Abu du Save. I Noby. Speak white language. Parish Sultan's want. Witch doctor? Much respect. Fallen floor.
Go ahead. Play your part, Carl. Play your ruddy part.
Get up again. Great medicine man. Father hurt. Encaged with lion. You come.
Say something, Carl. You can't be a dumb wizard.
You come.
My dear Noby, my friend. The witch doctor can't understand you.
Hey, witch doctor. Not speak everything. But, witch doctor.
No, it is not that. He does not hear you. He's in another world. See how his eyes close. See how he sway.
I know this. He saved my father. Or maybe all of you. We will kill all white people here. Witch doctor saved my father from lion. You come.
Noby, listen to me. You needn't worry. The great witch doctor can save your father.
Go in cage?
No, not go in cage.
Strike with fire?
Yes, that's it. Strike with wizard fire. Open heaven. Flash great light. Nero scream and die. Father saved.
Carl, you must not save him. If he remain alive, he will talk. Then the natives will know.
You not want to save father?
The witch doctor does want to save your father, Noby. You see that gun under his arm?
Gun? Gun no good. Not use gun. Only wound lion. Lion in pain kill father.
No, that's not like your muskets, Noby. It's an express gun. It's a magic gun.
Magic gun?
Listen, Noby. Magic gun save your father with one shot. Just like that. Lion fall over dead. Your father well again. And our friend.
We use gun. Give me gun.
No, you could not use it, Noby. Witch doctor can use it best. Tell him to use it. Tell him to be sure that he hits the lion.
Now, look here, Harris. I've had enough of this.
Yes, Noby. If he wants to hit Nero with that white fire, he can strike the lion dead before you could wink your eyes.
Then do.
You'd better try it, Carl. And you'd better not miss him, or you know what'll happen to every white person in this room.
My hands are shaking.
Magician with shaky hands? That won't do.
I take your shoulder. You follow. Yalla, Ngomba. All come. my palace door. All court over river, bright as day. 1,000 torches, all make light. Now do. Now do.
See how quiet they get when nobody raises his hands. They're praying.
So are we.
Won't do it.
You better. I told you that. They're out of hand now. If you miss, you're no witch doctor. And if you had any thought of hitting Saeed instead, just imagine what they do to you.
I can't see. These torches blind me.
You do.
I think the old man's moving. If he stirs, the lion will kill him. You know what that means. That's right. Up with the rifle.
My hands are shaking.
Be careful of your sights. It's a point-blank shot.
Allah! Burke!
All right, Nobi. The lion is dead. They can go in and carry your father out now.
Lion dead? German magic is great magic.
Yes, Nobi, it is. But English magic is greater.
English magic better than German magic?
Yes, Nobi, and I'll prove it. Turn around. Look out towards the harbor. I stand here. I wave my hand, like this. Nothing up my sleeves. I wouldn't deceive you for the world. I wave my hand towards the gunboat in the bay. The gunboat sails away. English magic, Nobi. English magic. And so ends The Lord of the Witch Doctors. Tonight's story of suspense.
Next Tuesday, when CBS again brings you Suspense, our story will be The Devil in the Summer House. The broadcast for next week only is scheduled for 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime, a half hour later than usual. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are all collaborators on Suspense. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
E.G. Marshall. And at midnight, according to the old chronicles, there would be a convocation of sorcerers, devils, demons, goblins, and ghouls, and they would thereupon proceed to hold an orgy in a manner and fashion too sinful even to contemplate. And woe to the unfortunate mortal who would be compelled to participate in these hellish rituals that were profanely called a witch's sabbath. A witch's sabbath. You say it's superstition, an old wives' tale, a throwback to a more innocent era. Don't be too sure the era you live in today isn't the most innocent era in all history.
What is this? Where am I?
Where you always wanted to be, baby. You're at a party, Tiger.
What a party.
Look,
Beautiful women. All for you. And fabulous food. That fountain, it's champagne. All yours, baby. It's what you always dreamed of, Tiger.
Oh, I'm dreaming again.
Not this time. It's real. Now it's real.
But why? Why are you doing this for me?
Because we love you. Oh, how we love you. We would even die for you, baby. Just as you might even die for us.
Our mystery drama, Witches' Sabbath, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes, a kind of amused contempt for the superstitions of our ancestors. We civilized people, we know everything, except perhaps that civilization is only skin deep. For a highly reliable estimate of the human condition, we refer you now to Francis Aloysius O'Boyle, whose knowledge of mankind was acquired during 35 years of faithful service behind a bar.
In a place like this, you get all kinds, and you hear everything. The rich man has his psychiatrist, the religious man has his priest, and the drinking man has his publican. All them words. Is it a coincidence they all begin with a P? Here I spent my whole life thinking I was just a bartender, but this professor comes in here one night. There's another smart word that begins with a P, huh? And he calls me publican. Oh, that's the traditional English word for saloon keeper. I think it sounds kind of dignified, don't you? Well, anyway, like I started to tell you, you get all kinds. It's a pretty good evening. All the regulars are here. And just about midnight, this guy comes through the door. His clothes, not too expensive, not too cheap, just middle. You know what I mean? The only thing is, he's got a very scared look on his face. So I say to him, what do you have? And he answers, what do you got? Me? I got everything, pal. Name it.
Well, I want a drink.
Sure. What kind of drink?
Now, please, I didn't come in here for an inquisition. I want a drink. Just pour me one, if you don't mind.
So I reached for the nearest bottle and poured him a glass. He made a very, very sour face as he dragged it down. You could tell he didn't like it. Yet for a guy who didn't like it, he kept putting it away. So I said, don't you think you had enough?
No.
Well, he still seemed perfectly sober. It was just that he appeared to be more scared than ever. Now, in my business, you make it a rule, never start up with a customer. But this guy was so frightened that I felt I just had to break that rule, just this once. And I did. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The reason I'm asking, you don't look too good.
You know something? You should mind your own business.
You know something? I think you're right. Well, I forgot all about him until about 1:45 when I give everybody in the place the usual warning. All right, last call.
Last call for what?
I don't need a comedian in a joint this hour of the night. It's the last call for what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, I don't frequent places like this as a rule.
Well, what are you doing tonight? Slumming?
No. No, please, I didn't mean it to sound that way.
You decided you want to rub shoulders with the peasants?
No, I
Where you been pouring down that juice? Where do you usually go for it?
Well, you see, I'm not really a drinker.
How's that a fact?
No, the reason I came in here is because I'm so upset and I'm so frightened, you see, and it's so light in here and it seems so safe.
Like I said, last call. If you want to have another drink, one more is all you can buy.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean 1 o'clock. I close the joint and go home.
Close? Oh, no, you can't close. You can't do that. You have to stay open.
As it is, I stay open 16 hours a day. It's enough.
Just tonight, please. Stay open a little longer.
Now, look, we got a state law that says lock the joint at 1.
But I don't want to leave here.
I do.
No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to be out in the street.
So call a cab.
No, that won't help.
Call a cop.
It's no use. They'll find me. They'll find me.
Who's going to find you?
They will.
Well, that's what we're trying to establish. Who is they?
The witches.
Oh, the witches.
Yeah.
I see. The witches. You're the kind of guy who gets his load on, then he sees witches.
No, I saw them. I saw them even before I had my first drink. I've been drinking to see if I could get rid of them.
Oh, that's a switch.
Now, please, don't humor me.
I wouldn't think of it.
You don't believe me?
Sure, I believe you.
Now, don't tell me the customer's always right, either. You've got to listen to what happened to me tonight.
If you can tell it before 1 o'clock, you got 10 minutes.
All right, look. Every word I'll tell you is true. My name is Perry Harnischbecker. I'm a computer engineer. I design computers.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
So tell me something. Why do them computers always keep fouling up?
Oh, they don't. They can't. It's the people who use them.
Yeah? So how come I keep getting bills?
Forget about it.
No, forget about it. These clowns want to take me to court because I didn't pay them for a piano. I never even bought it. And you say forget about it?
Look, the reason I told you I was a computer engineer was to impress you.
That don't impress me.
With the fact that I'm a reasonable, sane, and practical man.
If I'd known who you was, I'd have thrown you out of the joint.
No, a man like me. I should be the last person in the world to be upset by my primitive superstition. So you must hear me out.
I warn you. Better not take more than 9 minutes.
Okay. You see, I had left my office at the usual hour of 5 p.m. I was walking to the bus stop. I commute, you see, from Blairville. We own a house there. It's a split level, and we were able to buy it very...
Is the house important to this story? I'm saying it for your own good because all you got left is 8.5 minutes.
Is it important to the story? I don't know.
I listen to thousands of these stories. Stick to the point.
Okay. I left the office. I was walking to the bus stop.
We already established the bus stop.
Please.
You only got 8 minutes.
I stopped to wait for the light to change, and suddenly I heard a voice say...
Hiya, baby. You want to have a little fun?
Oh, I see where this is going.
No, you don't. You don't. Believe me, you don't. Well, I looked, and there at the curb was a brand new sports car, imported. It was an Aracata.
Uh-huh.
And in it were two of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen in my whole life.
That never happens to me.
One was blonde, and one was brunette. And each had creamy white skin and sparkling red lips. And the blonde had sea green eyes. The brunette, her eyes were a flashing black. You know the kind?
I know the kind. How are they built?
Oh, like the goddesses of ancient Greece, but much more slender.
That's a promising start. All right, now get to the action. You got 7 minutes.
Okay. It was the blonde who had asked if I wanted to have some fun.
And what do you say?
No.
You've done the right thing. You could have gone along with him. There'd been a guy waiting with a gun. And he lifts your bankroll. The old Murphy game. You've done the right thing. You always got to think of that.
No, I was thinking of the fact that I had taken a solemn vow to be faithful to my wife.
And you should get a gold star for that.
Yeah, but then the brunette said...
Come on, Tiger. We're going to a party.
So what did you say?
I said... I said...
Well, come on. You got 6 minutes.
Now, believe me. You must believe me. There was a confusion of signals between my brain and my voice.
Yeah.
Now, consider the mind as a computer.
You say that word one more time and you'll be barred from this joint for life.
No, but it's true. The answer that my brain fed to my voice was, no thanks. But the answer that came out was
yeah?
Hey, honey, what are we waiting for? And before I knew it, I was in the sports car. And
Well, you are a sly one, Mr. Harney.
Where those words came from, I'll never know. Why I said them, I'll never know. I didn't want to get into the car with those women.
No, of course not.
No, and anyway, the brunette turned to the blonde and asked...
Will he do?
And the blonde winked at me and said...
How about it, baby?
And you said?
I said... I wanted to say, please let me out of here. I'm a most happily married man. I wanted to say that. But the words that came out said, let's go, girls.
Well, why didn't you just open the car door and jump out?
Because I couldn't.
I'm with you, pal. I couldn't either. So, look, you got 4 minutes. And you ain't even got to the good part yet.
Well, we were going down Main Street. And the blonde, placed her arms around me, and she kissed me.
Now we're getting there.
And I think I must have passed out.
That must have been some kiss.
Oh, yeah, it was. There was fire in it, and ice, and champagne bubbles, and I just don't know how to describe it.
Oh, you don't have to describe it.
And then everything sort of disappeared, you see, or I might have passed out.
It was like that, huh?
I don't know how long it lasted, but when I woke, I was in a kind of a room, and there was a kind of music, and there was a fire burning in the middle of the room, and I thought that was kind of strange because there was no fireplace, and I shouted, "Fire! Fire!"
Don't get excited, baby. Nothing to be scared of yet, Tiger.
And they were there in the room. This crazy-looking room with wild kind of pictures on the walls, the blonde and the brunette. And each was wearing a long robe. And I looked at myself, and I was wearing a long robe, too. Hey, where am I? What's the meaning of this?
Well, we asked you to come to a party, baby. Oh, yes, indeed, Tiger. A party.
But my clothes, what happened to my clothes?
Well, it's a formal party. Now you're dressed right for it.
Now, what party are you talking about?
The kind of party you've been dreaming about all your life. Wild, crazy, the most beautiful women in the world. And here we are, with a fountain of champagne. Look, baby, there it is.
What? The fire. What did you do to the fire? How did the fire turn into a fountain of champagne?
Well, would you rather it was a fire?
Well, I...
All your life you wanted to swim in a champagne fountain.
Who are you talking about?
You, Perry Harnessfeger Jr. Haven't you always dreamed about it?
I never told anyone.
Beautiful women, a champagne fountain, music.
Wait.
You're a king, Tiger. A king. It's what you always wanted, baby.
No, it's not what I always wanted.
Who are you kidding? Your secret dream. His Majesty, King Perry Harnessfeger. Hail His Majesty, King Perry Harnessfeger. Hail, King Perry! Tiger, your loyal subjects await your command.
Look, please, tell me what this is. How did I get here?
Oh, we invited you to a party. This is a party.
But this fire that turns into a champagne fountain, this table with the most fantastic food, and the people, all these people, who are they?
Well, they're your loyal subjects. You always wanted to be a king. Your secret desire. Every wish comes true tonight.
Yes, but...
But what?
My wife is expecting me home. She'll worry.
What do you care? Well, you want her to worry.
No, that isn't true. That isn't... What was that?
You made him angry.
He? Who is he?
But don't do it again.
Who did I make angry?
The prince.
The prince? Who is he?
The Prince of Darkness.
The Prince of Darkness?
Who spoke my name?
What? Where did he come from?
Who is this?
This is the Tiger Prince. Yeah, the guest of honor for the party.
He doesn't look like much to me.
That's true.
A meek little watery-blooded clerk, if you ask me.
Well, that's what he looks like. But he's a tiger inside. A lover. A killer. Ruthless. Reckless. Fit to be the guest of honor.
Then... let the party begin.
Let the party begin.
The lights. What's happening to the lights? It's getting dark in here.
Who shall speak the invocation?
That's you, baby. Recite the prayer, Tiger.
What prayer?
The Sabbath prayer. Let the Sabbath begin.
Sabbath? I thought this was a party.
Well, it is, baby. Say the Sabbath prayer.
What kind of Sabbath?
A witch's Sabbath. A witch's Sabbath.
A Sabbath for witches.
A witch's Sabbath. Well, you must admit, you don't get invited to one of those every day. And the question you might be asking yourself is, how did our rather prosaic Perry Harnessfeger get invited to this one in the first place? Well, by this time, you know perfectly well you don't get any of the answers in the first act. is the time for all good men to come to the aid of the party. Two very pretty ladies, one a blonde and one a brunette, were driving about in an expensive sports car looking for a gentleman to escort them to a party. And gallant Perry Harnishfeger volunteered. Well, when he arrived, he discovered that the party had a kind of indefinable religious tinge to it. It was a sabbath of sorts, or to be exact, a witch's sabbath.
A witch's sabbath? Oh, yes. These ladies are witches. Witches? But witches are what? It is all grown. Why? I am the prince. These are my handmaidens. Why shouldn't they be beautiful?
Oh, please, where am I? What's happening to me?
This is a religious assembly.
I want to go home.
Why?
Why?
Well, answer the prince, baby. Answer the prince of darkness.
Why do you want to go home? You hate your home.
No, that's not true. What?
Oh, we told you not to do that. You mustn't lie to the prince of darkness.
You hate your home. You hate your wife.
No, that isn't...
Don't say true. You'll get him mad again. Relax, Tiger, relax. And let it happen.
What happened?
What you came here for. What you've been dreaming of.
Toll the bell. Once. Twice. Thrice.
Say 3, baby.
What for?
It's the magic number. Say 3, Tiger. 3.
3. Weave a circle round him thrice.
3 times. 3 times tonight.
3 times. You will do it 3 times.
Do what?
He doesn't know why.
He doesn't know why.
Tell him 3 times. Kill.
Kill.
Kill? What do you mean, kill?
You know what we mean. You'll kill your boss.
Your wife, her lover.
No. Let me out of here. Do you understand? Let me out.
Go.
What are you waiting for? So long, Tiger.
Well, why don't you leave?
My clothes. I don't even know how I got into this robe. What did you do with my clothes?
You're wearing them.
What? How did you do that?
I can do anything. I'm the Prince of Darkness.
Look, please. I'm just a very quiet, ordinary type of person.
Don't talk like that to him, baby. You know what happens when you lie.
You're a machine. You make computers and you become one yourself. Your boss steals your ideas. Your best friend steals your wife.
They laugh at you? 3 people laugh at you, Tiger. Your boss, your best friend.
Your wife. Now kneel and pray with us.
Oh, but...
Kneel. Pray. Speak that same prayer.
What same prayer?
The prayer that was in your heart when you were walking to the bus station.
I wasn't praying.
Don't lie.
Well, I wasn't.
Look out there.
Where?
See, baby, that's the street. That's you, walking to the bus station. Listen to what you're saying to yourself. Listen, Tiger.
I'll kill that working feeling. Who does he think he is?
That's you.
I designed the circus. I alone worked out every production problem. It's mine. He stole it from me. He made millions. I'll kill him. One day I'll kill him.
That's you, Tiger. Now you see us in the car. And we hear what you're saying. Loud and clear. It's a prayer.
But I didn't mean what I was saying.
You didn't?
No, it wasn't even true. A man says a lot of things he doesn't mean.
A man means every word he says.
But that's not why we picked you up. The streets are filled with human beings who want to kill once, but you wanted to kill 3 times.
No, that's not true.
Well, look at yourself walking down the street. Listen to yourself. Talking to yourself.
Who do they think I am? I'm not blind. I'm not stupid. I deal in facts. Facts. You feed facts into a computer, you get answers.
What answers were you getting, Betty?
How did you know what I was thinking?
I know everything. Why do you want to kill your wife?
Because I see now.
Yes? What do you see now?
My wife. I see now. She must have always had a roving eye. But why with Joe? Why with my best friend?
Well, you know why, baby. Because he was there, Tiger. And you weren't. The French, they have a saying. The one who is absent is always in the wrong. Listen to the French. They know all about love.
Summon the demons. Summon the devils, the ghosts, the specters, the phantasmagoric spirits of murder and death. Summon the incubus of revenge, the evil genius of retribution. Come, all, pray. This is the witch's Sabbath. Repeat after me. Death and the fires of hell.
Death and the fires of hell.
To the unholy three.
To the unholy three. Death to all three. Toll the bell 3 times.
And now, Perry Harnish-Fagan, do you shed blood tonight? Do you want to kill them? Your boss?
Your wife? Her lover?
Do you want to kill them?
It's wrong.
That's not the answer. Do you want to kill them? Search your mind.
Search your heart, your soul.
Do you want to kill them? Answer. Rejoice, my children, rejoice! Now he is one of us. You will kill them.
Kill?
Yes, tonight. This is the night of the witch's Sabbath. The service needs one thing to be complete. Blood. My children, how wonderful are our prayers tonight. There will not be one victim, but 3.
But I can't kill. I don't know how.
I shall teach you.
I don't have the nerve.
I will steady your hand. I will harden your heart. You will kill, and then you will be free.
Free?
Free of the hate that poisons your mind.
But I'll be a murderer.
You will only murder those who murdered you. Haven't you been cheated and disgraced? Your life is empty. Your world is dead.
Oh, you have to kill, baby. 3 times, Tiger.
My son, I know the anguish of your soul. I have also been cast out. My rightful place is now held by others. My patrimony has been stolen. Here is the revolver.
No.
Would you rather use a knife? The gun is quicker, Tiger. Surer. Better.
The gun is in your pocket. Now close your eyes. When you open them, you shall be in a room. The room where your boss sits in his palatial home. A comfortable room. There he counts his money. Your money. You will kill him. You must. It is a ritual that must be performed on the holiest of all nights. Now, when I say, open your eyes, you will be with your boss. Open your eyes.
I opened my eyes, and I was there, in the den of his home, my boss's home. He was listening to that hi-fi of his, which must have cost a small fortune. Listening to that classical music he pretends to love. I say pretends because all he loves is money.
Perry, I didn't hear anyone announce you. Do you like Mozart? Excellent recording it. But you don't go in for classical music, as I remember. But why did I send for you?
You didn't send for me.
No? Then what are you doing here?
Well, don't I have the right to visit you?
Perry, I see enough of you all day. Too much.
Well, you won't see me anymore.
Why? Are you quitting?
No, but you are. You're quitting this world, this life.
Oh, really? I hadn't given it much thought.
Yep, I know, but I have. I came here to kill you.
You what? Oh, no. Not you. Not Perry Harnish-Fagan.
With this?
Perry, you're a comedian. Put that cat pistol away.
Oh, you think I won't do it?
Why should you kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Who else would give you a job but me?
I could work anywhere. I'm top man in my field.
Sure, Perry, sure. But you haven't had a new idea in 5 years.
Now, by that you mean you haven't stolen one of my ideas in 5 years.
When did I ever steal one of your ideas?
Our new A-line computer. That wasn't mine. Go ahead, I dare you. Say it wasn't my circuits that made it possible.
The truth is, Perry, your circuits made it impossible. It's only after we threw them out.
You're lying.
Come on, Perry, have a drink. You'll feel better. Who else could you ever work for? Who else would put up with your tantrums, your delusions of grandeur? Sometimes I wonder why I do it myself.
You know why. Because you're waiting to steal my next design. That's why.
No. No, that's not why. It was for your mother's sake.
Don't you mention my mother's name.
I guess I must have been in love with your mother.
I said don't mention her name. She was a vicious, hateful woman.
She was the most beautiful woman I ever met, your mother.
I warned you.
Perry. Perry. What did you do?
Well, what has he done? He went from that witch's sabbath, or whatever it was, straight to his boss's home, and very quickly, before we could even get to know that gentleman, Perry shot him dead. Now, you're probably saying, is this really happening to Perry, or is it a dream? Well, it could be one, it could be the other. Or it could be both. As usual, we need the third act, and I shall bring it to you in just a very few moments. Perry Harnischfeger is telling a story to a rather cynical bartender in a saloon. Perry is almost milquetoast in appearance, speech, and manner. But that's on the outside. Inside, he seethes and boils and seems to be a potential volcano. It's the old story about books, covers, and judgments. So, before you form yours, listen.
Now, what are you telling me? These two dames picked you up, took you to this hotel room.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it was a hotel room. It was more like a cavern.
And you had this dream of all this stuff, like the devils and witches.
No. It wasn't a dream.
They must have fed you one of them things like poison mushrooms or something. It gives you them wild nightmares.
It wasn't a dream.
You mean you actually killed your boss?
No. I had a vision of killing my boss.
Now, look. The only reason I'm listening to this is for those two dames, the blonde and the brunette. What happened with them? If they don't come back, then as far as I'm concerned, the story's over.
No, they never left me, you see. They were with me all the time, even when I had the vision of killing my boss.
Yeah? So what happened?
I stood there, looking at his body on the floor, in this vision that I had. And I was holding the revolver. And the blonde stepped forward and removed the gun from my hand.
I'll take that, baby. We have to reload it. The prince is very proud of you. The service can now continue. You brought us blood. Are you ready to go home?
No, I don't want to go home. I don't feel it's my home any longer.
It's because she shut you out of it. She stole your home. A man's home is his castle. What right does another man have to live in your castle, Tiger? What right? Get your home back. Kill them.
Oh, but...
Look at him. Now on the floor, the man who robbed you of your standing as a scientist, the man who used to be your boss, you killed him. So now, for those who robbed you of your standing as a man, kill them also. The pistol is in your pocket. Will you speak the word to him, Prince?
Close your eyes. When I say open your eyes, you will be in your own home. At least it's the place you pay for. But another man enjoys. When I say open your eyes, you will be home. Kill them both. Open your eyes.
So, Perry, I see you finally got home.
And I see you're here as usual, Joe.
Usual? I wish he'd come more often.
Oh, you do? Why?
Well, it beats being alone.
Hey, Joe, why don't you get yourself a wife of your own?
Why don't you mind your business, Perry?
Oh, but this is my business. It's very much my business. It could very well be that Joe feels he doesn't need a wife of his own as long as he has mine.
And just what is that supposed to mean?
Now, Perry, I don't
say
like...
anything, Joe. Don't even signify that kind of slander with a reply.
Do you think I'm blind?
Yes. You're also deaf and dumb.
I know what's going on here.
Well, then tell me.
Are you kidding?
Look, Perry, you have to work late at the
He
plant.
doesn't have to. He wants to.
Yes, that's right. And the next time I design a new circuit that's worth a fortune, I won't say a word about it. I'll just walk out and sell it.
When did you ever design... You...
Are you saying I did not design the A-line computer?
Oh, Perry, please. You need help.
Yes, I know.
What did you say?
I said I know. I need help.
You never said that before. Hey, darling, don't you see? That's half the battle to face yourself squarely, to admit you need help. But don't you agree, Joe?
Yes, it's really true.
We'll find you the best psychiatrist.
I don't need a psychiatrist.
But you just said you need help.
I have the best help, the truest help, actually. The only real help there is. Religion.
Religion? Oh, sure, why not? If belief helps you, it's the most wonderful thing in the world.
Did you have a religious experience, Perry?
Yes.
I'm so happy for you. And you look so peaceful. What do you pray for?
Death.
What did you say?
Death.
No. You mustn't pray for your death.
I'm not praying for my death. I'm praying for yours.
For mine?
And his.
What are you doing, Perry? That's a gun.
Yeah. A .38 caliber Valentine Porter revolver, a highly accurate weapon.
Now, Perry, don't do anything foolish.
Oh, no. No, I intend to do something smart, very smart.
You don't want to kill me.
But I do, Joe, I do.
Why, Perry? Why?
You know why.
I don't.
The two of you.
Perry, we never did anything.
You never even thought of it. Go ahead, tell me that. I bet you never even thought of it. Well?
Yes, Perry, we thought of it.
Oh, now we're getting
Well,
somewhere.
we thought of it, but we decided we couldn't do it.
And that's a lie.
We're not made that way.
Perry, you don't love me anymore, and I don't believe in divorce, so all three of us will have to go on being miserable forever.
Oh, no, not all three of us, not all three of us. Two of us will be dead.
No, Perry.
And the dead, as far as I know, are not miserable.
Perry, please, stop. Think.
And I won't be miserable.
But you will, Perry.
Oh, no, I've been commanded to do this.
Commanded? The only command there is for a thing like this is thou shalt not kill.
That's not my command.
Perry, you can't.
Oh, yes, I can. Because he has darkened my soul. He has hardened my heart.
No.
He has steadied my hand.
For the love of heaven, Perry.
Not heaven, Joe. They were on the floor. Dead. My wife and her lover, who had also been my best friend. I closed my eyes for a moment as if I couldn't believe what had happened. And when I opened them again, I was back. Back in that other place. And he was there, the one who was called the Prince of Darkness. And they were there. The two who called themselves witches.
You did it, baby. You're a terrific tiger.
You're my best-loved child, Perry.
I want to go home.
You're home now.
No.
You have a place here. You have two wives.
He means me. Oh, me, too.
Look at them. Aren't they beautiful?
No, please.
You have a job, too. Keeper of the flame.
Hey, baby, that's the best job there is. You light the fire for the witches' sabbath.
Now let the service continue.
Now, let me out of here, please. Please. I'm frightened. I'm leaving.
Did you hear that? He's leaving.
I ran from that place, and from the sound of the laughter, that terrible laughter. And I ran through the dark and deserted streets of the city. I didn't stop running until I saw a light. It was safe. Here. With the bright lights and the soft music and the friendly faces. Here. I'm safe.
So? What happened? You mean you killed your wife and your friend in addition to your boss?
No. I didn't kill anybody. But the terrible thing is, I I wanted to. And it dominated my mind, which is why they came after me. Don't you understand?
All I understand is I stayed open past 1 o'clock because I thought you were going to tell me about those 2 dames. What happened to them?
They're after me.
Yeah?
I'm one of them now. Don't you see? They'll be after me as long as I live.
Okay, mister, this is it. Closing time.
Oh, please. Please don't send me out to the street, please. They're looking for me.
The men in the white coats are looking for you.
They read your mind. They read your heart.
2 beautiful dames in a sports car. Why don't I run into things like that?
You will. You will if there's evil in your mind. If there's murder in your heart, they'll find you.
Oh, for crying out loud. Did I say guys in white coats are looking for you? 2 guys in blue coats are looking for me. On account of you, I broke the law. I'm open. Look, officers, my watch must have been wrong. I'm not serving.
Oh, Phil, you at the bar. Grab him, Jack. Don't try anything.
Hey, look, there's nothing going on here.
Careful, Jack. He's a killer. He's armed. Now, hand over the gun, mister. Easy. That's it. I'll cuff him, Jack. Your name's Perry Harnischfager?
Yes.
This is your gun. This 38 caliber Valentine Porter?
Yes.
Hey, wait a second. I'm not dreaming. This is for real. You mean he killed somebody?
3 people.
The unholy 3.
Let's go.
Officer, wait. Let me tell you why I did it.
Mister, you better tell that to a judge and a jury.
So, like I was saying, you stand here behind a bar, you get all kinds. The stories I hear. Anyhow, the reason I bring it up is because I was reading in the paper today, and you might have seen it on the late news on the TV. Perry Harnischfager was found guilty of murder, triple murder. His boss, his wife, his best friend. Yeah. He's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. What's that? Oh, the witch's sabbath. Now, how could a thing like that be legit? I mean, this here is the 20th century, ain't it? Hey, where'd the time go? It's 1:45. Excuse me, friend. A couple of dames just walked in down the other end of the bar. Hey, not bad looking, huh? Yeah, I'll be right back. Well, ladies, you got time for one more before closing. What'll it be?
Hiya, baby. Hello, Tiger. You want to have a little fun?
I'm a married man.
That's why we asked. Why don't you close the place and we'll take you to a party?
Oh, well, look, I told you, I'm a married man.
Yes, we know. That's what you have to say, baby. But what do you want to say, Tiger?
I want to say, what are we waiting for?
Well, what are you waiting for? More? The story's over, isn't it? Or is it? Isn't this a story that has been going since the beginning of the human race? The longest continued story in the world. And if you think about it, between all our characters, we have seen practically every one of the 10 Commandments violated. When we tell you a story about wrongdoing, we present wrongdoers wholesale. I'll be back shortly. The wish is father to the thought. Who said that? Shakespeare. Who else? To which we may add, the thought is father to the deed. Or if you think about doing something, it's because you really want to do it, no matter how strange or violent it may be. And if you think long enough and strong enough, who knows? You may wind up as a guest of honor at a witch's sabbath. Of course, you can prevent that by listening to Mystery Theater and leave all thoughts of violence here with us. After all, we do it so much better and neater. And you pay nothing in the end. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Leon Janney, Marion Haley, E.V. Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
26th day of August in the year of our Lord, 1644. A commentary upon sundry matters concerning the prophet Isaiah, his book of the Old Testament, by the Reverend David Semple, minister of the faith in the parish of Woodley in the...
Sir? Sir?
What is it, Isabel?
Oh, I'm awful sorry to interrupt your studies, Mr. Semple, but there's old news for up the water. It's Marion Simpson, her that's wife to Richie Smale, Mr. Shillinglaw's herdsman.
What over, Isabel?
She's been sick this 12 month. And news come for Johnny Dow, the packman, that she's near a release.
Well, I must ride over at once. Bring my boots, will you?
Aye. Well, no, you ken the road, Mr. Semple, up by Meyerthorpe and round the hill.
There is a quicker way.
How do you know a quicker way?
Don't forget, Isabel, my grandfather was the miller in these parts.
Oh, and a fine, upstanding man.
I'll
true,
go
Mr.
by
Semple.
where his mill was, at Woodthorpe.
But that's through the wood.
The wood?
Aye.
Well, you mean the old wood, so?
Oh, it's no me that would go through the wood in the night time.
Why, Isabel, why?
No matter. No matter. But have a care, Mr. Semple. I beg you.
What the devil?
What were you, man? Keep for the wood.
Throw another stone, and I'll run you through. Who are you?
I'm Gibby. Daft Gibby, they call me. I'm nice daftest to ride through the wood by night. Weary of a gang walk, hasty for the house and
Look, man.
all the moor and down the barn, weary of a near return.
Gibby, what are you going on about?
And who might you be?
My name is Semple. David Semple. I'm the new minister at Woodley.
A minister, eh? Well, it would be different for a minister, no doubt. And where might you be going?
To see Marion Simpson.
That's die. I'll nae hinder ye more. Woe wi ye, wi ma blessing.
Will you no be quiet, woman? I canna abide the noise of the women folks keening.
Richie, it has the authority of the book to it. For it's written, the people ululate. Yet mayhap you're right. We should not grieve, but rather rejoice that Marion's gone to her reward.
Mayhap, but I'm no repining. The Lord gave and the Lord has taken back. And I'm rick glad she had the comfort of yoursel at her end, minister. Man, it was kind of you to mak so haste. But I'll no keep you. You've a long ride home.
I'll pray for you this night, Richie.
That's good of you. Who are those carols? Look there, what can they be wanting at this time of night?
They look like soldiers.
Aye, you'd best stay inside, minister.
Oh, come, Richie, we've nothing to fear from them.
Have we no? Well, if you'll no stay, I'll bid you good night. I've no love for them or their kind.
Gentlemen, may I be of any assistance to you?
That you may, sir.
Do you travel late? Who are you?
Well, you see, 3 old soldiers of Leavens on our way north.
We be Angus men, and of the general's leave to visit our homes. Do you belong here a ways?
I lived here as a boy, but I'm now returned.
Well, you can maybe help us with the road, then. Ken you a house of the name of Caledon?
Aye, I think I can put you on your way to Caledon. But it's a round ways road, so I'll be your guide myself.
Oh, I would not be such a burden on your good nature, sir.
The night's fine, and I'm in no haste for my bed.
We're beholden to you, sir. My name is Mark Kerr. This is my fellow trooper Sybil and their groom Jamie.
Caledon Tower, gentlemen. And now I must leave you.
Well, pray do not, I beg you. I would be honoured if you'd take a tass of wine, miss. But without you, I would never have found our way through this confounded dark wood. Hey, James.
Ebant obscuri sola sub nocte per umbra.
Aye. Perque domos ditis vacuas et inania regna.
I did not expect to find a scholar in these hills.
Nor did I know that Virgil was the common reading of Leaven's men.
Who is it? We would speak to Nicholas Hawkshaw.
The Lair's not here, sir, and there's orders none are to enter.
Carry this ring to the Lady Grizzle. If need it will be welcome. Wait, well, isn't it? My old comrade.
Master Kerr!
Aye.
It's a kind wind that has blown you to Caledon this night. Who have you with you?
Oh, just two of my fellows, and this gentleman who has kindly guided us here, Mr.
Semple. I'm the new minister at Woody Lee.
I did not know you to be a man of the cloth, sir.
I've no doubt but you'll be acquainted with our own minister, Mr. Fordyce, sir, who was here with us at supper this very evening.
Not as yet, but he dines with me tomorrow.
Who is it, Will, at this time of night?
'Tis an old comrade of your uncle's and mine, Mistress Catherine, from the German wars, Mark Kerr.
You're welcome, sir, and your companions. Sire.
This is our groom, James. This is my companion in arms with Leaven's troopers, William Sibbald. And this gentleman is Mr. Semple, the minister at Woody Lee.
You are welcome, all. I'll conduct you to my aunt.
Mistress...
Yester, sir. My name is Catherine Yester. I'm the laird's niece.
Mistress Yester, my thanks, but I'll not stay. My housekeeper was expecting me this hour since, and she'll be afeard ocht's gonna gley with me.
I'm sorry, sir. I would I might have had some discourse with you. Your parish is fortunate in its minister. I would all Scotland were as happily served.
Good night, Mr. Semple. You must visit us again.
Divers among antique scholars learned in Hebrew tongue have disputed concerning the prophet Isaiah whether... Nay, before I commence, I must, in troth, set down my thanks to the Lord for his manifold blessings toward me. Surely my lines are fallen into a goodly place and a pleasant habitation. For he has set me not among strangers, but among friends, where I'm known to many, my grandsire being latterly the miller hereabouts. My soul rejoiceth also in those upright, godly men, my neighbouring ministers, the Reverend Mungo Muirhead of Kirkalla, the Reverend James Fordyce of Caldshaw, the Reverend Ebenezer Proudfoot of Bold, who dine with me this day.
You've come among us in brave times, Mr. Semple, and right glad we are to have your young blood and strong arm to aid us in the work of the presbytery. Eh, Mungo?
Why, oh, man, Mr. David, that's so. Oh, you're a different thing entirely from your predecessor. But look at your table. You've made us a feast of fat things, sir, with your boiled fowls and your moor pouts and then your oat cakes and your fine pewter. Aye, and your good ale.
Will you sup some more ale, Mr. Muirhead?
How well, Isabel. Aye, you've got a rare Abigail and Isabel Veach, Mr. Semple.
Aye, that I have, Mr. Muirhead. Mr. Fordyce, another draught?
Oh, thank you, sir, but alas, I canna. I'm in behind. My stomach's that poor.
The worthy Mr. McMichael never had but bannocks to set before us, you recall, Mr. Fordyce.
He was not a rich man, but a pious one, and is now gone to his reward. But he was perhaps our old and feeble to reform this all too sinful parish. Sinful, sir? Sinful? I differ in toto. Woody Lee was aye famous for its godly elders. Is it not Ephraim Caird and Peter Pennycook and good Amos Ritchie? Aye, and what of Andrew Shillinglaw? Well, no doubt, but that the devil walks about like a roaring lion in Woody Lee is in other bits. But there's men of God to resist him. Is there the Spirit of God in the people, sir? That's what I want to get. There's old stories of the wood. The black wood could tell some tales if the trees could talk. Let's forget the whole thing. Here, you're a scholar, Mr. Semple. Is Samuel you're writing on?
Isaiah.
Oh, aye.
The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the shadow upon them has the light shined. There's a text from Isaiah that you may put in your treatise, Mr. Semple.
No doubt but that I will, Mr. Proudfoot, though I've yet to commence there too. What with the plenishing of the manse and other matters attendant upon my taking up my ministry here. Tell me, sir, why that verse in especial?
Well, Mr. Semple...
Have you not heard, Mr. Semple? But you will not. A post came to Kirkalder yestreen. It seems that 3 weeks since there was a great battle outside York at a place called Marston Moor, where our good Scots wrought mightily. And our own Lord Leven quite overthrew the king's horsemen under that deal Prince Rupert, and put the king's army to flight.
The Lord be praised for his mercy therein.
Aye, the good work goes cannily on. What better sign could we have of the Lord's benison than that he brought to naught our own apostate, the malignant Montrose?
How so, sir?
Seemingly Montrose and his renegade Scots never reached York till the day following the battle.
Aye, and well steered they were too, to have to turn about and hie after Prince Rupert with their tails between their legs.
Aye, you've a notable clock there, Mr. David.
It was made for my grandfather by John Atchison of Leith.
Was it indeed? Aye, well, it tells us the time speeds apace. My thanks for your hospitality, Mr. Semple. We mun away, gentlemen. We've a long road to wend.
If we're not to ride through the Black Wood. May you be a pillar of the kirk, as I'm sure you will, Mr. David. May you be a Hezekiah to cleave to the Lord, and to break down the images, to cut down the groves. Good day, sir. And therefore doth the prophet conclude his 10th chapter so. And he shall cut down the thickets of the forest with iron, and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one. For God, by his omnipotent power at all times, doth take such care for the weal and preservation of his own, that thereby he disappointeth the wicked practices of whosoever seeks to conspire anything against his holy will.
What think you, Mr. Fordyce?
We have a grand way with words, Mr. Semple. And a wise head and young shoulders.
Thank you. Isabel.
Sorry to interrupt you, gentlemen, but Amos Ritchie has just left a brace of moorfowl for you, sir. He's been out to his garden and sent these by way of thanks for your help with the bear.
Thanks, Isabel. He's a good man, is Amos. I must thank him.
Oh, aye.
I tell you, Isabel, one day Semple on Isaiah will rank with Robert Rollock on Daniel, or maybe even Calvin on the Romans.
Well, I'll have to finish it first. I could wish I'd chosen a shorter book, sir, or been less busy this winter.
Och, the folk here'd better appreciate the schooling you've given their bairns than only tombs you had printed in Edinburgh, sir. And during the great snow, when Mr. Fordyce, Mr. David here was a tour of strength to the whole parish. You're well loved hereabouts, sir. Good evening to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Isabel.
There.
Aye, sir, it's been a hard winter for us all. You're the first visitor to get to us for 6 weeks. So, what news do you have from Caledon and the great world?
At Caledon, Mistress Grizzle and Mistress Catherine are well, and reminded me that you're invited to the house whenever you will.
Ah.
As for the Laird, they've heard nothing. He's still away at the wars.
Would he be with the forces against Montrose?
Aye, mayhap. Either against or with.
What's that?
Well, you ken that Montrose with his Irish cairns and his Highland catalogs has won another great victory.
Oh, God have mercy, we must have done some great evil that the Lord lets us be so despoiled.
Be that as it may, it seems his unholy triumphs over the godly have so moved Parliament we're to have a national fast. Each parish is granted its own day of denial, with some doughty preacher to lead us in self-examination and repentance. Woody Lee's is to be the first Sabbath in March, you must know.
Huh? And the preacher, sir?
The chosen vessel is to be our friend, Mr. Proudfoot of Bold. And I don't doubt that he'll fair roast the folk of Woody Lee. Not that there isn't evil in the parish, ye ken, but it's an evil a deal older and viler than Jamie Graham of Montrose and his fellow recusants.
Ye may look to an eternity of torment. You shall be crowded like bricks into a furnace. Oh, what a bed is there! No feathers but fire, no friends but furies, no ease but fetters, no daylight but darkness, no clock to pass away the time, but endless eternity. Fire eternal that ever burns and never dies away. Oh, my friends, I have given you but a short touch of the torments of hell. 10,000 times 10 million of years doth not one jot shorten the dread miseries of the damned. Will you see to your good wife, Mr. Caird? She seems much affected by the good words.
You must be over dry for the preaching, Mr. Proudfoot. I'll recharge your horn with ale again.
Oh, thank you, Mistress Isabel. For though we're forbidden meat this day by a kind dispensation, there's no ruling against taking a sup of good ale.
You left this.
And what thought you of my discourse, Mr. Semple?
It was indeed seasonable, sir.
You were a very good Bonerges, Mr. Proudfoot, a true son of thunder. Why, thank you, Mr. Caird. I trust all is well in the parish. That it is, we are well pleased with our new minister, and I trust my ain words this day will have taken some root. Oh, that they will, Mr. Proudfoot, that they will. There is no doubt but that you have wrestled doughtily with Lucifer and gave him a tumble.
Now winter is past and Beltane upon us. I'm more minded to record my thoughts about my ain folk here in Woody Lee than attend to my treatise. I reprobate my sin in jealously disregarding the preaching of my neighbour Mr. Proudfoot. Whether his words influenced Montrose's late check at Dundee, I know not, but seemingly they took root in this parish, which has since become so well conducted that the poor box has received but little in penalties. Nor, too, were any fined for slack attendance at the kirk, or Sabbath breaking, save the man shilling law. There are no oaths, at least in my hearing, and little drunkenness, saving again Andrew Shillinglaw. Yet there is something in the air, something I cannot fathom. I'm wandering like old Fordyce. What if tomorrow is the 1st of May? It's a grand fine day. Isabel?
Aye, sir?
Isabel, I've been too long at my books. I'm off for a walk to clear my head.
Oh, you're wise to go for a donor in the Callery, and Mr. David, you've had a sair winter, and your face is like a disclute. I'll watch the hill and ratch your legs.
It's in the wood I thought of walking.
Oh, mercy on us. On Beltane's Inn, Mr. Semple, my father was a bold man, but he wouldn't have stirred a foot into Melon-Udrigal this day, not for a king's ransom.
Old wives' tales,
that
Isabel.
They are not. They're the tales of wise men and bold men. You'll not come near the wood. Not in this day of our days. It's full of bogles and fairlies.
Woman, what concern has a servant of God with your heathen fables? Bogles and fairlies, indeed. Think shame to repeat such folly, Isabel. Bogles and fairlies. Man, but it's thick here. No one. But sure, the cowering fools are afeard to come in this far in. Well, my staff is no broken reed, friend Isaiah. I'll trust it. Have at ye, bogle. Full for ye, fairly. That's better. Saul has slain his thousands of bogles, but David, his 10,000s of fairlies. Merciful God, what... In the name of heaven...
Who's there? Who is it?
Oh, never fear, madam.
Why? What does the minister of Woody Lee in the wood?
Madam, I confess, I thought you were a fairy.
And have you so far forgot your sacred calling as to believe in such creatures?
I am shamed.
And I am flattered. Mr. Semple, is it not?
It is, and...
Catherine Yester. We met briefly at my uncle's house, Caledon.
Of course.
You must excuse my singing. I am learning your country songs from the serving maids.
You have not been long in this land?
Since June last year. This is my first Scottish spring. I have lived mostly in France since my father died at Lutzen.
Ah, so that is why your speech is so strange to my ears.
I had not thought it would be so beautiful here. I love this glade with its wild flowers. I have named it Paradise. Is that blasphemous?
No, indeed, the word does signify a garden. And yet the people hereabouts have some dread of the wood.
Poor old Mr. Fordyce is always muttering darkly about it, but he never will explain.
He told me a tale of some devilish altar.
Did he? He must mean the stone with letters on. I came across it once.
Ah, what letters?
An I, an O, and an M, as I recall.
Ah, Iovi Optimo Maximo. It is indeed an altar, Mistress Yester, no doubt set up by the Roman legions when they were in these parts. It is dedicated to Jupiter.
So, Mr. Fordyce was right. But now I must return, and I will carry you with me.
Oh, but...
I will brook no denial. My Aunt Grisel will not forgive me if she learns I have met you and not captured you for her table.
Madam.
She holds herself greatly obliged to you for your kindness. Last year, in directing my uncle's friends to the house.
Ah, it was but what any man would have done.
Oh. Besides, now we know this wood of Melanudrigal does indeed have a pagan secret. I need your good offices to protect me from the fairies.
And the Bogles, madam.
What, sir?
The Bogles. My housekeeper was particularly admonitory concerning the Bogles.
You're teaching me to be a good Scotch woman, are you not, Aunt?
Oh, get along with you. Making horrid brews of herbs for her medicine.
Well, I've heard Mr. Fordyce say he's had great benefit from your simples, madam.
He has many bodily disorders, misfortunate creature. I'm only glad to do what I can for him.
I wish you could do something for his sermons, Aunt Grisel. Such a preachment of dismal texts. Seventhly, my brethren, and in parentheses...
Catherine, I'll not have a man of the cloth mocked in my house. He has a very proper mien for a Christian man.
But not all Presbyterians have to be gloomy. Mr. Semple isn't. Nor was his Grace, yet he's an elder of his kirk.
His Grace?
My niece refers to His Majesty's commander in Scotland, Lord Marquis of Montrose, whom you had the goodness to conduct to my house in August last.
Montrose?
Yes. I fear his nobility of spirit made his disguise as a lowly groom somewhat transparent. Did you not think?
To find that I had been a very Eliashib to this Tobiah, this excommunicate prince of the malignants, was a grave stake. But to me this seems as nothing set against what was to follow. Had not my mind been so confused, thinking of my own folly and of the two good women to whom loyalty to this traitor seemed no sin, I would not have missed my way in the dusk. But lose my way I did, and in time came upon the very stone Mistress Yester had described to me in an empty glade. It is surely an antique altar. Seated on the altar was a horned creature, or aiblins a man guised as such. He played on the pipes, and around him a great throng of figures. The women were half naked, the men masked as beasts, goats, pigs, hounds. The men and women danced back to back, and as they danced, they chanted.
I shall go until I hear where sorrow and
I shall go until a cat with sorrow and such in a black shop.
and I shall go in the devil's name. I won't come home again.
In the name of God, I forbid you. If you are demons, I command you to return to he that sent you. If you be mortal, I summon you to repent. Repent. Hear me. Arointi Satanas. Arointi Beelzebub. Arointi Samuel. Arointi Azazel.
I conjure thee, come with us.
Shilling Law, if that be you.
I conjure thee, come with us.
Mr. David, are you awake? Oh, the Lord be thanked. Here's a fine hot drink for you.
Thank you.
There's no bones broken, and I've dressed your face with a sure salve.
How came I home last night?
Just when the cloak was chapping 3, I heard steps went by. I didn't dare venture out at first, but when I did, there you were, in the backyard, like a cold corpse beneath the apple tree.
Do you know what befell me?
I think you were clawed by bogles. Well, Obady kens are gin a free dispensation in Beltane's Eve.
Woman, what is this talk of bogles from lips that have confessed Christ? I was assaulted by the devil, but his emissaries were flesh and blood. When I wrestled with them, I wrestled with flesh and blood, living men and women, wrapped in a lust of evil. And thus unto Israel was it said, Enter into the rock, and hide ye in the dust for fear of the Lord. I have sure knowledge that there are altars set up to Baal in this very parish. Be assured, I will riddle out this evil mystery and drag it into the light of day. I summon now in this place all poor deluded sinners to confession, for in the strength of the Lord will I go forward. And woe to those that harden their hearts.
You had a gale on your spirit today, Mr. Semple. Yon was a fine waft to the world you gied us, and it's to be hoped that it will be blessed to many.
But none came forward, Ephraim.
Minister.
Good day.
You're new here, you're saying. Trust to conviction of sin, bringing evildoers to repentance.
Hey, Minister.
Good day. What say you to this, Amos Ritchie?
Leave it alone, sir. I read you, leave it alone.
In the name of God, are you entangled in this wickedness?
Devil a bit. I could never abide that trucking with the wood. Never.
But it's clear you knew of it. Ye are all as the men of Israel that failed Gideon by the waterside.
Mr. Semple, we are but weak vessels. Patience with us. I ken nothing of these things myself, but have you nae thought questioning Andrew Shillinglaw?
I have.
There's no more ungodly or carnal man in the parish.
I'll visit him at Reaver's Law tomorrow. Andrew Shillinglaw.
Minister! Good day to you, sir.
Good day.
I'm not over happy with these small Cumberland sheep. They're fine for the green braes, but they're nae much use for the heather country. What brings you to these tops?
To see you, sir. I called at Reaver's Law, but Richie Smale said you were here.
Aye.
You weren't born in this parish?
No. I've been here a dozen years, but I'm an incomer like yourself.
Oh, I'm hardly so. I was often here as a laddie.
You're still no part of the place, as you found your cell this Sabbath past.
Andrew Shillinglaw, I command you to tell me if you are yourself clean from this mystery of evil which scourges the parish.
I was drinking at Lucky Weir's the whole time. By midnight I was in no state to walk too well, let alone dance. I stayed the night there. Do you know that Woody Lee is a name of old for witchcraft? And many witches have been ta'en and burnt there.
Mr. Fordyce said something of the sort, aye?
So, aye. Poor souls.
How so? They are creatures of the devil. Such talk is impious, Mr. Shillinglaw.
Natheless, I say poor souls. The kirk is set against witchcraft, and every wee while a daft old wife is burnt. But it's a decent body that sits and groans beneath the pulpit, and the fosy professor that wags his poll and deplores the wickedness of the land. Yon's the true warlocks.
Give me the names, man. I'll denounce the sinner, though he were one of my own elders.
I speak no names. I nae proof. But the next Sabbath is likely at Lammas. We've a 3 month. I'll keep my eyes skint for ye. I'll give you one thought, though.
What?
Did you no say in your discourse that ye struck the horn fellow playing the pipe?
Aye.
Ephraim had a fine blue bruise in him in the kirk, and he's a canny piper.
Ephraim cared?
I'll stand by thee, for I'll not see a good man beating a good cause. There's my hand on it.
Thank you, sir. I will, of course, raise the matter at the next presbytery meeting with my brother ministers.
Will you so? Well, good luck to you, man.
War upon Israel!
Gentlemen, your wrath is just, but it is unguided. I pray you, before we break bread, let us give thought as to what this presbytery may do in the face of the bitter reverses we have suffered at the hands of the malignant Montrose. Mr. Fordyce.
Aye, Mr. Muirhead.
How say you we may halt this mailed Amalekite afore all Israel runs red with the blood of our saints, frae Dan to Beersheba?
We could maybe write to Parliament asking them to haste David Leslie and his men back frae England. Do you know think?
Aye. I agreed, Mr. Proudfoot.
It gladdens me, Mr. Muirhead, to hear ye pronounce that word, agreed. For our earlier dissensions did but give comfort to the Lord's enemies. Let Israel dwell in unity, I say, for a house divided shall not stand.
A word in season indeed. And now let us go.
Mr. Muirhead, after we have dined, shall the presbytery discuss the matter of Woody Lee?
No, sir, it will not.
But it is most important.
David, I applaud zeal in a young minister. But heard ye not the wise words of Mr. Proudfoot of Bold? You've set the whole parish of Woodley by the lugs with your wanton accusations. This is no time to sow confusion among God's people when the very temple is threatened.
Mr. Muirhead.
I say no. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I fear you didn't hear the presbytery, were you, in this, David?
Seems I do not, Mr. Fordyce.
You ain't gotten me on your side. Not that I'm much of a fighter. Come to Coltshaw, man, if you need speech with a friend.
Mistress Katrine. Mistress Katrine.
I give you good day, sir. Have you lost the road?
I am seeking paradise.
It is the quest of all mortals, they tell me. But Mr. Fordyce says it is not to be found on earth.
I was seeking the earthly one to which you yourself led me.
You entered then by invitation, but I do not think I bade you come again.
Then I beg for admission, mistress. I have sore need of paradise.
I have not been to your kirk, but they tell me that you are scorching the soul of your folk with your terrors.
Oh, would to God I could scare them into salvation.
Oh, such a fury indeed to talk so.
I have been in dire straits, Mistress Katrine, for I came again to find paradise, but stumbled into hell.
Aye, Mr. Fordyce told me something of your troubles. You look older and sadder. What is this witchcraft?
I cannot tell. save that it is the nethermost works of darkness, and it has seduced the hearts of my unhappy people. There is but one in the village will stand by me, and I have no other friend save Mr. Fordyce.
Nay, you have one other. You have me for a friend, and you have this green wood for a sanctuary.
You give me such ease from my pain. Yet when I came here just now, you were so cool towards me, I thought I'd given some offence.
Oh, David, I have a new song from my maid. 'Tis but a foolish thing, but will it please you to hear it?
Aye, madam, it would. Greatly.
There's comfort for the comfortless, and honey for the bee, and there's none for me but you, my love, and there's none for you but me, and there's none for you but me, my love.
Mr. David. Mr. David?
What is it, Isabel?
Andrew Shillinglow's here. Is this you summoned him on account of his Sabbath breaking?
What? Oh, aye. Aye. Come into my study, Andrew.
Aye.
This is a very grave matter and most grievous in the sight of the Lord.
Aye. Mr. Simple, nae doubt but it is.
Sit yourself down, sir. Thank you, Isabel.
Aye, sir.
What brings you here, Andrew?
Aye.
You have news?
Maybe. It seems Caird's wife's a notable hen wife. She's a red cockerel. There's no the like in this countryside.
What has this to do with our business?
You'll see.
But do you know if there's to be a Sabbath at the coven at Lammas?
Oh, aye, that's certain. I heard them speak with it lucky wears when they thought I was a dwarm with the ale. And that night, you and I must take to the wood to observe their devilries.
Aye, that we must.
I've a hidey hole prepared in the bushes with a glade beyond old stone. The night previous, you'll lie at Reever's Law. Give out you're away visiting. That'll lull them, but you can watch all.
Aye.
Nae doubt you'll see.
And you?
I got this wee bottle from a horse dealer in Carlisle. Smell it.
Oh.
What do you think, eh?
Oh, it's a powerful, strange smell. I never smelled the like.
It's what they call a drawing oil. Oil of henny seed. I'll wager there's not a phial of the same between here and Embro. And once that's on you, it's a deal to get rid of.
So what's your purpose?
Anyone I empty it on is sure to reek with the next day.
Ah.
And it's my intention to anoint that killworm with a piper with it. And afore you ask how I'll get close enough, I've aught else to show you. Here in my satchel.
Oh, merciful God.
It's a fine mask, is it no? It's a terrible pity the old Reever's Law Billy Goat had to die for the making of it. I'll bide in cover with you. And then when the folk are half demented, I'll slip it on and join with them till I'm near that piper.
Andrew, have a care how you tamper with this accursed thing. Beware the power of Satan, my friend.
I've seen now much of the world to take such lightly, Minister. But the good Lord will be looking down that night as ever. He'll care our purpose to be just. My oath on it, Mr. Simple. Is this what we saw last time, Davy?
No, it's more solemn, maybe.
Evelyn's what you would clap their high mass.
Jeez, mercy. What are they saying? They're calling on the demons. First the lesser, then the greater.
this Aberon they're after?
It is the devil incarnate they're summoning.
I took myself, he'll come for yon parcel of livers. Look now, the cockerel. I thought so. That's it.
The sacrifice.
Do you recognize any of the women folk?
Some of them, yes.
I'm thinking it's time for the old goat to join the jig. If you've any sense, Mr. Semple, you'll hie away now whilst they're busy. If they catch you when they're done, I'll not answer for your life. Not after last time, you ken.
You're right, I suppose, but...
I ken well, Mr. Minister. I know myself to be a sinner, and there are many a door and window where the devil can break into my soul. But this Daffin's day one. A warrior man. I'll see you at Reaver's Law. And when you get there, hear a prayer, will you, for me?
Andrew, wake up, it's dawn. Oh, God, man, you reek of strong drink.
I've swallowed the better part of a bottle of Usquiball. I was back at 4 and I couldn't sleep. I was that wretched.
So, you drank instead?
Dinna condemn me, man. I never thought to see you more. I was fair wid with terror. You were right, though, about the power.
Saw ye the foul thief?
I saw yin in his image. And I got a drop of that sacrificial blood. And I danced till I was as mad as the rest. May God forgive me.
Oh, what of the mask? The goat mask?
I'm burnt it. The reek of the pit was in it.
Oh, so we've failed in our enterprise.
Failed? Not failed. Look here. Look here, my wee bottle of Hennessy's empty. We must get Ephraim Cairds. There's very more. Well, man.
You're in no state to go anywhere. You'd best sleep. I'll go there. You sleep, man. You've done well.
Mistress Caird?
Oh, Minister. Oh, what brings you here? I heard you was visiting your cousin at New Biggin.
Would you call Ephraim for me?
He's no here. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Semple. He's about Kirkcallar with Mr. Muirhead about some presbytery matters.
Strange. I know nothing of this. What are you burning?
Just some old cunts.
There's a mighty queer smell about them.
It's something my man was dosing the sheep with. I didn't ken where he got it. I think it was Mistress Grizzle at Culloden.
Aye. I was wanting to ask you, you had a braw red cockerel the last time I was here.
Aye?
Well, Isabel's just bought some pullets. Could we have the lending of him to put him to them?
Oh, God love you, sir. Oh, he'd been no good to you. He was way past any such thing. Why, he went into the pot not 2 days ago, and it took me 3 hours to boil him. You're welcome to some of the broth, if you will.
Mr. Semple. Mistress Caird.
Mr. Muirhead. What can I do for you, sir?
I was riding through these parts and I resolved to call on Ephraim. There's a matter I wish to discuss with him.
I thought he was with you, sir.
Mr. Semple, I've just been to the man seeking you. Isabel assured me you were in...
New Biggin, just so.
Have you heard the news from England?
No, sir.
The Lord has granted our English allies another great victory over the Man of Blood in Northamptonshire at a borough called Naseby.
Would we were so fortunate in Scotland.
Man, be of good cheer. Argyll and Billie even now lie before that devil's spawn Montrose, with horse and foot that are to his heathen hirelings as 4 men to 1. Oh, he'll nae escape the arm of the Lord this time.
Why did you wish to see me, Mr. Muirhead?
I've letters for you that I've brought from Edinburgh. Here somewhere in my saddlebags.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Mistress Caird, would you tell Ephraim that... What is it, man? You've gone white as a sheet.
Is what the matter, Mr. Semple?
My father. It says he's grievous sick.
Oh, dear. There was plague in Edinburgh when I left. Go to him, my friend. Stay as long as you will. Your place is with your kin. I'll have Mr. Proudfoot see to the needs of the parish.
for the comfortless, and honey for the bee, and there's none for me.
2 o'clock of a cold morning, and not well. Since that I can neither sleep nor concentrate my thoughts to theological explication, I will write of other matters. In primis, it exceeds now a month since I put my hand to aught save lawyers' papers, which time I spent in Edinburgh City. My father died of the pestilence on the 12th day of August. He made a good death, and lies now, I well believe, in the arms of his Maker. Secundus, that same day, Montrose, now made the King's Captain General, routed Argyll and Billie at Kilsyth, with a loss to the godly of 6,000 dead. Glasgow is fallen to him, and Edinburgh, too, seemed in like case. Tertius, I saw there Mr. Muirhead, who, with great reluctance, allowed that my accusations against my parishioners will be heard at the next presbytery meeting, though I much doubt such will be held, since the Vale of Aller is become a field of campaign between the Marquess and the forces of David Leslie, new come from England. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Who's there?
One who comes per incertam lunam subluce maligna.
Ubi caelum conditit umbra Jupiter.
Et rebus nox absturat atra colorem. Then it is you. Will the scholarly minister of Woody Lee open his door to a misfortunate soldier?
My Lord Marquis.
It was rumoured that another had replaced you. I had to be sure.
I have but been in Edinburgh for a month.
Where I had hoped to be by now.
And what brings you to my poor manse when Caledon is so nigh?
Caledon is no port for me or mine in this storm. In a nutshell, sir, we were beat. Davy Leslie surprised me on the Yarrow Hawks, and my army is utterly scattered. Which I doubt not gladdens you.
Sir.
Nay, man, I know you to be of the opposite faction. That's why I'm here. By morning, Davy himself will be knocking at Caledon's door. But you...
My lord, I cannot shelter you.
Not me, man. My companion. I believe you a faithful minister of Christ, whose custom ever was to do good to his enemies. And he's wounded. The leg's broken, and there are other hurts.
I cannot say, but he may enter my house.
Bring him over.
My lord.
Oh, my God. Have a care. Now, wait outside.
My lord.
Yeah, you recognize him?
The gentleman who...
Exactly. Mark Kerr, whose servant I was. Will you shelter him?
It is a heavy charge, my lord. But I cannot say you nay.
I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Farewell, Mark.
James.
And now, sir, I'll leave you. I have a price of £20,000 of my head, and to be caught harbouring me would not bode well for any hope you may have of preferment in the kirk.
My Lord Marquis.
Aye.
Do you know aught of the Laird of Caledon?
Nicholas. Dead. He took a ball at Kilsyth, and the wound turned malignant. Farewell.
The Pape, that pagan fool pride.
Good morning, Isabel.
Shh, Mr. David. You're about early. Seeing the long night you had.
Aye. The patient's still asleep.
Sleeping like a bairn. The leg's brack, but it's a clean break, and the skin's whole. He'll mend well. The Lord would never suffer one who fought so doughtily for him not to. Did he tell you the great victory?
Not him himself, no.
The whole village is buzzing with. There's word that General Leslie will be coming to the clock in his cell tomorrow.
Listen, Isabel. The man... Well, he's not... He...
Sir?
He is one of Montrose's captains, not Leslie's.
Mercy orders! A malignant!
If I think it consistent with Christian duty to save his life, so well may you.
A rampant Edomite! Oh, Mercy is awake. He'll murder us.
Never fear, Mrs. Fish. Let me Let me hide till this morn's night, and you'll be rid of me.
You'll no be fit to move for a fortnight, mister.
I can ride.
Can ye? You're fortunate you fell into Mr. Semple's horns, I tell you. Mr. Proudfoot wouldn't have been for saving you.
I cannot expose you to such danger. I mun haste away.
Sir, my old mother used to say that nothing should be done in haste save gripping a flea. No. You may bide here till your leg's set.
Thank you.
We know our Christian duty in this house.
Isabel Veitch, you store up riches in a better place. But what are you about, woman?
I'm making a bundle of yon devil's soldier's raiment. I'll hide it in the stable. I'll get him some of my deed husband's clothes. We'll be having the Covenant and soldiers here tomorrow, and they'll ken he's no one of their own, especially the General, when he comes to the manse.
Why should Leslie come here?
For a learned man, you're wondrous glaikit, Mr. David. Isn't it the biggest hoose in the village? He's sure to make it his own.
Davy coming here? Oh, then I'm lost. He'll recognise me. We know each other from the German wars.
Do ye? There's a bonny kettle of fish.
No, I have a thought. It's well the season is so fine. Don't let yourself be seen, Mr. Kerr. I must ride over to Caledon.
I'm coming. David.
Mistress Katrine, are you the gatekeeper?
Will and the others have gone off while Leslie's troopers are here.
Soldiers here? We must talk privately. Can you come out?
I can. What is it?
Montrose was at my house yestreen.
The Lord Marquis? But what
He
how?
left a wounded comrade with a broken leg. Mark Kerr, one of the men with him here last year.
Colonel Kerr. He is the Marquis's most familiar friend.
We must hide him.
He cannot stay here. The house is full of his enemies.
No, not here. I was thinking of...
Paradise, of course, yes.
It must be done this night. I will contrive to bring him secretly out of the village after sunset. He can sit a horse. Can you find canvas for covering, food, bedding, and other necessaries, and smuggle them to the wood during the day?
I can, with all my heart. But I too must come at night. Our unwanted guests must know nothing. No, nor indeed must Aunt Grisel. I have the keys, and may enter or leave as I choose.
Katrine, I'm sorry to intrude on a house of mourning.
How do you mean?
Your uncle.
Oh.
Did you not know he was dead?
No. No word has come to my aunt. How do you know?
Montrose himself told me. It lacks but a day to 2 months since we brought Colonel Kerr to his abode in the wood. In the 3 weeks we nursed the Colonel, it became a very paradise indeed, made so by the presence of its angel, Mistress Yester, whom I met there almost nightly, and than whose company I know of no greater bliss. There, I have writ it. Please God, I may one day have the courage to say as much to her face. But now Mark Kerr is long departed, and it is as if he had never existed. Even his clothes and accoutrements disappeared from their hiding place in the stable, stolen, no doubt, by some marauding trooper. And I must bend myself to the task in hand. To the Reverend Mungo Muirhead. Sir, in response to your request that in the absence of a presbytery meeting I attend you and Mr. Proudfoot at Kirkcallar to make good my charges against Ephraim Caird and others, I am happy to comply. These presents signify.
Mr. Semple, you have brought grave charges in these papers which you've sent me. Will you repeat before us the names of those you accuse?
I myself recognized certain women to whom I can swear on my oath. These were Jean Morrison and her daughter Jess, old Alison Geddy, Eppie Lauder, the widow of Wat Lauder, and Bessie Todd. In addition, there's the evidence that you've seen against Ephraim Caird.
Eppie Lauder?
She is the decent widow of a tried Christian, sir.
All these women are unknown to me, Mr. Ebenezer, but ye and I both have known Ephraim many a year. I've called him here that he may speak for himself. Ephraim Caird, as you will answer to your God, I ask you, where were you in the mirk of Lammas Eve?
Where should I be, Mr. Muirhead, but in my bed? I get to it early, for I had a long day with the hog lamb.
You know that is a lie, Ephraim Caird.
Mr. Sempill, it is not your place.
You were in the wood. You know you were, likewise at Beltane, piping and dancing away your miserable soul to the devil.
Your evidence, sir.
My ain eyes, Mr. Proudfoot.
And I answer you, Mr. Semple, in the words of the psalmist. They opened their mouth wide against me and said, Aha, our eye hath seen it.
Before God, if you utter such blasphemies, I will strike you down.
Mr. Semple, be seated.
I will not.
I command your silence.
Very well. You have read my case.
I have, and I find it a very weak one. Hoots, man, you bring grievous charges against your chief elder, a man of noted godliness, as I myself can testify. And what is your corroboration? The man Andrew Shillinglaw's evidence.
Whom you admit was engaged in the wrongdoing, and who is withal a noted wine-bibber and Sabbath breaker.
You might just as well have called Daft Gibby, Mr. Semple. Here is not evidence to hang a messin' duck. Away with you, sir, and let's hear no more on it. There is, however, another purpose in my calling yourself and Mr. Caird here. A ditty in which you yourself are named.
What is the charge?
It is twofold. That Mr. Caird is among the delatants, and it is only right that he should bring their complaint.
We allege that the minister himself had trokings with the wood and with the evil of the wood.
What, Mr. Muirhead?
By your own confession, we know that you have frequented it when decent folk were in their beds. We have witnesses who will depone to following the minister to the wood's edge, not once, but many times, and always after nightfall.
On what errand and in what company, Mr. Semple?
I utterly deny
Sir,
that...
Before you perjure yourself, I must tell you that you were seen to meet a woman. A fine report on a minister of God, sir, and it will take some reading up.
My movements were wholly innocent and can be simply explained.
I hope so, Mr. Semple, but there is a second matter you must also explain, and its gravamen is heavier, seeing that it alleges an offence both against the will of God and the governance of this land, Ephraim.
On the 26th day of September in this year of grace, I discovered in the bulks of the stable of the manse at Woody Lee, atween the hatch and the wall...
And what in the devil's name were you doing snooping in my stable, Caird?
The question is not pertinent. Continue.
I discovered these. To wit, the clothing and appurtenances of a soldier.
And what of it?
In the pocket was found a torn paper giving some military instruction. It was signed by the excommunicate malignant Montrose.
Whence, sir, it is argued that you did give shelter and, moreover, in the manse, to one of the Kirk's oppressors. What say you?
I say that it is true.
Have you no notion, have you no glimmering of what you've done? You've loosed on the world a malefactor, a slayer and despoiler of God's people.
In so doing, I obeyed God's word and my own conscience.
Your conscience, sir? You would set up your own fallible judgment against the resolved opinion of the whole Kirk?
I am a minister of Christ first, and the Kirk second.
This is heresy.
Aye, you've heresy in you as well as recalcitrance.
This is presbytery business, Mr. Muirhead.
Aye. Mr. Semple, the complaint must go forward. Meantime, till the presbytery has adjudged it, I forbid you to conduct the ordinances in the kirk at Woody Lee.
So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun, and behold, the tears of such as were oppressed and they had no comforter. And on the side of their oppressors there was power, but they had no comforter. These words, my friends, are the text I take as I preach to you, as my master so often did, in the open air. Beloved, so long as religion is a mere shibboleth and does not...
Oh, my poor David. But won't this awful Mungo creature bring down thunderbolts on you for preaching in the kirkyard, when he'd expressly forbidden you to use the kirk?
He cannot. He has no authority, as he would say. I'm still a placed minister. He cannot put an embargo on my speaking elsewhere.
Mr. Fordyce said something about the Lord tempering the wind to the shorn lamb. I said I'd abandon his dull sermons at Cold Shore and ride over to hear you, al fresco.
You must not mock Mr. Fordyce. He's been a good friend to me in my troubles.
And have I not?
Truly, you have been a good friend to me. Only I could wish...
What, sir?
Oh, my dear, I must say it. Katrine, I'm daft in love with you. Your face, God forgive me, comes between me and the word. Times I canna pray for thinking on you. What does your song say? There's none for me but you, my love. Well, it's the gospel truth. Forgive me, Katrine, but I had to speak.
It's love for love that I have got, and love for love again. So turned the Reverend Mr. David Semple, minister out of doors to the parish of Woody Lee.
Oh, Katrine.
So turn your high horse head about, and we will ride for home, my love, and we will ride for home, my love.
The first day of January in the year of the Lord, 1646. A day to be marked with a white stone, for I am summoned to take meat at Caledon, its mistress's mourning seemingly ending with the new year. Yet my own happiness these months sorts not well with the distress of my people. Shillinglaw, my one ally, is ever sodden with drink. He was so when he came to tell me he'd evidence the coven held their hallow mass in the kirk itself. In short time after, the first child fell ill and died. 4 are now dead, and 8 are sick. Though if by cause of the Lord's wrath against the clachan of Woody Lee, or of the unseasonable weather, I cannot say. But a great fear hangs over the village. Well, I thank you for that fine repast, mistress. And this congenial company is a rare pleasure for me in these sad times.
Aye, Mr. Semple. They do say a green Yule makes a fat kirkyard.
Aye. Half the clachan sees it as a judgment for the desecration of the kirk.
There was talk of a pricker being called, but I'd have none of it. No. I forbade it. If they'll not confess their sin to me, I'll not have it wrung out of them.
What, pray, is a pricker?
A shameful business. A pricker of witches. One of their tricks is to prick the unfortunates with pins and the like. Oh. If they bleed not, they're cried guilty. But that's the least of their villainies. There is no warrant for them in the word, and the law loves them not.
And speaking of the blessed word, niece, is it not time you go to your catechism with Mr. Fordyce?
Oh, surely.
Indeed it isn't. Come, Mr. Fordyce, I have longed all week to hear your exposition of the sins of Ishbosheth.
Oh, well, aye, yes. Well, pray excuse us, Mistress Hawkshaw.
You wish to speak with me, Mr. Semple?
Yes, but with your husband's death, my purpose is...
Is what, sir?
Is to request the hand of your ward, Mistress Yester, in marriage.
Aye. I had guessed as much from the lassie. I mun tell you, sir, it canna be.
Oh, mistress.
Man, do you care know whom you speak? Catherine's a lady born. There's nae older or prouder stock in Scotland. And you, well, you're the grandson of the miller of Roodfoot.
I am a minister of Christ, madam, who did not disdain the cabin of a carpenter.
And that's another objection. How would the lassie set with a man's, think ye? She's been brought up among papists and prelatists. Good sakes, what would the presbytery think of her?
I am ready to answer to the presbytery.
But what if you're turned out of Woody Lee? Now, that's a braw prospect.
My father left me comfortably provided.
I'll no deny I'd be blithe to see Catherine provided for, but the Kirk... I mean, could you no go down the water to the old yester lands and buy a bit estate and set up Catherine in her forebears' countryside?
No, I cannot. I would be going back on my vows. I would be false to my faith. I'd be making terms with the devil.
Catherine, I mind well you're listening at the door. You'd best enter. Aunt? Well, I've had a word with your minister, and as in duty bound I set forth the difficulties, and he answered as he said he would. You're a pair of fools, but there may be worse things in God's sight than fools. Davy, lad, get down in your hunkers, and I'll give you my blessing.
Oh, Mistress Catherine.
What's this?
Mistress Grizzle! Mistress Grizzle!
Billie, what's the meaning of this? Do you don't mind we're busy?
There's a woman here from the manse, Isabel Veach.
Isabel Veach? Oh.
She wants to speak with Mr. Semple. Says it's desperate urgent.
Oh, it's my housekeeper. In God's name, what can have brought her here? She'll never venture out after dusk.
Send her in. Oh, Mr. David.
What is it, Isabel?
I've searched all over for you, till Richie Smale said he saw you riding this way. It's the pricker.
Huh?
He's come.
Where?
He was at Ephraim Cairds yesternight, and no sooner were you gone than he started his work.
Oh.
They've ta'en Bessie Todd of the mains.
Bessie Todd?
The pricker found the devil's mark in her, and they've burnt her feet with cornels, and they've hung her for the rafters by her thumbs. Oh, I know not what else.
Where is she?
Peter Pennycook's granary.
Minister!
Ephraim Caird. A devil's pranker yet.
Oh, all has been done decently and in order, sir. This worthy man who has skill in second matters has come to free the parisheen of the sin of witchcraft.
The woman has the devil's mark, sir, and by her confession is guilty of charming. She has cured a cow by taking live trouts from its belly. She's used the charm of the 7 south flowing streams and the 9 rowan
And
bellies.
how rang ye this confession out her?
I dinna ken ye have the right to meddle, Mr. Semple. Ye that stand suspended and under threat of dismissal. You'd best gang him to your bed, sir.
I'll no leave without this woman. She'll go back with me to the manse this night, and please God, I will nurse her back into life.
That will not be permitted.
She goes back to the manse. Whoever opposes me will rue it.
Put up your blade, sir. Till becomes a minister of God to behave so. These honest Christian folk have been following the light vouchsafed to them.
I'll not put up it. Aye.
Well, I know not who you be, sir, but our thanks to you.
Who I am is of no import. But here's a misfortunate matter. I've no doubt that this woman is all you say she is, but a muckle mischief shall no be did this e'en.
The wife's well enough. You'll need kill a tough old grey hen so easy. Witches are not as other folk.
I heartily hope so, sir. For the law has no cognizance of you prickers. And if well-meaning folk under your guidance compass the death of a man or woman, 'twill be murder under the law.
Always done according to custom.
Oh, I know you. You're one Kincaid, but you've gone by other names. You've been a dominie, a sticked minister, a thief and a thief-taker, a spy and a witch-finder. Aye, and a warlock you're saying.
Who are you? Who are you?
Turn your eyes to the light of this lantern. Keep them so. What's in your een? Oh, aye, I see the fires that blaze in hell, and the worm that dieth not. The fires. God, Lord God, the blaze of them is kicking through. 'Tis kicking through. I thought so. Now answer me. Was ever word in your draggy mouth that wasna false as hell? Say I am a liar, like my father the devil afore me.
I am a liar. Like my father, the devil afore me.
Begone from hence, unclean thing.
Stop!
No, let him go. He flies to his master. And you as well, for you are tainted also.
I protest. I kenna what hellish...
Bonny man, will you make trial with me?
No. I kenna what spell the deal has given you, but you'll not lay it on me. Oh, no!
There's your king devil, Davy. Or I'm much mistaken.
Aye, Ephraim cared. My heartfelt thanks to you, Mr. Kerr. But what brings you here?
I was hiding out at Carlton when you visited. I thought best you should not know, but when I heard of this matter, I knew of Kincaid of old. But I'm in great haste and need the cover of the dark to travel.
Before you go, Mark, will you tell me...
What am I about? You may as well know. A forlorn mission atwixt Jamie Graham and the King's Majesty in Oxford, if both Oxford and the King be not fallen into the hands of the bold Oliver.
I was going to ask what you did to conjure the pricker.
Well, that was simply done. The trick of the eyes I learned from the Tinkers of Hungary. And the pillar of fire was but a wee pinch of Greek powder in the lanthorn. I'm on away. I'm mighty heartened to learn of your betrothal. 'Tis the only good news I've had this 3 months. He must get this poor creature to the manse, though I'd not give a bodle for her chances.
Bessie Todd died that night and was buried decently in the kirkyard. But her death was soon forgotten in the flood tide of death that all but overwhelmed the parish. In January, more children died. Then, in February, Peter Pennycook took sick and died in 8 hours. Alas, his was not an edifying deathbed for so noted a professor. Amos Ritchie's wife, Ally, following, and young Jess Morrison that I'd seen dancing in the wood, and Richie Smale. Then it was Andrew Shillinglaw fled the parish. Gibby died. And poor Amos Ritchie, having seen his wife die, then bore witness to the deaths of his 3 children. For 3-4 months the pestilence raged. The bodies lay unburied in the ways. I cried often on God, but thought as often of Katrine. Until one evening in May.
Away home with you, my lady. Away home. And keep your mouth tight, stick it till you're out of the hell of here.
Who is it, Isabel? Katrine, what madness brought you here? Half the parish is sick and dead. There's poison in the very air.
I am your promised wife. Where should I be but by your side? You will not forbid me.
But your aunt...
Aunt Grisel knows I am come. She has given me this pomander of spices to protect me.
But Katrine...
David, being soldiers, my family has some knowledge of the plague, for it ever follows the sword. And I will say this to you. You may not cure it, but you may prevent its spread.
How, in God's name?
You must burn the bodies. Mistress, fire is the best purifier.
Dinna speak of burning, mistress. For though the body is but our earthly tenement, burning is out like the devil's work.
We shall rouse the place to madness, Katrine.
Yet it must be done. Believe me, David, it must. Burn them.
And it was done. My only helpers were Amos Ritchie, who worked as if in a dream, and the saintly Isabel. Katrine came often to visit the sick children, and by some miracle came to no hurt. On the first day of June, the pestilence took its last victim. It is now the end of the month, and our marriage vows are to be taken before Mr. Fordyce on the 7th of July. 5 days after, I am summoned before the presbytery to answer my accusers, which ought verily to fill me with trepidation, but which seems of little consequence beside those horrors through which we have lately passed, and the bliss in prospect. This day are to dine here at the manse for the first time my own beloved Katrine, her good aunt, and another friend, whose name Katrine will not tell me, but can only be Mark Kerr. Isabel has been about her baking and broiling 2 whole days, and not a piece of pewter but isn't scoured twice over.
Mr. David, oh mercy on us, they're here. Lord, there's 4 of them. The ladies are riding pillion to 2 gentlemen. There's 2 of them, so that...
What matter if there are, Isabel? You've enough provender here for the feeding of the 5,000.
You were right, sir. It is Mr. Mark Kerr. But who the other one is, I dinna ken.
Mark. David. Mr. Hawkshaw. Katrine, my dearest.
David. Oh, David.
Now, we'll have none of your French gallantry here, mistress. Such was not the way in our day, hey, good wife Isabel?
Will you please to enter, sirs? Ladies.
Aye, enter.
Good day to you, Mr. Semple.
My Lord Marquis, we're honoured, but how are you here so openly?
Tis such a tale as I would
Will you
fain...
take wine, my lady?
Wine? No. I've heard that well of your good ale, mistress. I'll taste a tass of that. Yeah. Oh, man, Davy, you're looking down. Gosh, you look like a ghost.
He has done the work of 10 men these many months, aunt.
And yourself, lassie. See what you had done to my bairns, sir. Just fair broke with riding the roads and tending the riff-raff of Woody Lee, and the whole parish ain't not worth a hair in her head. You take a sip of the red wine, girl. It'll thicken your blood.
I will.
My lady.
Thank you, Isabel.
Well, Mark, you're back to full health?
I'm not, David. Well, man, you're naught but skin and bone.
Wine, my lord.
Do you have a drop of Uskaba?
Certainly, sir.
Uskaba, a drop of warmth in a world grown cold. Mistress Isabel, I drink to you. I know well the braw service you rendered to my friend Mark. Now, you ask what I do here, Mr. Semple. This paper shall explain.
Montrose. I refer you to this trusty bearer, Mark Kerr, for the reasons and manner of my coming to this army. This shall therefore only give you positive commands and tell you real truths, leaving the why of all to the bearer. You must disband your forces and go to France. This at first may startle you.
I did that right enough.
But you shall always find me your most assured, constant, real, faithful friend, Charles Rex. Coming to this army, what army?
The army of Sir David Leslie at Newcastle, to which His Majesty has surrendered his person. I carried the letter under safe conduct.
And I ride now to Angus to surrender my sword to your Major General John Middleton of County.
Dinna fash yourself, Jamie. The world knows you've done all a body could and more. Come, man. You've toasted one good woman. I'll give you another. Mistress Katrine Yester.
Oh, I cannot bear. You should not. You... Oh,
My lady,
my
are you unwell?
Katrine!
Oh, David.
Here you go, Mistress Isabel.
Eyes.
Poor lassie. Dinna you fear, Davy. Here, my pretty. There's nothing. She's not sick, are you? Just weary with our heavy task. A long lie in her bed will soon put her right, that it will. And a change in the weather.
This day, the 7th in July, 1646, which was to have seen my nuptials, has become the most melancholy that ever happened to me. This morning, at about 20 minutes after 11, it pleased Almighty God to take to himself my betrothed, Katrine Yester of Caledon, after lying sick of the pestilence 7 days. Her soul is passed into that rest where the body of Jesus and the souls of the saints are. She was a bundle of myrrh, a bundle of sweetness, as a box of sweet ointment which is now broken. Oh, Lord, I rejoice that I had such a present for thee.
My poor David. What can I say to you? Save that she was made in the image of her Maker and is now gone to meet him.
Aye.
You'll not now be going to the presbytery, will you? If you'll give me your papers, I'll do what I can for you, weak vessel though I am.
No, I shall go. But before that, I must see her buried. She'll lie in the part of the greenwood which was her own, the place she called paradise. So she would have wished.
All earth is hallowed which receives Christian dust. I can see no objection. But, man, If you will go to face the presbytery, we must take thought to your defence, for they'll set a power of pharisaical sophistry agin you if I know aught of them.
I'll put up a fight, Mr. Fordyce, but I fear it is a foregone conclusion.
What for? The presbytery of Allah, in the name of Jesus Christ, the sole king and head of the church, and by the power committed by him to them, did and hereby do summarily excommunicate David Semple, at present residing in the parish of Woodley, and do hereby enjoin all the faithful to shun all dealings with him, as they would not be found to harden him in his sins, and so to partake with him in his judgments.
To the Reverend Mr. James Fordyce. It is of great regret to me that I could not meet with you ere I quit Woody Lee, but I was told you were sick of a flux and could admit no visitors. I doubt not that your sickness was much occasioned by the strain of your Herculean defence of my cause at the presbytery meeting, for the which, though it fell on stony ground, I shall be ever grateful. This missive has several purposes, though the expression of my sincere thanks is the chief. I have left with Isabel Veitch, who you must know now lodges with Dame Grizzle at Caledon, my papers on Isaiah. I beg you to have them. I have also left with Isabel my works of Hebrew scholarship, including the lexicon of Bambergius. Pray accept them in token of the esteem I bear you. The final purpose of my writing to you is to acquaint you with a curious occurrence which attended my return from the presbytery meeting. Passing by the wood, I entered it to visit Katrine's grave and Aiblins to commune with her. The night was dark, a great wind blew, and I came nigh to the glade with the pagan altar. There I espied a figure in the attitude, I can only say, of devotion. Ephraim Caird, what do you do here in God's name?
Mr. Semple, get you hence. Get you hence. There are powers here greater than you ken of.
Say you so?
Aye, I do. Ye who meddle with second things, are you no destroyed quite? Excommunicate, your paramour dead, your grand chevalier thrown into exile. Think you such things came about by chance?
Have a care, Ephraim. You tutter on the brink of the pit.
I defy you.
'Tis not me you defy, man, but a greater far.
Pshaw. Here in this temple I have the strength of 10. I could strike you dead if I were minded.
Why do you not do so, then? Come on, man! Repent! Your sin is proven and acknowledged.
You hate me?
I have never hated you. I love you so dearly I would save your soul. I say to you, if the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. No man may serve two masters. Renounce Christ or renounce Satan.
Adorne!
Renounce your master, here in his own temple. Say after me, I abhor and reject the devil and all his works, and I fling myself upon the mercy of God.
I abhor...
I beg ye in the bowels of Christ, repent!
It's too late. They come, the dogs, the red dogs.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A triptych is defined in Webster's Unabridged Dictionary as a picture or carving in 3 parts, side by side, especially an altarpiece consisting of a central panel and 2 flanking panels that fold over it. Thus, by definition, it represents a sacred figure, and usually 3 aspects of that figure. This story concerns a triptych that represents a wholly profane and baleful figure in all its different aspects. Our mystery drama, Triptych for a Witch, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Margaret Hamilton. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. In many cultures, the aged had a function and were treated with reverence and respect. Less and less this is true of the Occidental cultures. I enter no discussion of whether this is right or wrong. Frequently, the elderly would prefer to be left alone to pursue their own destinies. And yet, when the moment comes and some very ancient relative is left alone, particularly a woman, some atavistic instinct, or is it just plain guilt, drives many of us to open at least our homes, if not wholly our hearts, to them. This is the story of 2 such people. But may heaven protect you from the strange and awful experience they unwittingly laid themselves open to.
Well, Joan, as the governor of North Carolina said to that other guy, this is just about it.
Did I know my great-grandfather was going to get married again just before he died?
And here I thought I was marrying an orphan. Now I find out you tricked me.
Oh, I just forgot about Charlie. He's 60 years older than me. I didn't even know he was still alive. Oh, but she wrote such a sweet letter. There isn't anyone else who's family. So the least I can do is help out poor old Charlie's widow till she finds out what she's going to do.
Okay, no sweat. How old is old Charlie's widow anyway?
Search me. Just before our wedding, when Mother died, she mentioned out of the blue that my great-grandfather had suddenly married at the age of 82. Then you came into my life, and every other thought I ever had went out the window.
Well, that's why I'm so jealous of anyone horning in.
Old Charlie had a real eye for the ladies. The first 3 times he married, only one of them wasn't young enough to be his daughter. This one might turn out to be young enough to be his granddaughter.
Well, I guess we're about to find out. Like you said, this is it, for better or for worse. The times you look back and would like to have bitten your tongue for some crazy thing you blurt out. Not that I knew right away. Matter of fact, when we first spotted her, the old gal didn't look so bad. Oh, she was no spring chicken. She was old, all right. With a little round face like a withered apple that still had red cheeks, and sharp blue eyes that glittered like agates, and didn't miss a trick darting out from the shadows of a wide-brimmed hat with a conical crown. It looked a little like it might have been left over from Halloween. But for all her age, she was spry, skipping along like a sandpiper with a pet carrier in one hand and a carpet bag in the other.
Joan, I'm her. Your great-grandfather's sister. And this must be Walter.
Oh, hello, dear. How did you know us?
Know you anywhere. Spitting image of Charlie, only prettier.
Here, let me take those heavy things from you.
Oh, then, sakes, no problem. You can have the bag. I'll hang on to Smokey. He likes to stay real close.
Smokey?
My cat.
Oh.
You're almost home again. Just want to get Captain Jack out of my pocket before he stirs up a real... Some of the words...
Yes, adaptation.
It talks.
Of course he talks. He's a parrot. Well, a kind of parrot. Half moon, they're called. You don't mind about smoking, Captain Jack. There won't be any trouble.
Oh, of course we don't mind. We're just a little surprised, that's all.
Doesn't that bird need a cage?
Can't abide them. He sits on my shoulder. Or a perch I have for him in the carpet bag.
He won't fly away.
Can't. Flight feathers are clipped. Not that he would anyways.
You mean you brought that bird all the way from Minnesota in your coat pocket?
Of course. He sleeps there. Oh, I take him out when we change planes. He was complaining. He doesn't really like to fly.
Oh, that's a switch. Well, shall we get this show on the road? It's all kind of comical to begin with. I mean, here I was, 23, a rookie cop, just off probation after a hitch in the Navy, and already I was married, had a kid. And now I just inherited an aged great-grandmother, plus a cat and a talking parrot. Who needs it? I started off easy, play it cool, just like Joan and me agreed. No ties, except for getting married. But outside of that, just hang loose, enjoy being young, keep all the options open. And before you know it, we're trapped. Who are we?
Will you climb off the ceiling, honey?
What do you want of me? It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
Oh, wow.
Aunt Hester, a cat that bites, and I'm not giving you any line, but I think that half-baked parrot is on something.
You know, that's funny. You know, you really object to her being here, don't you?
Oh, what about our vacation on the Cape? Oh, we're going to have to lug her there?
Not on a bet. It's just us alone. Thanks to your sister Rosie, who's going to take our child and heir off our hands for 2 weeks. You see? Relatives can be of some use.
In time of dire distress.
Well, if anything happened to Rosie, Aunt Hester could come. Well, we decided that was the best name for her. Everything else was sort of clumsy. Anyway, as I was saying, Aunt Hester could always fill in as babysitter.
Now, I wouldn't leave Kip alone here in the apartment with an old witch like that.
Don't call her a witch. She's a sweet old lady. Oh, you have something special against Aunt Hester?
Oh, no, baby. Now, what could I have against? Well, like you said, a nice, sweet old lady. But for once, and I guess the first time, I wasn't telling the wife I loved the truth. On the surface, everything was nice about Aunt Hester, even that spiteful cat and the cockamamie bird. But the vibes were wrong somewhere. Maybe it's the reason I became a cop. I got this special thing about people. All I got to do is meet someone. Within a minute, some buzzer goes off. Wrong guy, right guy. It's never failed me yet.
Of course, Rosie, I understand. No, we couldn't take a chance at Kip's age. Oh, please don't worry. We'll work it out.
Is there something wrong, Joan, dear?
Oh, well, nothing earth-shaking, I guess. It's just that our vacation's messed up.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, Rosie's oldest child has just come down with measles.
That changes all our plans, doesn't it?
Oh, not yours. We'll see you off back to Duluth the end of the week.
I'd be happy to put things off and stay here until you've had your vacation.
Oh, I couldn't do that. Kip would be too much for you. Unless what? Oh, unless you wanted to come along with us to the Cape. It's lovely there, and then Walt and I could have our cake and eat it, too.
If you're sure Walt wouldn't mind, I'd be happy to.
How could I object or complain? It seemed the perfect solution. Then why was I ridden with doubts and fears that I concealed from Joan? They only began to take shape when we finally did go to the Cape. The cabin was right on the beach, up on a sand dune facing the Atlantic. Joan and I had lots of time to swim and surf, while Aunt Hester kept an eye on Kip. But every so often, Joan would have mother's guilt feelings and decide that this particular morning would be just for Kip and her. And on one of these mornings, I had gone beachcombing, and on the way back had stopped for a rest, half covered by sea grapes, and had fallen asleep. Of a sudden, some inner time clock woke me, and I was looking towards the beach where I saw Smokey the cat prowling and pawing in the receding tide as if he were harvesting. I got to my feet. My eyes, even after sleep, were still partially sun-blinded, and headed down to the water. As I came near, that cat looked around and, seeing me, suddenly billowed out to Aunt Hester's plumpness. Barefoot and bare-legged, her skirts kiked up to her knees. Aunt Hester!
Why, hello, Walt.
What on earth are you doing here?
Me? Oh, just gathering some seaweed. Hi.
Funniest thing. From a distance, well, it seems silly to say it, but you look like Smokey.
My cat? For land's sake. How would a cat go near seawater? You look pretty sunburned. Maybe you got a little too much sun. You feel all right?
Yes, I guess so. What do you want the seaweed for?
One my little secret. Maybe we better get on back up to the house and let you and your pretty Joan go picnicking while you got the chance.
The chance?
You know what I mean. Summer is growing short. Not much time left.
An innocent enough remark, surely. It was growing short, and soon we'd have to get back to the city. But why did it have some sort of eerie significance to me? Why did I feel a long run of cold fingers down my back? The uneasy-queasy feeling a cop gets every time he has to draw a gun to protect himself. Sorry the weather turned sour on us, Joan. We'll be back to shore before the squall.
Oh, I don't care about the weather. We've gotten duck before and thought it was as fun.
Don't you want to get home?
Me? Sure. How about you?
Oh, yeah, well, where else?
Well, I don't know. You don't seem to like your home much since my Aunt Hester came around.
Okay. You want to lay the cards on the table? I don't.
And why not?
I don't know how to tell you. I used to read books about the hackles rising on someone's neck. I never knew exactly what it meant. I do now.
Well, how could you? You have to have feathers like a bird or hair like an animal.
I feel as if I do. Like Smokey or Captain Jack. The unholy three. And now when she puts that hat on, she looks just like a witch.
Oh, wow. How can you say something like that about somebody as sweet and helpful as Aunt Hester?
I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Except like this afternoon, the cat. Well, what would Aunt Hester be doing gathering seaweed?
That. Well, maybe you haven't noticed that the impossible has happened. In spite of vitamins, health pills, everything we take, I've been catching a cold. Aunt Hester says she has an old-fashioned remedy for it. Homeopathic. A tea made from seaweed.
Joan?
What?
I want you to promise me something.
What?
Don't take any of that tea.
Oh, but darling.
I want to promise. On your love for me, don't touch that tea.
All right. Don't blow your cool. I'm with you. You're the man that calls the turn.
If Joan was puzzled at me, so was I at myself. What was it? This subconscious fear that slowly was invading me. What was I afraid of? A little old lady and a cat and a bird she tended as carefully as our child. But some wild alarm bell was ringing deep in the pit of my stomach, and my police training reacted instinctively. That night, through the precinct station, I put some queries on the wires, and I picked up a sample of the seaweed and airmailed it to the police lab. Duluth police confirmed Charles Harrod Higby died when his house burned down on date named. Also killed in fire was his wife of less than 12 months, Hester Combs Higby, May Channing. Both buried Sunnyside Garden Cemetery. No known relatives. Funeral expenses covered by estate. No residue. My ESP working again. This time when I least wanted it. If Joan's Aunt Hester was dead, who was this stranger in our home? What did she want? And then, the clincher. Hello?
Walt, it's Jake.
Hi, Jake. What you got?
On this junk you mailed me for analysis.
Yeah, the seaweed.
Well, that's what it is, all right. Seaweed. Nothing but a simple fungus.
Is it poisonous?
Absolutely not. Wouldn't harm a fly, and unless, of course...
Unless what, of course?
It's kind of nutty, you know, but it's a special fungus in a way.
Oh, now, come on, Jake. Let me have it.
I feel kind of silly, Walt. I mean, it's only because ever since Maud died, I'm kind of like Dickens, an old antiquarian, and I read up on offbeat subjects.
Like what?
Well, this particular seaweed. In the Middle Ages and all like that, it was like, you know, frog's eyes and bat's fur and all the junk that got boiled up in a cauldron when someone wanted to mess around with black magic. I mean, kind of crazy even to mention it, but since it worries you so much, there's no chance you got a witch somewhere in your house, is there?
The first side panel of the triptych. Hester Higby, from Walt's point of view. A hazy picture, not yet formed, but an icy fear gripping at his vitals. Truth or fancy? That will have to wait Joan's evaluation, at least, and events beyond that. I'll return shortly with Act 2. course, nobody believes in witches anymore. And yet, it's a little like superstitions. Nobody believes in them. And yet, do many of us like to have a black cat cross our path? If you're like most people, do you try to avoid walking under a ladder, except for sheer bravado? On the other hand, there are people who are so healthy in mind and body, so open-hearted and so generous, and who, without being Pollyanna, do look by habit on the best side of everything. People like Joan Madden.
I should have known not to give in to my old-fashioned sentimentality. Ever since I could walk, I've been a sucker for every stray dog and lost kitten. It wasn't fair to Walt. I knew he didn't want to take on any extra burdens. And it was stupid not to remember that he was just really only getting his nerves back in shape after that freaked-out war he got stuck in. But Great-Grandpa's letter was so sweet and so sad, I just didn't have the heart to refuse his dying request. So I had to tell Aunt Hester to come and stay with us. I just never figured that Walt would get hurt.
Just give me a straight answer, Joan. Have you laid off that seaweed gunk she's been trying to feed you?
Of course I have. Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't eat anything without researching it first. You know, you talk as though she might try to poison me.
I don't know what she's up to.
Well, why should she be up to anything?
Because she isn't who she's supposed to be.
We don't know that.
Joan, Bill Cox got on the telex to the Duluth Police Department and sent me a copy of the teletype he got in reply. Your great-grandfather's wife got incinerated with him when his house burned down.
No, she didn't.
Joan, let's not kid around. I got this through police channels.
Well, so even the police can make a mistake, just like you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, you haven't given Aunt Hester a chance to tell her side of the story.
Okay. Let's do that little thing right now. Now, let me get this straight, Aunt Hester, or whoever you are. You weren't in the house when it burned down?
Then sakes, Walter, of course not. How could I be here if I hadn't been? Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I think I dropped a stitch. Let me see now.
Now, look, if you weren't in the house, where were you?
I don't think I want to say.
Why not? It's sort of important.
I suppose it could be made to be. Dear me. He was such a good man and kind, but weak and terribly careless. Oh, it's beginning to get dark, isn't it?
I'll turn on some lights.
Oh, no. Burst the windows, the drapes, and the shutters.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. There. There, you see? You like that better?
Ever so much. The night must always be shut out, especially here. You can put the lights on now if you want.
I'm still waiting for an answer.
From me? Oh, yes. About the house burning down. Oh, dear. I hoped I wouldn't have to go into this, but now, Walter, don't look so grim. It's all perfectly logical, if terribly unpleasant. I'm afraid when Charlie wrote that note about me, he wasn't quite telling the truth. He did say he had lupus erythematosus disseminatus, didn't he?
Yes. We didn't know what it was.
That's the bad kind, terminal. Only it wasn't true. He was just trying to cover up.
Cover up what?
Or that even though I loved him, I'd had to take Smokey and Captain Jack and leave him.
Why?
Oh, my. I guess I can't pull any punches. You see, Charlie was a chaser.
A chaser?
He was woman crazy. It had gotten so bad I'd had to move out. Little did I realize how lucky I'd had. Or I would have been burned up in that house.
Are you trying to tell me that a man of 82 was still, was still messing around with other women?
You better believe it, son.
And he had another woman with him when the house burned down?
I'm sorry to blacken his name for you, Joni, but that's about the size of it. Oh, the times I used to warn him about smoking those cigars in bed.
Wait a minute. You don't actually expect me to believe all this stuff.
Why not, when it's the truth?
Because it doesn't hold water. I mean, what about this other woman? She must have friends or relatives or something. You can't just leave them wondering what's happened to her.
Well, what good would it do them to know that she'd been burned to a crisp? Besides, Darlene was a drifter and a deadbeat. She was also a professional. Nobody will miss her.
Well, but, Aunt Hester, what about the estate and...
Well, there wasn't any estate. What money we had was mine.
Yes, but the house, the insurance...
Didn't own it. Charlie had no insurance.
Yes, but you've thrown away your identity. You can't even get Social Security or...
I won't be needing any of it. You see, I'm the one who hasn't much longer to live. The pains have begun already. I'll be all right, though. The doctor said it would be quick. If you'll just keep a roof over my head till the dark angel comes to fold me in his wings.
Poor. His face was a study. I felt almost as sorry for him as I did for poor Aunt Hester. But I managed to get him out of the room and out of the house for a long walk on the beach. And just as well. Because we had what amounted to our first quarrel. And the way he carried on really scared me.
And I'm telling you, she's a fake. She's lying through her teeth, and I want her out of this house.
Darling, please calm down. I can't just throw my poor old aunt who's sick.
Don't listen to what I'm trying to tell you. She's not your poor old aunt.
All right, dear, all right. Don't get yourself so upset. And even if she isn't, she's a sweet old lady with nowhere to go.
I know where she can go as far as I'm concerned. And as far as I'm concerned, it's right where she belongs, the old witch.
Walter, silly. There's no such thing as a witch.
Yes, there is. I'm going to tell you something about that sweet old lady of yours. I think she burned the house down.
Wow.
And by me, the only reason she took a plane here was to make things look good. She could just as easily have made it on a broomstick.
Darling, please. Now, look, I want you to try and relax. It's just like it was after you came back from overseas. Maybe we ought to call Dr. Paul Damon.
I don't need Dr. Damon. All I need is the evidence of mine own eyes and ears and my police instincts.
What do you mean, evidence of your eyes and ears?
I told you. Right down about there, on those rocks. That's where I saw the cat pawing about in the water. And then all of a sudden, the cat changed into Aunt Hester.
What? You've been asleep. That was just a hallucination.
I don't hallucinate. Well, not anymore, anyways. And it isn't only that, but she talks to that bird, Captain Jack, all the time. And sometimes there's a third voice, like the cat. And he talks back. I hear them. Don't you?
No.
So now you think I'm hearing things, too?
Oh, darling, Captain Jack says a few little words. But how could a cat talk?
Because they're not just a cat and a bird. Any more than she's your Aunt Hester or even human. I tell you, she's a witch. And the other two are her familiars.
So what?
I went to the library and read up on it. There were two kinds of minor spirits that witches had, or have, called familiars. One was a divining familiar, and the other was a domestic one.
Well, honey, look at me. Now, you can't honestly believe all this bilge.
Suppose I do.
Then I think you're sick, and you ought to see a doctor.
Listen, I just want that woman out of the house and out of our lives.
Don't ask me to do that to the poor old thing. Look, what could she want from me? How could she hurt me?
I don't know.
You can see from the way she treats Kip how harmless and well-meaning she is.
Kip? Oh, good Lord. Maybe that's what she's after. The baby, and we left her alone with him.
Oh, you like to scare me to death. The two of you, running like that and bursting into the house. I thought you'd wake up poor little Kip. Look at him, having a little afternoon nap with Smokey in his arms and Captain Jack perched on the edge of the crib, keeping...
4,000 all's clear.
Oh, dear. When the sun goes down, my old bones have an ache. And I look at you, Joan, darling, and think to myself, what a wonderful thing it is to have a young, healthy body at one's command. How much you make me long to be just as you are now.
But where are you going, Walt?
I'm going into town to nail this thing down once and for all.
How?
I can use the police teletype, and I'm going to get a court order from the Duluth Police Department to exhume the remains of whoever died in that fire. Once and for all, I mean to find out just who and what it is we have living in our house. And, darling, I want a promise from you.
What?
Don't you leave Kip alone for 1 minute while I'm gone.
Oh, Walt, you're not really serious about this.
I was never more serious in my life. Because if that woman represents a threat to you or our future, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment to wipe her off the face of the earth.
And that's the reason, just as soon as Walt was gone, I called Dr. Damon. Because the way I saw it, what was wrong around our house was my poor husband. He was back in a tailspin just like after the war. He was round the bend. Somehow I had to find a way to bring him back.
The second panel of the triptych. Is Joan right? Has she reason to be worried about Walt? Or is she perhaps worrying about the wrong person, shutting her eyes to the real danger? Is Aunt Hester what she seems to Joan, or what Walt is convinced she is? And if, wild as it seems, she were a witch, what is it she's after? I'll return shortly with Act 3. And now, at last, for the central panel. The sum and substance of the two side portraits we have examined. The real truth about Hester Madden. But first, a harried phone call from Joan to Dr. Damon, monitored, unaware by either of the principals, by that sweet old lady Hester, on a convenient extension.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor, but I am frantic.
I don't blame you. I had hoped that Walt had found himself. Can you get him back to town to see me?
Oh, I doubt it.
Well, I have a free weekend. I might take advantage of this opportunity to run down to the cave.
I don't know if we can put you up.
No need. I have a little summer cabin in Orleans. I could just drop in on you casually and check out Walt.
Oh, if you only could. Oh, you know me, Paul. I don't flip easily, but well, this whole thing has got me really strung out.
Okay. I'll be there. Count on me. Just give me directions.
May you roast in hell forever, Dr. Damon, if you try to cross my path, psychiatrist.
Roast him in hell. Roast him in hell.
Quiet. How much time do I still have?
Not much. The moon is full this weekend.
And your houses will be in conjunction. Time to make the change to her.
Now, can I, Smokey, if she's not prepared?
Give me the dried seaweed. I'll make sure it's dropped in the salad she mixes for dinner.
I'd better handle that.
No good. He wouldn't let you near her, even if she would.
Damn and double damn him. May the torch of Hecate singe his eyes. Her spear ripped through his vitals, and her hounds run him down and tear him to pieces. If it weren't for him, it all would have been so easy. Maybe it would be better to move as soon as possible, even right now while he isn't here.
Oh, well, that would be taking too much of a chance for all of us.
She's right. We exist only as long as you do.
Why should I care about you? You're only projections of me that I can snuff out like a candle if I wanted.
And be all alone without your familiars to understand and serve you. And if you did send us to eternal nothingness, our voices would still carry to tell them the truth.
But you did not die, as you want them to think.
He would come back to reclaim you for his own.
No! You wouldn't do that to me.
As long as you don't do anything to us.
My true name is Nergeist, and I am the oldest order of witches, the witches of the sea. I was born before the world began, and my span of allotted years were 7,007. But when at last my time came to return and mingle as a nameless droplet among the uncounted of the great oceans, I could not bring myself to obey the law. To escape my avenging sisters of the sea, I had to find an earthly body to house my spirit. I called on all the ancient arts, magic, divination, astrology, enchantment to find a young girl whose sign was my sign, whose birth date reflected the conjunction of our houses, the ascendancy of whose planets and stars matched my own. Every 2 generations, As the body I have possessed begins to disintegrate with age, I have found countless times a new one to possess. The alternative is too hideous to contemplate. I need the body of Joan Madden, and nothing shall stop me from invading it and making it my own.
Nothing shall stop you, me darling.
Don't call me by that name.
Forgive me, yes, darling.
How can I afford to wait? Divine me now, Alebka. What is the man Walter Madden doing?
He is arranging for an order to exhume the bodies, to examine the one of the women who died in the fire. You don't want me to see any further?
As far as you can.
The skull was not destroyed. They will find where you struck her and killed her. And by the teeth, they will know her as someone other than you. They will look further and find the fire was set by someone, and they will start to look for you.
I knew it. Margaret, what is the girl doing now?
I'm guarding her child because her husband told her to. He is most afraid you mean the boy harm.
Does she still trust me?
He is not even thinking of you. She worries about her husband, that he is losing control of his mind as he did once before.
She does not think that I am a witch.
She doesn't believe such things exist.
So much the better. Let us do everything to make her think he has gone mad.
Who is it?
It's Aunt Hester, dear.
Oh, just a minute. Is anything wrong?
Why, no, dear. That's what I was going to ask you.
Kip's asleep.
Oh. Everything all right?
Of course. Why shouldn't it be?
Oh, no reason. Except it isn't like you to shut yourself away. I thought maybe you or Kip might not be feeling well.
No. It's just this cold. I guess I'm just not used to feeling out of sorts.
And if you have a cold, you shouldn't be sitting locked up in the same room with a boy. You give it to him.
Oh, I never thought of that.
I've just made a nice cup of tea. Why don't you come and join me? Following her downstairs, I could feel the saliva thicken in my mouth with envy. I was never more conscious of arthritic joints, the sagging flesh, the muscles that barely had vitality enough to respond to the message of the brain. There in front of me was that shining hair with a natural curl, the lithe muscles rippling just under the skin, the easy, jaunty step that had no fear of the treachery of steps to the old and feeble. Just as we reached the bottom of the stairs, the front door was thrown open hurriedly, and Walt came in.
Joan, you all right?
Of course. Aunt Hester and I were just about to have a cup of tea. Will you join us?
Where's Kip?
I left him upstairs. He's asleep. Maybe since it won't be too long till dinner, you'd rather have a drink, huh?
No, I want to talk to you.
Why don't you let me attend to dinner, dear?
Why don't you just go in the back, Aunt Hester, and stay in your room?
Walt.
Just let me handle things.
Of course. I'll go right now. I wouldn't want to be in the way. All right, Smokey, you'll get your dinner. But we're all going to have to wait. Walter just isn't feeling himself tonight.
Put him in Section 8. Put him in Section 8.
What was he saying? What's Section 8?
Service lingo for the nut house, the loony bin. You still think I'm a candidate?
Walt, don't talk like that.
Now, just leave me alone. By this weekend, we should know the truth about who that woman is. If she is your sweet old great-grandmother, I'll apologize. But if she's what I think she is, if she means any harm to you or Kip, so help me, I'll murder her.
What time is it now?
9 on 8 bells, midnight, and high tide.
Then we must act before then. How to get Joan alone. How to subdue her so I can have the power to take possession.
Someone's at the door.
Wait. Walter is answering, and Joan is in the kitchen alone. This may be our chance. Shh. I I want to hear what they're saying.
Well, Damon, what are you doing? Well, come out of that terrible weather. Come in the living room. Joan's in the kitchen. She'll be right out. What brings you here? Did Joan send for you? Never mind that now, huh? Come on, don't try to sidestep. I suppose she thinks I'm blacking out again. If you'd shut up for a moment. No matter what brought me here, the weather is all that matters now. I've been listening to the radio driving up. Blackwater Dunes here is headed for the highest tide in history. There's more danger to you and your family from the elements outside than any foreign element you fear may be loose inside. Shh, watch it. Let me close the door before we talk any further.
They're in the living room.
And your place in the kitchen. It's now.
Come.
Yes, Aunt Hester. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?
In the name of the bornless one that does create the night and the day, in the name of Iabash, in the name of Ptah and Kem, I abjure thee not to move.
Oh, my God, protect me. What was right?
That's it. I blinded her with my wings.
My eyes. No, my eyes. I cut her feet away until she fell, dear guys. Now, while she is stunned and helpless, make her yours.
Hold on! The sea is coming for me!
What's going on here? And Esther, what are you doing? Grab her, quickly. Don't let her lips touch Jones. Leave her alone. Don't touch my wife. Lord, what is it? She... And Esther just came up top of my hand. Look. She's 5, 6 of her. Let's skip and run before the sea swamps us all. Came in like a giant hand and swept everything away. You all right, Joan?
Oh, I think so. Oh, thank the Lord you came in time, Paul.
Even if it was for the wrong reason? What does that mean? Joan thought you needed psychiatric help. No, I can't blame her. Anyone who wanders the labyrinths of the mind has to be familiar with ghosts and witches and everything that haunts our dreams, waking and sleeping. There is a phenomenon I know from all my reading that never ceases to haunt me. Even me, who has to deal with the fragmentation of personality so much. Fragmentation? You mean what happened when I tried to grab Hester or whatever she was? I'll never forget that sight. A little, black, rusty woman who broke up into countless numbers of other little, rusty women in black dresses, all mirror images, running in every direction at once. Projection of image, the magic secret of only one kind of witch, the sea witch, old as her Celtic heritage and beyond, perhaps as old as time. That's what Joan was saved from, becoming another of those faceless bodies she possessed and used up. You mean it was Joan she wanted? Then that she's still in danger? Not anymore. What do you mean? Look at where your house used to stand. Wiped out by a cataclysmic tide that reached from the sea like a monstrous god hand. You and Joan are safe now. The sea has reclaimed its own.
It was the great German poet Goethe who wrote of a mystic goddess who came from the sea, Meergeist, which means simply sea ghost. The sea ebbs and surges, timeless and inexorable. But what it sucks away in the undertow does not always return with the succeeding wave. Eventually, it swallows up what it wills. And no hand, natural or supernatural, can stay it. In the end, the sea always wins. I'll be back shortly. It was Malcolm in Macbeth who said of the end of the Thane of Cawdor, "I saw him die. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it." The context of the remark, of course, was somewhat different. He meant it as a tribute. Hester, or Maregeist's death, was a long-delayed blessing for Joan Madden and all the world. No young girl listening to this story, born under the sign of Virgo, can help but sleep easier tonight and other nights. Our cast included Margaret Hamilton, Christopher Tabori, E.V. Juster, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Marshall. In the year 1692, an American town went mad, or at least that part of it known as Salem Village, beginning with accusations of 10 young girls that a West Indian slave had bewitched them. Hysteria ran like a rabid dog through the village. Within 4 months, hundreds were arrested and tried, 31 of whom were hanged or burned, and one pressed to death with stones. And the man generally blamed for the hideously bigoted persecution of the innocent and the helpless was a name reviled in our history: Cotton Mather.
Hear me, witch maids! If you do not confess your unholy wickedness, you shall not even be accorded the mercy of being hanged. Instead, we will burn you alive. Or perhaps, hands and feet tied together, we shall lay you on the ground, while the villagers shall come and heap stone upon stone on you, until the life is driven from your body as you are pressed to death.
No! Merciful God, please! No!
Our mystery drama, Burn, Witch, Burn, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Howard Da Silva. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At the time of the witch hunt, no man in our country was more feared than Cotton Mather. The picture of this dark, imperious, infamous man who led the persecution, who in his perverted zeal and fanatic Puritanism saw men, women, and even children condemned on the flimsiest of evidence, who swept down from his Boston pulpit like a scourge, and whose blind conviction in his righteousness in the name of the Lord spread terror like a plague, is strangely... Oh, but then I should say no more. For what I was about to say is a large part of this story.
Burn, witch, burn! You should welcome the fires of hell, since ye would not repent. The abomination of the body you defiled remains to be purified, while the flesh is consumed and returned to the earth and ashes, while the bones melt and run into the fire. Sisters, brothers, let us lift up our voices in prayer. Let the mischief of their own deed fall on their own heads. Let hot burning coals fall on them. Let them be cast into the fire that they never rise again. The righteous also shall give thanks unto thy name, and the just continue in thy sight. Amen. Amen. Now let ye all return to your homes and meditate upon the grace of our Heavenly Father, and return tomorrow, so that ye may see the other witch perish as she deserves. The fire has almost burned itself out. Yes, Judge Sewell. And the evil it wringed. Would it not have been more humane to hang her? Humane? Speak you about a witch? This is a pestilence whose deadly poison spreads as relentlessly as the pox itself. This witchery business weighs heavy on my soul. Why? The women were both guilty in your mind, were they not? They were so found by a jury. Well, then, what choice had you? I don't know. The times are running at such fever, I cannot breast the tide even if I wanted to. What worries me most is that I cannot see an end to it. Or who will be next cried out against? The truth will ever out. Where the evil lies, the finger will point, and justice shall mete out the rest. Come. I must get to the tavern for a flagon of wine to cleanse the taste in my mouth. Will you join me? Shortly, good judge. For the moment, I think my good offices may be needed by a young member of the cloth who appears to be ill. Know you him? The great hulking fellow in the long coat with a thick cape and the wide-brimmed hat? He is a papist, think you? Nay, but near as bad. An Episcopalian, quite recently here from England. Were it not for his formidable strength and his skill as a blacksmith, he might have fared badly here in Salem village. Go to the tavern. I shall join you shortly. I would speak with this young man. Do not anger him. He has superhuman strength. I am clothed in the Lord's armor. I have no fear, and I have no intention of angering him. I only want to help him. Have it your way. I shall meet you at the tavern. Shortly. I shall not be long. You appear in trouble, good sir. May I be of help?
I can find no help, kind sir, except within myself. And from my God, I pray.
The second with the strongest staff to lift you up. I speak as a man of God. As you are, I understand.
I pray I still am, or can be, after what I have witnessed today.
Have a care what you say. It has the reek of blasphemy.
There is another kind of blasphemy in theology, sir. The crime of assuming to oneself the rights of God, as the people of this town have done.
By trying a witch and burning her? Do you not believe, when the devil has taken possession, that the evil must be purified by fire or destruction of the diseased body and soul?
I think there are other ways of casting out the devil.
You were at the trial?
All through the long horror of it.
And you did not find these witches guilty?
I found the evidence circumstantial, and more than easy to comprehend two ways. I looked upon the face of that sweet young woman, and upon the dignity and breeding of the older one, her grandmother, and I could see their innocence.
What? Will you claim us wrong in our trial and judgment? Is it because you are not either a true colonist or of the true faith?
As to being a colonist, this is my chosen country. I have left England behind me. As to the true faith, my religion is a matter I prefer not to argue. There are many faiths, but most of them lead to God.
You are a strange young man. What is your name?
Gilbert Caton. And may I ask yours?
The Reverend Cotton Mather of Boston.
You? If I'd been in my right senses, I would scarcely have passed the time of day with you.
What does that mean?
Turn around, sir, and look at your handiwork. A few smoldering ashes containing what once was the body of another human being. Are you proud of your work?
I did not find this woman guilty. That was for the court to decide. I believe in justice as firmly as I do in the threat of Satan. But where the fiend is proven to flourish, he must be stamped out.
But where was this fiend and these women? What were they guilty of?
I am but recently here from Boston. I am not familiar with all the transcripts. But would you question the word of a man such as Sir John Jameson?
Does his title give him immunity?
The facts do that, Mr. Caton. That these women drew his body from his bed in the night, brought him by occult means to their cottage in the forest, to try to lure him into lechery and original sin with the younger of the two witches.
Is Sir John so good a man? Has he led so good a life? Is it not possible?
Quiet, sir! You do yourself no service by even thinking such a thought. Have a care with your words, or fingers may go pointing your way.
Oh, God.
I'd near given you up, Reverend Cotton. I believe you have the acquaintance of Sir John Jameson?
Your servant, sir.
The Reverend Cotton Mather.
He needs no introduction to me or any man of goodwill. It was an honor to have you with us for the witch burning. You were not here for all the trial, I believe.
No, just for the last day.
It was with a heavy heart that I had to bring the charges. But the evidence was monumental. Is it not so, Judge?
There was enough of it brought, but I cannot banish the woman's cries from my ears as the fire reached her. And the face of the young girl we condemn to die tomorrow has troubled me for nights.
Must we then, because of a round cheek and melting eyes, shrink from doing the Lord's bidding? Evil is the way of such a maid, and more to be dreaded than all the hags in Christendom.
Strange rumors are afloat regarding her. This woman she called Granny, who was burned this morning, did pray not for her own life, but that the witch maid be saved. An uncanny thing that one witch should desire good to another witch.
But if they were kin...
Fool! Can you not perceive the work of the devil in this? The witch who died at the stake would have the other saved so that her own black spirit could pass into the fair young woman's form, and thus, with double force, the two could continue to wreak havoc on the world.
For the sake and peace of the community, she cannot be destroyed too soon.
I must go visit the prison. I wish to question her more closely.
Question her? About what? The evidence has all been established.
The factual evidence I care little for. That is and was the court's business. I wish to find out if she will recant, so that perhaps her soul might be saved. That would be a triumph supreme for me to accomplish in the name of the Lord.
Are you not somewhat aged for such a job, my friend Turnkey?
81, going on 82. Just the man for the job. She don't get around me with any of her witch's blandishments.
Are we near the cell?
Almost there, Your Reverend Lordship. Why?
Let us all move as silently as possible. Is there a view hole in the door?
Aye, there is.
Good. Then I can look in on her and perhaps surprise her in some evil doing.
There it is. I'll open it soft.
Can you see the harpy?
Yes.
Is she weaving some spell?
No. She sits on the pallet knitting. Why, she's a frail little thing. Not much more than a child.
All part of the enchantery. I was taken in myself. But she is tricks, all tricks, as I learned when she tempted me to ruin.
Very well. Jailer, let us go in.
As your lordship desires. Hey, my little she-devil. Here's two gentlemen of quality to see you.
One is of no quality. I know him only too well. The other, I believe I recognize as the Reverend Cotton Mather.
You may leave us, jailer, but wait outside.
Yes, sir.
It is true. I am who you say.
And what would you have with me, sir?
I have come to pray with you, Luna Claire, and to exhort you to confession.
There is no confession. I am no witch.
Will you kneel with me in prayer at least, daughter?
I cannot, sir.
Why not?
I am not of your persuasion.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, yes.
Then we have that in common, and can try to pray and wrestle the demon from your bosom.
No.
You do not wish to be delivered?
Obstinate of heart I may be, but Sir John holds me from prayer. I cannot kneel in company with him.
I prithee, Sir John, go outside and stand in the corridor. We shall see if the witch maid, relieved of your presence, will pray.
I had hoped to listen on the chance that she should confess, so that I might make some valuable notes.
The Lord granted me a ready pen. I shall make my own notes if it be necessary. If you will excuse us, Sir John.
You have only to command, Pastor, and I to obey. If you should need help of any kind, I shall be just beyond the door.
Let us kneel together, my daughter, and pray to God.
Minister?
Yes?
What shall I pray for? My life? That I may be delivered from the burning?
And death?
Your death is already ordained by the court. We pray for you to recant. Your body cannot be saved. The only hope is to find God's mercy on your immortal soul.
On the stone cold floor, the slight figure of the maiden, a girl not yet in her 20s, sways and sags at the harsh dictum of the man beside her. He, Cotton Mather, kneels ramrod straight. His voice rasps as he speaks aloud unending platitudes, devoid of hope. Beside him, the maid prays to herself, the tears running down her pale cheeks. There is talk of God and the right and goodness and light, but not one trace of pity here. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Sir John's attitude outside the jail cell is less unconcerned than it seems. He paces only a short stretch of the passageway, always within earshot of the endless prayer from the cell. The full-voiced exhortations of the minister he pays little heed to, but he stretches his ear to the fullest for any whisper from the maid.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, amen. You do not even say amen.
I beg your worship's pardon, but I am not familiar with your prayers, and I do not understand the God you pray to.
You refuse to recant?
How can I recant? I'm innocent. I beg of you, sir, to listen to what I was not allowed to say in court, and you will understand that neither Granny nor I had...
Sir John?
Aye, Reverend Mother.
You may return.
I request your favor, sir, but I believe I heard that your prayers had ended.
Mine, sir. The witch maid was not moved to pray.
I suspected as much.
Tell me, daughter, what you were about to reveal as Sir John came in.
With him here, it's difficult, Minister.
His honor, witch. Tell him about Giles Corey, the old yeoman who saw you conversing with Satan in the forest near your house.
If it was Satan that I was in converse with that night, then he was in your shape. And well, your lordship knows, the old man was frightened by your threats into lying and saying it was a black fiend, which you might as well be, seeing your purpose there.
Silence, woman. I was not there, could not have been, since all my household has testified that I was safe at home in bed and asleep.
There's one lie, all lie to save their skins. For surely they are more afraid of your power than the devil's.
Maid, you go too far. Have a care with your tongue.
Hear me, mistress, I threaten you this. If you do not confess your unholy wickedness, you shall not be even accorded the mercy of being hanged. Instead, you will be burned alive. Or perhaps, hand and feet tied together, we shall lay you on the ground, while the villagers shall come and heap stones upon stones until the life is driven out of your body and you are pressed to death.
Oh, merciful God, please.
And I, whom you have afflicted, shall count each one as it falls. I shall myself drop the first stone, and I...
When that first stone strikes me, God in his mercy will take me to himself. You can count the stones the others throw, but I shall never know how fast they fall.
Now let us use all zeal to our ends, but let us deal in compassion as far as it is compatible with justice. To do any living thing unwarranted torture is a reflection on our manhood. One last word. Will you confess at last that you are a witch?
I cannot confess what is not true.
Come then, Sir John. Let us leave her to ready herself for death.
This November wind whistles through the bones. It will snow soon.
I welcome the walk and the wind to blow some cobwebs from my mind.
You are troubled by something?
This affair savors ill. Her last cry, awoke strange feelings, and my heart turned within me.
You are a man of God and compassion, but have a care. Her powers of enchantment are strong and wicked.
If only I could have reached her.
No one can do that.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
You intend to return to question the girl again?
No, let her rest in what peace she can find in the little life left to her to lead.
Ah. Are you then for your room as soon as we reach the inn?
No. I have an errand I must pursue.
I have my coach at the inn yard. I should be honored to take you anywhere you desire.
Thank you. But I prefer to travel on this one by myself.
Master Mather, what brings you here?
I wish to ask you a question, Master Caton.
Will you enter?
No, thank you. I have not even hitched my horse. I have other riding to do.
Then ask your question.
Were you aware that the witch maid who is to die is an Episcopalian?
Yes, I was aware.
Then that prompts others. Why did you not go to her to bring her comfort or to help her cleanse her soul?
I would have gone to bring her comfort, but they barred me from entering the prison.
If I arrange it so you can enter, will you go to her?
With all my heart. Why do you extend her this comfort, convinced as you are that she is a witch?
I have failed to bring her comfort myself or release from bondage. Perhaps because we are of different denominations, that is of no matter. I shall ride now to the prison and have all preparations made that you may visit her this evening. It wants but an hour until dark. Wait 1 hour beyond that to make sure you will be passed in. May God go with you.
All these comings and goings over a little snip of a girl whose heels might as well be dancing in the wind and snow already.
It sounds as though you were already celebrating this spectacle.
Well, a man has little enough to amuse him with winter upon us. Here, when you come out, do you lock up tight behind you? Bring me the key in the common room. 'Tis too cold to wait upon you priests in your eternal preaching in these freezing hours. In you go. You, a witch, visitor, I see you. Who is it?
Give me the torch, turnkey.
Well, how am I to find my way back to the common room?
'Tis known ground for you. Feel your way, if not else. How could I, a stranger, find my way without light?
Oh, Lord of mercy. Well, hold it then a moment till I find my way to the stairs.
Go then, and hurry.
Have no fear. The cold will move even my old bones like the young.
And so...
Are you come to torture me?
I? Look at me in the torchlight. Can you not recognize I am of the clergy? God be with you. I am of your persuasion.
Oh, at least God has answered one of my prayers.
Oh, my daughter, do not crouch on the floor. Come to me so that I may comfort you.
I want to, Father, but this chain about my leg.
My poor fettered bird. Rest where you are as I come to you. My dear Lord.
Lord.
You are frozen with cold.
And you are warm.
A moment. Let me brace the torch here in the sconce. Now, my heavy cape off and let me wind it about you.
Oh, let me touch your hand. Let me feel once again some human warmth.
Let us sit on the pallet and I will hold you in my arms with the cloak about us.
Oh, you're warm. And you've brought light and companionship.
How can they call so sweet a creature of God a witch?
Oh, I don't know. I'm only a maid. I'm so scared. Are you really an Episcopalian priest?
Ordained in England at Ely. I come here for new worlds to conquer and to help tame a savage land. To make my life, my home, my family someday.
A cold welcome you'd get from the Puritans.
They're not all so bad as they are sometimes painted. And I am young enough to wait out their welcome. How could they have condemned you as a witch?
I don't know. First they said Granny was a witch, and I lived with her.
Did your grandmother practice magic arts?
Well, she knew about herbs that helped to heal. And she could make poultices that drew out pain. And salves that she rubbed in with her hands that brought relief to others. Is that wicked?
I cannot see why. Who taught her these things?
She learned them long ago from a nurse she had, who learned them from a gypsy. My grandparents were very rich, with a large estate. But the Indians attacked them and killed my mother and father and everyone. And only Granny and I were left. And she was always a little queer after that. I mean, she wouldn't live in a town, only in the country. She was very good to me, and we were happy enough until Joseph, the one servant that we had left, died.
How long ago was that?
A few years. I don't remember exactly now. We buried Joseph, and then Granny said we must leave the house and start walking to the coast.
Why to the coast?
To take a boat for England. To my uncle. And we never did reach the boat. We stopped in a little house in the woods near here, and Granny was ill for a long time, and the rent was not cheap. At last the money was gone. And then Granny made some money with her healing. And she was also a midwife until...
I was at the trial. I know that testimony. Someone had a child born that was not quite right.
Yes, Sir John Jameson's daughter. That's what started it all. They'll burn me. They'll burn me. Are you kind? Are you human? Cannot you save me from them?
No, first tell me one more thing. You mean from Sir John?
Yes. He is the devil himself.
You paid him rent all these years that you grew into a beautiful woman?
Yes.
And then you had no money? He threatened to throw you out unless...
He talked of being possessed by the devil. He was the one who wanted to possess me. He was the devil.
And you were willing to be possessed?
And when the child, when that awful thing happened, he said that he would point to Granny as and me, too. He came to the house that awful night. I told him I'd kill him and then myself if he tried to touch me.
Oh, my poor child.
Oh, please. I don't want to be burned. Can't you save me somehow? Save me somehow.
Your soul? I do not believe that needs saving.
No, me. My body. Or if you can't, kill me here with your own hands. I do not fear death. I have nothing to live for. I feel only torture.
Save you, if it were possible, but for what? Afterwards, to be hunted, pursued, retaken?
Then kill me.
No, never. Now that I've found you.
Father, please.
Now, hush, little one. Not Father. Not to you. Gil.
And I am Luna.
Luna. Now, then you will swear to do everything I tell you.
You think there is a way? There is hope.
There is always hope. And I think there is a way. Yes, I think there is a way if only God will smile on us.
A man and a maid. And under the most harrowing and desperate of conditions, from the blackness of adversity, nurtured by the strength of their faith, the first seeds of love are planted in both hearts. But can this compassionate and tortured young man free this ill-starred maid? And even having done so, where can they find safety or sanctuary? I'll return shortly with Act 3. In the dim, dank, freezing cell, Gil Caton stands with the torch held on high, his eyes searching, his mind racing, a wild plan formulating in his mind. frustrated at the very outset by the leg iron which binds Luna to the wall. She sits huddled in the blessed warmth of the heavy cloak, watching this man who has become the center of her universe, secure in her heart that he will find a way to save her.
The first problem is the leg iron. Once I get you to my house, I have forge and anvil and tools to cut it away. The wall. The wall is the only hope.
But the ring is buried in the masonry.
Not quite. In the mortar. Now, between the stones. Now, here, hold the torch. I can brace my feet against the wall.
And pull it out.
The Lord must have had some reason to bless me with this extra strength.
That is starting from your brow.
No matter. If this ring starts from the wall once more.
Pulled it out. You pulled it out. That's more than human strength to do.
Never underestimate the power of prayer. Now listen to me, Luna.
Yes.
You must trust me to the uttermost. Now, let me lift you and see how heavy you are. A feather. It can be done.
What can be done?
Now, I'm going to put you on my back and carry you out of the prison beneath my cassock.
Oh, I see. And I'll be very still.
Oh. Forgive me now, but you must take off your frock.
My frock?
You must arrange it in the corner with a stuffing of straw to look like you.
Oh, of course. I'll do that.
When I take off my sash and cassock.
Oh, if I can just arrange it so they'll believe it to be me, it might give us more time. Oh, what is it? What have you done?
Oh, I just slit my cassock all the way from below the waist to the neckband to make room for you.
How clever you are.
Adversity sharpens the brain. Now, quick. Now, climb on this stool. So, now, arms around my neck.
Yes.
First, now, the cassock. Help me slip it over our heads. Oh, that's fine. Fine. Room for us both. Now, to help support you, I bind my sash tight around us both. Oh, too tight? Can you breathe? Now, I must lock the cell door. There. I must douse the torch. The more we are in darkness, the safer we are.
I trust in you and your strength and your belief.
And in the Almighty. Jailer! Jailer! Oh! Guard! Sanky!
What to do? Is it the pest? Where's your light?
The witch has blown it out and left me in the darkness. I had to lock her back in the cell against the danger to us all.
Stand me if I'll come down again in this darkness. You say you locked the cell? Is she secure?
As secure as she can be.
Well, then, find your own way up in the shadows to the prison door.
The light there is poor. It's just what I wanted. Now, if you ever prayed, my little one, pray now. Freedom is just a few short steps away.
Whither away so late in the evening, Master Matter?
You still at the inn, Sir John? I should have thought you were ridden home by now.
I had some business on my mind. I should have thought you might be abed.
I've been in my chambers reading the transcript of the trial, which my friend Judge Sewell was kind enough to make available to me.
Why would you wish to read all that? The thing is fait accompli.
There are some questions I would ask the maid, and I feel in duty bound to make some last attempt to see if she has repented.
Then you go to the prison?
This moment.
I shall be glad to drive you there.
No, I ride there myself. Nor do I think you should go near her again. For some reason, you inhibit her.
As you said. But the visit is useless. By law, the die is cast, and she will hang or burn tomorrow.
I have no power to free her body. I still may have hope to free her soul and bring her comfort. Good night, sir.
Are you all right? Do you want rest? I could pick it up.
Of all the luck. I can just make the shadow of the tree.
Brother Case's, is it not?
Oh, why, yes. Master Mather.
I thought I recognized that giant bulk, even in the shadows. By Harry, you seem even larger than I remembered.
Just the bulk of my cape.
Are you from the prison?
Why, yes.
Did you see the maid?
Yes.
Did she recant?
No, sir. She will never recant. Because she is innocent.
A matter of opinion, we shall see.
You're bound for the prison.
I am.
I beg you in the name of him we worship in our own ways to disturb this wretched girl no further. She is mercifully asleep now. Leave her the last few hours in peace in the name of compassion and humanity.
I had certain questions for her, but if...
Let God ask them when she is sent to face him tomorrow.
Well, we shall see. If she be asleep, perhaps I will not wake her. Good night, Master Caton.
Oh, what misfortune. Hold fast. We must make all haste now and hope all is not lost. Oh, forgive me. It's just that time may be so important.
Any hurt is worth being free. Strike away.
Try the file now.
And once my fetters are off, what then, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. The hue and cry will be raised all over this bloody town. We've just gone mad. I have no horse to give you. I had hopes, perhaps, by boat. But I have neither money nor contact to see you safe away. It must be on foot. But be of good faith. Somehow the Lord will provide.
How can I ever thank you with all that I feel in my heart?
Oh, just let me see that smile break across your lovely face, and 'twill be thanks enough.
Strange way to meet the man I dreamed of.
Hush. We're almost through.
I cannot eat more.
You must eat as much as possible, so you can carry little with you. And we must find you some clothes to wear. What? Oh, good Lord. Not so soon.
Don't let them take me.
Into the bedroom, quick. Now, if I cannot send them back, I can hold them back. Now, take my cape. It has what money I have in the pockets. Now, go by the window and try to make for Providence. There's an Episcopalian church there where you will be safe.
I will not go without you.
You must. You must save yourself.
Oh, my place is at your side. I'll never love any other man but you.
All right. Now, go quickly to the bedroom. Perhaps God is with us yet.
I'll be listening and praying.
Oh, forgive my tardiness, but I was at my devotion, sir.
You will pardon my intrusion, I hope. Do I speak to Mr. Gilbert Caton, the parson, here?
You do?
Dare I beg a few minutes of your valuable time, sir? I am trying to trace my mother and my young niece. My name is Clare, Leonard Clare of Clare Hall, County Devon. My father had a large estate west of here, which was attacked by Indians. All of my family were killed, save my mother and niece, who, I am told, escaped. Since I arrived but lately in this country, I have only now, with tolerable certainty, traced them to this district. The town authorities claimed no knowledge of them, but since they were of the Episcopal faith, deemed that you might know something.
Come in, sir. Come. Out of the cold.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have horses?
Your horses and a coach, yes.
Well, then you must fly this minute.
Huh? Fly?
The people of Salem burned your mother as a witch. I saw her burn. Outside there, in the market.
Oh, good Lord.
They have fixed the burning of your niece for tomorrow. There is to be a holiday, so the folks may revel in the sight.
To burn my niece, Luna? And you have the temerity to ask Leonard Clare to fly?
With her. Luna!
Oh, heaven be praised. Uncle Leonard.
Luna, my baby. My brother's baby. What have they done to you?
Nothing yet that can't be repaired. But there is no...
Not now.
What's the matter?
Do not be alarmed. I come here in amity, not in enmity.
You?
I shall explain in a moment. May I meet the gentleman before I speak?
This is Luna's uncle, Leonard Clare of Clare Hall, Devon, now of the colonies. And I promise you, a man of resources, a man well able to afford to fight the persecution of this town and its shame, and all your power and evilness.
I would advise you not to try, sir. No, hear me out. As to my motives, my honesty, my devotion to the God I believe in, and my determination to wipe out witchcraft, I will not bandy words. I do what I believe to be right, and let history be the judge.
Your name will go down in it as a stench in the nostrils of any humane man.
So be it. I follow where I am called. Tonight, profoundly troubled after rereading the transcript of this child's trial and her grandmother's, perforce I could come to only one conclusion. A tragic miscarriage of justice had already been done. Another was about to occur. I went to prison determined to free the maid myself and to offer her my protection against the wild riot which would follow on her release.
That was when we met you on the road.
Yes, sir. You tried to put me off. I can see why now, but God directed my footsteps there. I must tell you that her absence had been discovered before I even arrived, and as the mob is gathering, all the roads out of this town will be closed to everyone.
They cannot stop me.
They will, unless you have safe conduct. I suggest you get your niece into the coach post-haste, and yourself draw the curtains, and I'll conduct you and your men through the mob.
I will not go without Gil.
The least I owe you for saving Luna's life.
You had best join them, Master Caton. When that drunken jailer wakes up to remember you saw her last, you will be torn limb from limb. It is a good bargain, a life for a life.
Ah, and you, sir?
I have no fear for mine, and I have much work to do. For all his title and position, Sir John Jameson must be brought to book for his crime against you and yours. I shall see that he is. And perhaps I may need one small breath of perfume to dilute that stench my name is to leave in history.
While the account you have heard is a fictional one, it is a somewhat sad thing that Cotton Mather is painted as black as he is. Even in his obsession against witchcraft, he was a scrupulous defender of all he thought unjustly accused. He was a scholar, in some sense a scientist, and for all he was a fanatic, it was without thought of personal gain. He was also a family man, and perhaps would have allowed himself one frosty smile of pleasure at the outcome of this whole affair. I shall return shortly. The madness at Salem was of short duration, and the good people of that unfortunate town soon returned to their senses. Gil Caton and his wife Luna did not return, mostly because of tragic memories, but also because the first of a long line of little Catons was well on its way. They were married in Rhode Island, one of the colonies most noted for its freedom of thought, and lived out a long and happy life together, nurturing their own children and that other larger group of children, the congregation of Pastor Gil Caton's church, which flourished in all good things, temporal as well as sacred. And so, amen. Our cast included Howard Da Silva, Marion Seldes, Kurt Peterson, William Redfield, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Let me give you a hand.
No. Don't you touch that case.
Huh? I only wanted to help.
Put it down.
Well, sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I see it all now. Kubik arranged for my car to stall out on the turnpike. Then you happen along as if by coincidence and kill me and take the money. That's an old trick.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
Oh, yes. It's the last trick you'll ever try.
Hey, what are you going to do with that gun? You can't kill me.
Oh, but I can. I kill very well.
Look, mister.
Because I have an instinct. A hunter's instinct. A killer's instinct. I smell, I sense death and murder.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And here's the cinnamon bear.
Well, Judy and Jimmy and the Cinnamon Bear were in a pretty pickle when we saw them last. They found the Crazy Quilt Dragon all right, but he'd been thrown into a short trance, as he called it, by the Wintergreen Witch, who made off with the Silver Star. So there was nothing to do but to try and find her. But what do you think? Nobody knew how to get out of the magic forest and back into the witch's house. Then Jimmy remembered the little whistle which Fifo, the gentle giant, had given him, with instructions to blow it 3 times if help was needed. But Jimmy couldn't blow it loud enough, so Crazy Quilt volunteered for the job and took such a deep breath that he swallowed it. And as Jimmy says,
"This is the limit. What'd you have to go and swallow the whistle for?"
Couldn't help it. A slip.
Oh, dear. Now we'll just have to walk, and maybe we'll never be able to get out of this old forest.
What's the matter, Crazy Quilt?
He's got the hiccups. And every time he hiccups, it blows the whistle.
Quick, Crazy Quilt, do it again. That's swell. You blew it 3 times.
Good. Maybe Fifo will come to our rescue.
Bless my stuffing, I can hear him now.
That's enough, Crazy Quilt. Fifo heard you.
Can't stop. It just keeps...
Here I am, my little friends. Just as I said I'd be. But my gracious, you don't have to blow the whistle so many times.
We're not doing it on purpose, Fifo. The Crazy Quilt Dragon's got it caught in his throat.
And every time he hiccups...
It whistles.
Well. Ho, 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 ho. I'll fix that. Just a pat on the back.
There it is.
Oh, what an ordeal. Why does everything happen to me?
Because you're always sticking your Crazy Quilt nose in somebody else's business, that's why.
So this is the Crazy Quilt Dragon you were looking for. And did he give you back your silver star?
No, he didn't, Fifo, because the Wintergreen Witch did something magic to him and made him bring it to her.
Crazy Quilt says she's a terrible old witch. Does she scare you, Fifo?
It all depends on what color she is.
That's right.
Didn't you say she changed colors, Crazy Quill?
Definitely. And you didn't believe me, Smarty. She changed from green to purple to red.
Oh, that's bad. When she's all right, she stays green. But when she gets a notion to practice magic, she goes all sorts of colors.
Well, no matter what color she gets, we've got to find her.
Yes, and that's why we called for you, Fifo. We thought maybe you'd be real nice and take us back to the place where we came through the picture frame. We don't know which way to go.
I'd be glad to, only I'm sorry to see you leave the magic forest. It's awful lonesome here. Maybe you can come back and see me again, huh?
Willikers, I don't see how we can, Fifo, on account of we've got to get our star and get back home before Christmas.
Oh, well, maybe someday you can. All right, everybody. I'll put the dragon on my left shoulder and the rest of you on my right. Up you go.
We're way up in the air again.
My, this is something new for me. My, you are a whopper of a giant, Fifo. Simply a whopper.
Hold tight. Here we go. Here we are, folks. End of the trip.
What? So soon?
Sure. Fifo's no slowpoke. Only takes a few of his big steps to get you someplace in a hurry.
All right, now. Down you go.
Gee, we're right where we came in, too. I can see right through the trees into the Wintergreen Witch's house.
Sure enough. There's the fireplace and all the pots in front of it.
Well, my friends, I wish I were small enough to go through the picture frame with you, but that's impossible. So I'll just have to say goodbye and good luck.
Goodbye, Fifo. We'll never, never forget you.
You bet. And thanks a million.
Goodbye. And I hope the witch stays green.
Goodbye, Fifo.
All right, now, steel yourselves, everybody, and through the picture frame.
Okay, Cinnamon Bear. Here I go.
And me.
And reluctantly, I.
The room is empty. Not a soul here.
Splendid, splendid. Oh,
the
Wintergreen Witch.
Oh. Right, my pretty dears, right. Thought I wasn't here, eh?
Hold my hand, Jimmy.
Excuse me, but I just remembered I left the water running in the bathtub. I'll see you later.
Me too. Come on, children. Out the door.
It closed itself.
Hurry, back through the picture frame.
Oh, it's nothing but a flat painted picture now.
Oh, trapped, doomed. This is the end.
Jiminy crickets. Look at the witch. She's changing colors.
Green and blue and purple and red.
Sit down, my dainties. Sit down and make yourselves comfortable, because you'll be here a long time. A long, long time.
What are you going to do, Mrs. Witch?
You'll find out. And don't call me Mrs. Witch.
Please, Mrs. Wintergreen, give us our silver star and let us go.
Yes, please give it back.
We've come an awful long ways to get it.
And after all, madam, what does a wonderful sorceress with your great power want with a paltry Christmas tree ornament?
I want it for my magic forest. That's something I've never had before. I'm going to hang it in the sky over the Black Lake.
Well, if we can't have the star, would you mind if we just sort of moseyed along?
No, you don't. I have other plans, my pretties, other plans.
Well, I bet you can't do anything to Judy and me, because we belong to the USA. And I bet you can't magic any American citizens, so there.
Besides, we don't believe in witches anyhow. They're just to scare people on Halloween.
So you don't believe the Wintergreen Witch can magic things, eh? I shall demonstrate. First, I open the door. Now, see how beautiful and clear it is outside?
Indeed, and how I'd like to be outside.
Now I'll close the door. And mumbo, jumbo, hubba dubba, ooh. Now I open the door again.
Gee willikers, look!
It's raining cats and dogs.
There,
There, you've heard of it raining cats and dogs, haven't you?
Yes, Mrs. Wintergreen.
Now you've not only heard, but seen it. Do you still think the Wintergreen witch can magic things?
Oh, no. You're truly wonderful. But won't you please let us go?
Yes, pretty please. We haven't done anything to you.
No, but I'm going to do something to you.
Oh.
There are several things I need around the house or in the magic forest, and you pretties have come just at the right moment. First, I think I'll change you twins into white mice.
Oh, please don't. Not mice. I don't like them at all.
And this crazy quilt dragon will look beautiful after I've changed him into a pincushion.
Oh, agony.
And as for this funny little bear, he'll make a lovely doormat with welcome on his tummy.
Oh, me poor stuffings.
Now be quiet while I prepare my magic.
Jimmy, if we only had something to make her forget about us and the Silver Star. Have you got anything she might like?
Gee, I don't think she'd like my knife, and my swell wristwatch is home in my bureau drawer.
I've got it. Maybe she'd like my little looking glass. Mrs. Wintergreen?
Yes, my pretty dear?
I have something much nicer than the Silver Star for you, and it's ever so much shinier. Look.
Ah! Take it away. Take it away. Don't you know witches can't stand to see their own faces? Take it away.
What a break. Keep on showing it to her, Judy.
No. Take it away. I'll do anything you ask, anything.
All right. First, you've got to let us go.
And promise not to do anything to us after we leave.
Oh, yes. But take that dreadful looking glass with you.
And you've got to give us back our Silver Star.
Oh, even that. Here.
Oh, Jimmy, at last we've got it back.
Open the door, witch, and make it snappy.
And foo for you, Mrs. Wintergreen. Come along, children.
Isn't it swell, Judy? We've got the star and everything.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, but we can't stop to admire it now. We got to rush right down to the shore and get back across the root beer ocean. Come on, hurry, everybody.
Do you think you can swim us all the way back, Crazy Quilt?
Absolutely. I'm plenty full of corks to manage it. Climb aboard.
I think I'd better carry the star.
But suppose a wave washes it away or another whale swallows it.
Pardon the suggestion, but I've an ideal place for it. My hind pocket, the one under that big orange patch. It's waterproof and has a zipper.
Okay, Crazy Quilt. Unzip.
With pleasure. And in it goes. Zip again. And safe and sound. And hold on, my friends, for it's cheerio and into the root beer ocean.
You sure made good time, Crazy Quilt. Here we are back on the Maybeland mainland.
I can hardly believe it.
We're ever so grateful, Crazy
Oh,
Quilt.
not at all. But now that we're all hunky-dory, I must ask you to excuse me while I sit down and rest a bit from my strenuous swim.
Sure. You've got it coming to you, all right.
Uh-huh. I think this would be a lovely spot right here in the lee of this rock. There. Now I'll just lean back and...
What was that?
Oh, I fear my friends. Oh, I'm blushing red. Well, behold the star.
Willikers, it's busted.
In a dozen pieces.
And that's what I call very, very bad luck. After all the perilous adventures our friends have been through in order to recapture their silver star, this is really a blow. A lost star is bad enough, but a broken one is terrible. Just the same, I'll be with you next time to see what they're going to do about it.